Okay, now squad, we have a 10-second delay. It is 7:22 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Friday, January 31st, 2025. I have a cold, or I'm coming down with a cold or the flu or something, I don't know. And as a result, I'm not going to be reading through the script and the updates in the police report explaining the latest time that the abusers of the North Everett Precinct and associates have abused my disabled sons that they've been abusing for a year with their co-conspirators and as a direct result of their criminal actions. That being said, the preceding live stream, the one that just ended, dated today, but initiated at 7:35, I believe, a.m. Click on that and watch/listen to the first hour. Do pay attention because I expound and update parts of the YouTube script after reading you the latest police report. You can also read the latest police report and all of the other most pertinent correspondence from me on facebook.com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. And normally I would play the whole recording, but I started listening to a fiction podcast that is like a complete story, and I'm like almost halfway done with it, and I just want to listen to that and be sick. Thank goodness. My stockade, since I've been post-paying for everything for over 4 years now, still includes cold medicine and the original cough drop. Fisherman's Friend. Fisherman's Friend needs to endorse me because I tell everybody to use them. I give boxes of these away to neighbors with children whose cough I can hear when I go to the dumpster. Something I haven't been able to do, remember, since August because of the North Everett Precinct of stalkers and child abusers. Make sure that you do tune into the prior live stream. You definitely need to be abreast of the way that these child abusing, stalking, hostage holding, thieving fraudsters and disgraces used the 2 disabled boys they've been abusing for a year who are currently legally kidnapped to perpetrate the felonies they'd been premeditating and brainstorming for over 19 days. You may be wondering, well, did nothing happen today? Oh no, things happened today. Just nothing that's really important. Not important enough for me to give you an update. So again, click on the preceding live stream. Depending on my mood, I may end up playing the live stream I'm referring to in the morning. But right now I want to hear some of this podcast. And I took some cold medicine, so I'm expecting I'm going to get sleepy and go to bed. Again, it is Friday, January 31st, 2025. Now it's 7:25 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I have zero intention of shutting off this live stream until tomorrow, February 1st, at around 7 something in the morning. In the event that this live stream ends for any reason, without me orally telling you the end time, and that a new live stream will be commencing in 90 seconds or less, be advised that I didn't end it, and all the imbeciles in Unit 207, some of whom have dozens and dozens of counts of obstructions of justice and evidence tampering on their soon-to-be unsealed indictments, have decided to increase the count on that. Okay, now I am going to also very quickly point out to the Nerd Squad, I did not put a selfie of myself as the thumbnail in this video, and that is because I just don't trust the imbeciles upstairs in any way, shape, or form with not ending the live streams, especially with the insane amount of live streams that they have ended intentionally and deliberately over the last week. So I will add that thumbnail right when I plan on ending the live stream. So if you see the video and there's no thumbnail, then there's no thumbnail because of the fact that I didn't end the live stream. I am attempting to put the description as the same as in the preceding live stream, but Unit 207 is preventing it from, there we go. I'm redacting it up to the witness intimidation coop portion. So erasing the signage basically on the latest police report, putting ellipses, see full report on Facebook. .com/Mystic Gwen Loves Only You. Saving it, Nerd Squad. All right, I am going to make sure there's audio on this video by selecting this video on the Lenovo thinkpad and pressing their areas. Remember, click on the preceding live stream and listen to the first hour. Nerd Squad, the YouTube interface is reflecting as 177 videos set for public consumption. This video is visible without the selfie of me. And I'm going to click on it and make sure there's audio. Have a cold or I'm coming down with. We have audio. Make your stuff. 7:29 PM PST. You're going back to that podcast.
Oppressive happiness.
Small town America. Am I right, guys?
Apollo's jokes don't make things any better. I feel claustrophobic, trapped. Some screaming animal deep inside me knows it's surrounded on every side by something it doesn't understand. I don't know if I'm imagining it, but as we've continued down the road, everyone seems to be laughing a little harder and celebrating a little more.
You guys seen this?
What? What's up there? Oh my God. We've successfully crept more than halfway down the street, a sharp left turn coming up at the end, representing the road out of Jubilation. Another street comes up on the right, Acer Road. While we pass it, I take the opportunity to glance down at this new avenue, curious as to whether every street is like ours. I don't like what I see. The houses are similarly prestigious, the walls pristine white, but it's the changes that make the picture. There are no tables, and no families on the wide green lawns. Almost every window I can see is broken. Cars lie abandoned on the road, with one smashed into a splintered porch. Above every door, an X has been drawn in red paint, and outside of each house, a small mound of clothes lie on a fresh-cut lawn. A huge collective pile of men's, women's, and children's shoes tower at the end of the street, seemingly ownerless. I'm grateful when we round the next corner a few moments later. Thank fuck we're out of there.
Carry him into all cars. Great going, everybody. Let's,
What just happened?
I don't know. Carry him into all cars. Everyone still around the corner? They go silent on us?
They were looking at me. They were looking at us. EJ, did you see that?
It's okay, guys. We're out of there. Jubilation has weird folk, but they don't give you trouble.
God, I'm not looking forward to going back through there. Yo, towns like that make me glad I'm a city boy. Give me the creeps.
I thought it was nice. Wasn't it like Windray Bay?
I don't think I've been there.
Oh. Oh, and maybe it was Shelburne Falls.
Yeah, it was. So definitely like Shelburne Falls. Yeah.
Guys, listen, we got to keep this channel clear.
How long until we stop?
About another 4 hours. There's nothing big between us.
Fuck you!
That should be a problem.
Clown penis, over and out.
So what does breakfast translate to in Japanese?
You heard that.
Yeah, I've been curious all day. Does it have something to do?
God damn it. You all right? You hurt your neck?
It's fine. What's going on?
I don't know.
It's a clean cut. Someone cut this tree down. Why would they?
Trying to cripple the convoy.
Who? What's going on?
Ferryman to all cars. Full reverse. Watch out for the people behind you.
What's happening? Is the road blocked?
Yes, Lilith, the road's done for. But all we got to do is go down the bank. Go down the bank at the side. We'll come back up again. It looks steep, so take it slow, one at a time. Watch us and then follow along, okay? Come on, Chris. No, it's okay. It's okay. This is what we're built for. Okay, Apollo, make your way. Look, it ain't too bad. We'll keep a watch out behind you.
On it, bro.
Guys,
Try and keep the lines clear for the person crossing over, okay?
no, listen. Can you hear that? Rob, something's coming.
Okay, Apollo, get yourself over here now. All cars, we're on double time. Get moving.
What is it? What's coming? Blue Jay, can you see anything?
Okay, Bud, Clark, come over. Come on, guys, you're doing great. Come on, just a little.
Rob, it's here.
Oh my God. Hurry up, guys, come on. Ace, what can you see?
It looks like a pickup truck. No, it's a tow truck. There's a hook on the back. Look, it must be hitting 70.
Everyone focus. It won't matter what's coming. Lilith, E, get across.
We're coming now.
Take it easy. Just get across. Once you're on the other side, everyone keep driving. Y'all wait for us around the next turn. I'll radio if they get by me.
What about you guys?
We'll come when everyone's across. Go. Blue Jay. Blue Jay, come on. Blue Jay.
What's she doing? Rob, what is she doing?
No. Blue Jay, speed up.
Blue Jay!
God damn it. Okay, take it easy, Ace. You ain't built for this.
Okay, I'm coming over.
God damn it, you got that clearance. Ace, get out of there.
Rob, what do? Rob?
It's not slowing down. Why is it?
Ace, get out of the goddamn car! Shit.
Rob, what can I do?
Glove box, get the
What?
blue plastic container.
Rob?
Hey, Ace. Rob's on his way, okay? Don't worry.
Crash. It didn't hurt them. Bristol, they're coming. Bristol?
I'm trying to get out there with the sun.
Bristol, can you help me, please?
Stay back. Hey!
No! Please!
Grow out of the uniform so fast. Yeah, that's what I keep telling them.
Let it go. Let him go.
It's going to be Saturday before I can let them know about the shift change, though. Price will be a little steep.
You hit one. Rob, you hit him.
Just go down, goddammit. Go down.
Bristol! Yeah, we'll see what happens on the day. I mean, that's all you can do. All you can do.
Oh my God.
No, please.
There are two short loops of thin chain hanging beside the tow hook. The mechanics feed Ace's arms through one loop each until he's hanging by the armpits in front of the hook itself. One of them grabs him by his hair and lifts.
Please, no. No, please, don't!
In that that moment, despite everything, despite all my journalistic ideals, my pursuit of truth, my duty as an observer, I close my eyes.
God damn it.
What just...
We have to go. We have to go.
The Left-Right Game stars Tessa Thompson as Alice, Amel Amin as Tom, W. Earl Brown.
Hey, we like you just the way you are. But let's be real, there's always room for a little upgrade, especially when it comes to grooming. Check out to get 20% off plus free shipping.
The Left-Right Game is brought to you in this dimension by Sonos. Experience brilliant otherworldly sound with Sonos.
Do you need me to adjust the tension? No. Maybe. Sorry, yes, please. Is that okay? Of course. No problem at all. Just keep pedaling as long as you can. Any forward movement is the goal right now. How long do I have left? 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Then we rest for another 3. Do you want a moment? All right. Keep going. You're doing well. Hello?
Hey, it's Laura again.
Hey, Laura. How's it going?
Great. Sorry I had to hang up earlier. Archie was being a little menace, weren't you? You know, you're the only one from the gang he hasn't met yet. You should come and visit.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm not getting out much at the moment, but maybe later in the year I could...
Oh, of course. Don't stress about it. Wait till you're, fully recovered and everything. Did you get our card?
I did. Thank you. It was lovely. I was actually wondering if I could ask you a question about uni.
Yeah, sure.
I'm trying to get in touch with Alice Sharman. She was in our year. Do you have her number? Sharman. British Caribbean, sounds American, studied journalism.
I don't think I know Alice. Was she in the cycling society?
No, she was... Well, crazy thing, I thought you were housemates for like 2 years.
Sorry, I don't think so. Didn't Max study journalism? Maybe give him a call.
Thanks, I already actually... Yeah, maybe. Thanks, Laura.
Okay. Sorry I couldn't help. See you soon, hopefully.
You have 1 new message and 3 saved messages. To listen.
Hey man, it's Craig. Sorry I missed you. I checked with Molly as well, and we sorry, I don't think we knew Alice. So, by the way, mad rumor going around. Did you get hit by?
Hey, Mum. I'm popular today.
Hey love. Are people calling you?
muscular. You're not cycling, are you?
What? No. How can I even? It's an exercise bike. You know, the physical therapy.
Oh, okay, good. So listen, I was on the phone with Dr. Moss, and she's actually free.
Mum, I don't need you to make calls for me.
No, I know. It's just that these things book up quickly, so if you wanted to, talk to her. I just wanted to make sure you had a space.
No, I get it. I don't know her. I don't know her.
Well, she's got really good reviews. There's a site that rates doctors. She's got 4.7 out of 5. I mean, only a few people have given her 1 star. And well, you know, if they're leaving bad reviews for a psychiatrist, maybe they aren't all there.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to always be bothering you. I've made the booking, but you can cancel it 48 hours beforehand. So, sorry, it feels silly now saying it. If you're sure that everything's all right, you don't have to. Hello?
When is it?
The left-right game is brought to you in this dimension by Sonos. Experience brilliant otherworldly sound with Sonos.
Do you need me to adjust the tension?
No. Maybe. Sorry. Yes.
Tim doesn't give a fuck. Be like Tim.
Please. Is that okay?
Of course. No problem at all. Just keep pedaling as long as you can. Any forward movement is the goal right now.
How long do I have left?
2 minutes, 30 seconds. Then we rest for another 3. Do you want a moment? All right. Keep going. You're doing well.
Hello?
Hey, it's Laura again.
Hey, Laura. How's it going?
Great. Sorry I had to hang up earlier. Archie was being a little menace, weren't you? You know, you're the only one from the gang he hasn't met yet. You should come and visit.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm not getting out much at the moment, but maybe later in the year I could.
Oh, of course. Don't stress about it. Wait till you're, fully recovered and everything. Did you get our card?
I did. Thank you. It was lovely. I was actually wondering if I could ask you a question about uni.
Yeah, sure.
I'm trying to get in touch with Alice Sharman. She was in our year. Do you have her number? Sharman. British Caribbean, sounds American, studied journalism.
I don't think I know Alice. Was she in the cycling society?
No, she was. Well, crazy thing, I thought you were housemates for like 2 years.
Sorry, I don't think so. Didn't Max study journalism? Maybe give him a call.
Thanks, I already actually. Yeah, maybe. Thanks, Laura.
Okay. Sorry I couldn't help. See you soon, hopefully.
You have 1 new message and 3 saved messages. To listen.
Hey man, it's Craig. Sorry I missed you. I checked with Molly as well, and we sorry, I don't think we knew it, Alice. So.
Uncanny County Spotify. I know, Hunter. You have She gets a cat people. So that's what you got.
You're riding alone on a moonlit but stormless night. You just missed your exit. Now there's only one way back home. So sit back, open your ears, and hold on tight, because you're about to take a quick detour through Uncanny County.
Come on, I can just make it.
Hey, Unit 207, I'll tell you something. You know how I'm so courteous? Here's another example of that. Today, everybody gets a gold star for following the orders to pretend as though you're going to retreat and not be oh so very naughty.
Hal Berkeley, you watch out, young man. I almost hit you.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Jesperson. I got done early at the garage, and I'm trying to make it to Lorene's before she closes up shop. It's kind of a big night.
You still have to look before you cross the street. If I'd been driving, you'd be dead right now. Right, Robbie?
Yes, Doris. Given those parameters, there would have been a 94% probability of that outcome. However, my sensors relayed the information to the car's braking system with almost 0.7 seconds to spare.
Thank you. Thank you, Robbie.
You are welcome. Please remember to look both ways before crossing the street.
Will do, Robbie. Ma'am, won't happen again.
See that it doesn't. Come on, Robbie, let's get back to our errands.
5:29. I can still make it. Ha! 0.7 seconds to spare.
Excuse me?
Nothing.
He was attempting a joke based upon the premise that we're about to close, but his calculations are off. We're not closing the store in 0.7 seconds. We're closing the store in approximately 7.3 seconds. Otherwise,
Well, Kevin, I say we let it slide for a regular like Hal. What can I do you for, Hal?
Dozen red roses.
You're nothing if not predictable.
You're right. It is a big night. Better make it 2 dozen.
2 dozen. Kevin?
2 dozen red roses coming up.
Big night? May I inquire as to what's so big about it?
You may inquire, though I may not answer.
I see. You know where it is. Margie McPherson spotted you spending your lunch hour yesterday at Wilma's Jewelers.
Is that the word? Sounds like quite a word. Though I may not answer.
I see. You know where it is. Margie McPherson spotted you spending your lunch hour yesterday at Wilma's Jewelers.
Is that the word? Sounds like quite a word.
It is, but the question is, does the word lead to another question, and will you be spending the evening popping it?
Wow. Is there such a thing as a secret in this town?
According to my sources, possibly, but you didn't hear that from me.
Here you are, Hal. 2 dozen red roses.
Thank you, Kevin. Now I just have to hope that she makes it home in time for dinner. All you help bots are keeping my Sally right busy.
These help bots of hers have been a godsend. Why, with their help, this town practically runs itself.
Yeah, except when they break down and Sally has to fix them.
But then she makes them better. She's made this whole town better.
I suppose she has.
Hal Berkeley, are you jealous of Sally's help bots? Is that why you're doing this?
Doing what?
Proposing?
No, it's not about me. I'm proposing to Sally because...
Gotcha! You're proposing to Sally. You're proposing to Sally.
All right.
Hope you two get to it soon. We could use some kids around this town.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Hey, keep it under your hat, okay?
I don't wear hats, but your secret is safe with me.
And me.
Thanks. Thank you both.
And Hal, she'll say yes, you know.
I hope so. I do hope so.
Depending upon certain variables, there is a probability of up to 82.7%.
Thanks. Thanks, Kevin.
Kevin, don't tell people the odds when you're talking about romance. Somebody needs an upgrade.
Hal Berkeley's girlfriend, Sally Poole, has always had a thing for machines. Folks in Junction Falls have seen her wander in the streets with her homemade robotic friend since she was a small child. Now, after breezing through college and graduate school in record time, she rejected the many offers from the private sector and brought her mechanical gifts back home to Junction Falls. Her homemade robot helpers and other futuristic contraptions allow its residents to relax and enjoy their freshly baked slice of the American dream. But Hal Berkeley's only dream is to spend more time with Sally, his girlfriend since childhood. And as of late, that dream has become more and more unfulfilled. And now he's about to find out that spending time together has a relative meaning, especially within the confines of Uncanny County.
Hi, hon. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, hey. Sorry, I must have dozed off.
Were you really asleep?
No,
I should have called.
that's okay, Sally. I made us dinner. I can just pop it in the oven and heat it up.
I already grabbed a bite at the diner. I'm sorry. I got hung up there working on Bert and Ernie. I had to totally realign their servos to compensate for the slippery new tile floors, and I didn't know you were cooking.
The Pirate
Richard
History
Glinville was to
podcast
command
comes
the
on.
voyage. Ralph Lane was to serve as
It's time to
governor
lay
once the
down.
colony was established. And John White
When the Pirate History podcast comes on, it's time to lay down.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start
This episode
automatically
of the
saving
Pirate
and investing,
History
so your
Podcast
money has a
is
chance to grow for you, your
151,
kids, and your
The
retirement.
Lost Colony.
You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Manana, Kenway, Tope.
Now it took a little stick. level. Level B level. Wonderful. Oh,
Now, see, when this bear decides to switch gears and go into revenant mode, what you gonna do? You ain't even got no shirt on, bro. You all skin and flesh that can be ripped to shreds easily by a bear. Let's never forget who bears are. Okay, I know they cute, I know they cuddly, I know they move slow, they're adorable, right? They're adorable, right? Until they ripping you in half and being purely omnivorous. Stop playing with these animals. Because at the end of the day, a bear is going to bear, and you don't know when a bear is going to bear because we ain't bears. But I am a Bears fan, man. Let's go, Bears.
This, and it's almost time. You see the stars are filling up. It's the band that's coming in here. The lights are getting brighter. I mean, what more else do you want, man? It's getting ready to happen. That's right. The 50th annual Grammy Awards are getting ready to start. Woo, going down. 50th annual Grammy Awards. I'm out of here. It's time. Peace. Man, L. Cool J's ready to take this stage, and it's almost about that time. Right about now.
Yo, whoever was on that Grammy production staff that was in charge of the synchronizing at the time would have got a smooth cuss out for me, man. Why you got me out here doing the false stars? I'm a little false stars now. I'm a little pump fake. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little premature. He was like, it's about to go down right about now. Woo! Yeah, you know what I'm saying? LL Cool J about to get on the stage, man. You got me out here looking crazy in front of the Louisiana Marching Man's second line, and we just off, timing-wise. But it's about to go down right about now.
Toads, Lloyd, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, Legends, Eric the Red, The Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. The English colony at Roanoke is one of the seminal pieces of American mythology. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got pirates. It's got plucky pioneers struggling to survive. It's got a fight against the British aristocracy. And of course, there's the horrific maltreatment of the Native Americans. Beyond that, it's just a good story. Which is why the story of Roanoke is so often used as fare for YouTube videos and poorly written magazine articles with titles like The Unsolved Mystery of America's First Colony, or at the other extreme, something like Secrets Revealed, What Really Happened at Roanoke. When of course the reality lies somewhere in the middle of those two extremes. We don't know what happened at Roanoke. We have very little data and we have no conclusive evidence. But on the other hand, we definitely know what happened at Roanoke. Imagine that you came home one day and you found a note on the fridge in your kid's handwriting that said, Grandma's house. You would know where the kids are. But that's not proof, of course. You could never really be sure they went to Grandma's house. Even if you got a call from one of your friends saying, yep, they're at Grandma's house, I saw them there this morning, well, you don't have evidence of that. You haven't seen it with your own eyes, so you can't ever really be sure. And of course, hard archaeological scientific data, that's the backbone of the study of history, for good reason. But we know what happened at Roanoke. The story I find really interesting is why there's still this idea of a mystery, why it pervades the story of Roanoke, why that's part of the American mythology, why we still have all of those cryptic headlines and mysterious titles intended simply to gin up interest in Roanoke and generate clicks for historical hacks on the internet. This is episode 151, The Lost Colony. In 1587, the Spanish Empire was really worried about the English colony on Virginia. At the very highest levels, they were worried, by which I mean the king, Philip II. And this wasn't some kind of ethereal concern about imperial sovereignty or their rights or the will of God. This was a very solid, tangible, real-world concern, and all of it was due to the threat of piracy. And that's a valid concern for the Spanish. The English were demonized by the Spanish as a nation of pirates. Elizabeth was the pirate queen, but the English absolutely deserved that characterization. Elizabeth was the pirate queen. The Spanish ambassador in London, which was, of course, a tense job even at the best of times, wrote to King Philip of English aspirations at their colony in Virginia. He said, quote, "They have proposed that all pirates who are out of this kingdom, England, will be pardoned if they resort there, Virginia, and the place is so perfect, as they say, for piratical excursions that your majesty will not be able to bring silver from the Indies without finding a great obstacle there, and that they will ruin the trade of your majesty's vassals, for piracy is the purpose of their going there." End quote. And it was proposed at one point that the colony at Virginia be used as a prison colony for pirates. They didn't do that, not yet at least, but it was a terrifying prospect. These concerns were valid. The proof of that was already quite evident. Last time we talked about the action off the coast of Bermuda, in which Captain Richard Grenville, in his ship the Tiger, captured the flagship of the treasure fleet, the Santa Maria. That's the big one. That's the headline-grabbing story. But every voyage to and from Roanoke thus far in this story has involved at least a little piracy. When Walter Raleigh stopped off at Roanoke to negotiate a treaty with the Native Americans there back in 1584, he was on his way back to England after a voyage of piracy. That initial wave of colonists in 1585, we talked about them last time. Well, they captured ships off the coast of Puerto Rico. And when Francis Drake rescued those same colonists, well, he was returning from a voyage of piracy. When Grenville, after taking the Santa Maria, returned back to Roanoke with 600 soldiers, there was piracy. I mean, it was happening all the time. The Spanish ambassador was 100% correct in his assessment, and the English crown didn't even have the shame to deny it. The abuse of the privateer system, of the letters of reprisal, well, that was obvious. But that's kind of the point here. When Queen Elizabeth and her top ambassadors consider punishing all of those pirates by relocating them to Virginia, and they do so in the hearing of the Spanish ambassador, they're doing that on purpose. That plan was a threat to King Philip. Now, there were English thinkers at the time that pretend otherwise. Richard Hakluyt, for example, was a proponent for agricultural colonization, and he wrote in tones of flabbergasted outrage, quote, "Portugal and Spain account all other nations for pirates, rovers, and thieves, which visit any heathen coast that they have sailed by or looked on." End quote. But of course, Portugal and Spain were right, and they would be proved right time and time again in the coming years. By that point, of course, Jamaica would dwarf all other concerns, but until then, Virginia was the boogeyman. I wonder if the Spanish would have been heartened, or maybe even pushed to act, if they knew the kind of trouble that the English were having at their colony at Roanoke. They built a fort and they put cannon emplacements there, and they secured an alliance with the local Roanoke people, but all of that had fallen apart. The English killed the Roanoke chief. They cut off his head. Alliances don't tend to last when you display the head of the people with whom you are supposed to be allied outside the walls of your fort. And then, after all of that, another group of Algonquin people from the mainland attacked the soldiers that were left behind to guard that fort. And that is the very last word we have of Roanoke until 1587. Now, back in England, the investors in this venture were not excited about the prospect of returning. It took a lot of convincing and a bit of bribery and a ton of propaganda to convince those investors to return. Walter Raleigh himself was hesitant to sink yet more time and energy, and money and manpower into the colony at Virginia. However, 3 Englishmen were very much interested: Richard Hakluyt, John White, and Thomas Harriot. Now, Hakluyt, of course, we know, and you'll remember John White from last time. He was a cartographer and artist on that first excursion to Roanoke. Thomas Harriot was on that initial expedition as well, and he wrote a pamphlet about the colony at Virginia. The historian Arthur Herman writes in his book To Rule the Waves, quote, Raleigh used Thomas Harriot's highly tarnished account of the Roanoke settlement, a brief and true report of the newfound land of Virginia, to drown out the critics and raise money for a second trial. End quote. And that's true. That brief and true report contained about as much truth as a 1950s advertisement. 9 out of 10 physicians recommend Camel cigarettes and colonizing America. It was all propaganda. But it worked here. And in the few cases where it didn't work, a few well-placed bribes got the job done. Now, these weren't bags of coin we're talking about. We're talking about promises to minor noble families of land in the new colony and exclusive trading rights down the road. And let me tell you, those bribes were going to cause not a small amount of bloodshed and piracy down the road. However, Hakluyt and White and Harriot, they had a more progressive view of the Virginia colony. They envisioned a proper colonial settlement, farmers and family and trade. They wanted something beyond the pirate port that someone like Raleigh envisioned. Now, they also intended to abandon Roanoke. They weren't going to attempt a settlement there. It was too dangerous at this point. Instead, they were going to build a new settlement at Chesapeake Bay, a city that would be called Raleigh. It was a far superior location to the Outer Banks, mostly due to the deep water port they could build there. It would offer proper oceanic trade rather than shifting shoals which would sink ships. It also had the benefit of superior soil for raising crops in the surrounding countryside. Now, John White was the key figure in his second attempt. He organized another crop of food and supplies and colonists. This time, though, that included women and children. One of those women was John White's own daughter, Eleanor, and her husband, Ananias Dare. To make everything that was to come even more tragic, Eleanor Dare was pregnant. And she wasn't the only pregnant woman on the voyage either. You see, these colonists weren't a military detachment as the previous crop had been. They were families, middle-class families from London and Plymouth. They were just people looking for opportunity in the New World. And that's bold, even dangerous. See, a military detachment would be able to defend themselves against the Spanish. They were technically building on Spanish territory. It was almost certain that at some point the Spanish would find them. But what kind of monsters would Spain be if they attacked a settlement that was almost entirely families, filled with women and children? And were that to happen, what kind of retaliation would England be honor-bound to offer back? If the colonists get away with it, great. The English have a new colony in America. But if they don't, and Spain butchers all of those women and children or puts them in chains, well, then England would have a license, in the eyes of the international community, to declare war on Spain and unleash hell. They would have France and the Netherlands and probably Portugal and maybe Italy and parts of Germany on their side. It would have been quite a win. But of course, that's not what happened. The fleet consisted of 3 ships. The flagship Lion, which was technically captained by John White. He was the commander of this voyage. But it wasn't really under John White. The ship's master and Portuguese pilot, Simon Fernandez, was really in charge on board the Lion. And in the eyes of the crew at least, John White was merely a passenger. Then there was a full-rigged pinnace under Edward Stafford. That's a ship that we might see as akin to a sloop of war. It's very similar to what a lot of pirate ships would look like, only this one had square rigging. It was small and sleek and filled with guns. That pinnace belonged to the Lion, and Edward Stafford was one of Simon Fernandez's men. And then there was a flyboat under Captain Edward Spicer. Now, the flyboat was not associated with Simon Fernandez. It actually belonged to John White, which is important here. The voyage set out on the 8th of May, 1587, and made for Africa and in the West Indies. And as has become customary on these voyages, they engaged in a bit of light piracy. While the colonists are on this voyage, though, I'd like to take a brief intermission to talk about Simon Fernandez and his infamous career. Fernandez was born in the Azores and trained at an illustrious Spanish Naval Institute. He trained to be a pilot and a petty officer. He wasn't nearly noble enough to be one of the higher-ups, but he was a skilled sailor and proved to be quite the leader of men. In fact, he served as a pilot on at least one Atlantic crossing of the Spanish treasure fleet back in the 1560s. But as ties between Portugal and Spain began to weaken, and as war eventually broke out between Portugal and Spain, Simon Fernandez left his Spanish service, and he sailed for England. There he joined forces with a Welsh pirate named John Callis. Now, Callis was never a privateer. He was always a pirate, and he liked it better that way. He wasn't terribly fond of the English crown, but he was smart enough to avoid attacking English shipping. Instead, he attacked almost exclusively Spanish ships and sold his cargo back in Wales. Together, John Callis and Simon Fernandez sailed up and down the Bay of Biscay, raiding any Spanish shipping they could find. They enriched a lot of Welsh businessmen in the process as well. They were popular back in Wales. Even though this was very much illegal, Elizabeth wasn't exactly inclined to work very hard at capturing pirates who operated against the Spanish. However, when the situation with Spain and England grew dire, Elizabeth had to do something. She had to deal with all of those pirates who infested her coasts. She sent a fleet out hunting, and even though it took some time, that fleet finally tracked the pirates down in 1576. Now, they captured the Swallow and arrested John Callis, but Simon Fernandez escaped. Callis attempted to argue his case, saying that he never worked against the English, and in fact, he would be willing to work for the crown. But those pleas fell on deaf ears. He was the figurehead. He was the Blackbeard of this pirate fleet. He had to be executed to show the Spanish exactly how serious the English were about the pirate menace. So Callis was hanged in Newport only a few weeks later.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
When the lows of bipolar depression feel dark, Caplyta is a chance to let in the light. Caplyta lumateperone is available by prescription only and can be taken alone or with lithium or valproate. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Caplyta is proven to deliver significant symptom relief from both bipolar 1 and 2 depression. And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Caplyta can cause serious side effects. Call your doctor about sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks in young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis or for people under 18. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Monitoring is recommended. These aren't all the serious side effects. Most common side effects include sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, and dry mouth.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta. Visit caplyta.com or call 888-252-4824.
But Fernandez and the other remnants of that pirate fleet, well, Queen Elizabeth, or really more specifically Walsingham, had other ideas about them. When they were finally tracked down a few months later, in 1577, they were arrested. But instead of being executed, they were offered jobs. Fernandez and his crew worked for Sir Humphrey Gilbert, and later on for Walter Raleigh and even Richard Grenville. A few of them at one point sailed under Francis Drake. This crew of Simon Fernandez were involved in at least half a dozen major transatlantic privateering raids. The same Spanish ambassador that we quoted earlier wrote to Fernandez, quote, "They are taking with them one Simon Fernandez, a Portuguese, a thorough-paced scoundrel who has given and is giving them much information about that coast, which he knows very well." End quote. As it turns out, privateering suited Simon Fernandez and his crew. They did very, very good work. They did so with royal approval, but, well, look, if you train a wolf to hunt with you, that doesn't necessarily mean that you've tamed the wolf. They're there for the meat, not for your company. So in a stroke of absolute brilliance, Walter Raleigh assigned this crew of famously murderous pirates turned privateers to ferry a bunch of women and children across the Atlantic. How exciting. And profitable. I mean, this is a terrible job for a bunch of pirates. Still, though, the colonists did make it across the Atlantic safe and sound. The flyboat did get blown off course in a storm, but there was nothing that Simon Fernandez could do about that. The Lion and the pinnace that sailed with it arrived at Roanoke on the 22nd of July, 1587. This stop at Roanoke was a planned stop. This wasn't going to be their home, but John White intended to go ashore to meet with those soldiers who were definitely still alive there and to inform them of the plan. Maybe he intended to take those soldiers along with him to the Chesapeake, or there's even some question as to whether the colonists intended to use Roanoke as a base, a place where they could stop while the rest of the ships went out looking for a proper place to colonize. Whatever the plan was, though, it really doesn't matter. John White disembarked the Lion and got on board the pinnace with 40 of his men. They were just going to go ashore for their brief stop, but Captain Stafford of the pinnace informed John White that there had been a change in the plan. Simon Fernandez made the decision to drop them all off at Roanoke. Now, Fernandez wasn't a monster. His ships spent the day ferrying women and children and property and supplies and basically everything they owned over to the shores, but it was still an awful betrayal. His ships were supposed to stay there and help them found a settlement, and then, once they had done so, they were supposed to go back to England with news of, where they were. And he was supposed to leave the pinnace just in case they all needed to escape. Instead, he dumped them all on Roanoke, and then he left. He sailed south down to the West Indies in search of easy riches and Spanish booty. Now, there are some records of Simon Fernandez's cruises in 1587, but nothing worth noting. And I'd like to characterize this as pirates doing pirate things. That's what you get when you employ a crew of murderous buccaneers, but there might be more to it. Back in London, there was this rift growing among Queen Elizabeth's gentlemen adventurers. Walter Raleigh, in particular, was not popular. It's possible, and it's been speculated by several reputable historians, that Simon Fernandez might have been paid to sabotage Raleigh's plan to colonize the Chesapeake. If he failed to do so in a timely manner, that means some of those other adventurers might get the opportunity. Of course, that's what happened, but we can't know whether or not Fernandez was in on it. When Fernandez and the other pirates finally left, 60 colonists stood on the shore of a tiny island across the ocean from their homes with no way back. That's not a great situation, but there's a reason I called them plucky pioneers. They might not have a ship home. They might be living among people who really didn't like them. But they did have all of this food and all of these supplies, and once they found the fort there on Roanoke, and it was somewhere around there, they could reasonably expect to find those few soldiers had a garden going. You know, they might know where the best fishing spots and hunting grounds are, and oh, by the way, they already had a fort. This all might just work out. The next morning, the colonists found the fort, Fort Lane, as it was known. But none of those dreams were realized. Fort Lane had been gutted. There were no homes inside, no warehouse, no smithy, no food, no people, just walls. The only sign they saw of any human life was a human skeleton, which was ominous. Now, most people in the years to follow have assumed that the skeleton belonged to the one soldier who was killed inside the fort during their battle. But then what about the survivors of that battle, the remaining 13? By the way, a seriously unlucky number to the English, especially English mariners. Well, these colonists didn't know what happened to those other 13, and neither do we, but it certainly looked like a bad omen. But then a few days later, some very welcome good news arrived. The last ship in the fleet, that flyboat, arrived there at Roanoke, carrying the rest of the colonists, which does suggest that they knew the plan was to land at Roanoke, and perhaps that they did intend to stay there for a while. Now, everyone was happy to see one another, as well as happy to see the arrival of their ship. Unlike the other ships, this one, belonging to John White, was going to stick around. It was a very, very welcome piece of news. But it wasn't salvation. The flyboat could carry some of the colonists back across the ocean, but it was too small to carry everyone. And as the days passed, it began to look more and more like they might need a lifeboat. A few days after they arrived, the flyboat, a colonist named George Howe was out hunting crabs on the coast of the mainland across the water. While doing so, George Howe was killed by a human being. Governor White took all the right steps in the wake of such an event. As soon as everyone was settled, he sent some of his officers over to Croatan Island, just across the water, to investigate the murder, as well as to, announce their presence and hopefully to negotiate a treaty. The Croatan explained that they were neither behind the attack on those 15 soldiers, nor were they behind George Howe's murder. Those who were behind those attacks were a coalition of shore-bound peoples who we've made reference to already. The negotiations between the Croatan and the English went well, and the Croatan promised peace, even friendship, but not an alliance. Their last alliance had ended poorly. Now, they weren't necessarily opposed to the idea, but they had to discuss it amongst themselves. Governor White agreed, and in good spirits he left Croatan Island. But then, Governor White led a party of armed men to the mainland to attack those who had killed George Howe. It's debatable as to whether or not this was the right move. The logic behind it seems sound. They had proved their willingness to kill. But it appeared to be abandoned. Upon closer inspection, though, they did find a few men hiding out. I can see how it must have looked like an ambush at the time. The English, thinking that was the case, killed them. The English attacked before dawn, and it was only later, in the full light of day, that John White realized his mistake. He wrote in his journal later that day, quote, "We were deceived, for the savages were our friends." End quote. Those they had killed were young Croatan men, little more than boys, really, that were searching the abandoned village for tools or food or whatever they could find there. See, the shorebound tribes had fled 2 or 3 days earlier because they feared the reprisal that would come for George Howe's death, which very likely wasn't murder, or at least not a premeditated. It's very likely, considering what a short amount of time the English had been there so far, that George Howe, surprised as well as was surprised by a Secotan man also out hunting crabs, who killed him out of fear. This was a series of disastrous accidents and killings that deteriorated relations between the English and the Native American population almost immediately. Things were looking grim for the Roanoke colonists. But then, a few weeks later, the colonists had their first happy news in some time. Eleanor Dare gave birth to a healthy baby girl. She was the first English child born on American soil, and the colonists named her Virginia. It's become a piece of American mythology. In fact, the county in which Roanoke resides is today called Dare County. However, their situation was still dire. The colonists there were trapped, essentially. They had their small flyboat, which could help a few of them escape, but not everyone. They had no way to escape by land since they were surrounded by peoples who wanted to kill them. They needed supplies, and they needed ships to take them away, and both of them they needed desperately. So the settlers urged John White to take the flyboat back to England and gather those necessities, to tell Walter Raleigh about their situation and about the pirate who had abandoned them. White, though, didn't want to do it. He didn't want to abandon his daughter and his granddaughter, and more than that, he worried that upon arriving in England, he would be branded a deserter. But Eleanor herself, his daughter, begged him to go. So John White eventually relented, and he departed for England on the 27th of August, 1587. And that's a significant date here. See, just about 3 months earlier, when John White was completely out of the loop, getting no news from the outside world, Sir Francis Drake sailed from England to Spain. He sailed on Cadiz, which is where Spain's biggest shipyards were, and he burned the Spanish fleet. Then he attacked several coastal forts and finally captured yet another Spanish treasure galleon. It was a major endeavor. It's known today as the singeing of the King of Spain's beard, and it signaled the outbreak of open naval hostilities between England and Spain. That's when the Spanish ordered all English ships in their ports captured. In the immediate aftermath, the rumors and then eventually the news of a massing Spanish armada intended to invade gripped the people of England. Elizabeth prudently announced a stay of shipping. She barred any ships that were suitable for the defense of England from leaving England. Her reasons were clear. She did so due to the, quote, invincible fleets made by the King of Spain for the invading of England, end quote. However, when John White arrived in Plymouth, he learned about this stay of shipping and learned that his ship was also included. He would have to stay, or at least his ship would have to stay. Now, Walter Raleigh did intercede with the Queen on behalf of John White and the Virginia colonists. He argued that they needed their help right now. Queen Elizabeth denied his request, and personally, I think she was right to do so. White, though, did manage to cobble together 2 ships that were deemed unsuitable for the defense of England, the Brave and the Roe. They embarked on a voyage to get back to the Roanoke colony with plenty of supplies and a way home. But just outside of Morocco, those ships were intercepted by Sali rovers flying the Sali Rouge. That is, of course, a coalition of French and North African Barbary pirates who had no love for England. They stole all of the food and all of the powder and all of the shot aboard those ships, as well as their dignity. John White wrote that he was hit, quote, in the side of the buttock, end quote. They left them their vessels, but they were incapable of making it across the Atlantic now. White was forced to return to England and to wait until after the Spanish Armada had failed to land and that the threat of the Armada had finally abated. It was 3 years after leaving Roanoke, in March of the year 1590, when John White finally departed England once again. Now, his hopes were not high. He knew that the chances of the Roanoke colonists were low, and during the voyage he was halted over and over again. There were other attacks by foreign pirates, and there were attacks by his ships upon foreign shipping. But White did finally arrive at the Outer Banks, but his fears were realized. The fort, Fort Lane, and Roanoke Island were silent, desolate, completely abandoned. No English person knew about this at the time, but a Spanish naval squadron back in 1588, shortly before the attempted invasion, had been dispatched from San Augustine to look for the English pirate haven that had launched the attack on the Santa Maria. They searched the Chesapeake first because that's where any sensible person would place a fort, but they obviously didn't find anything. Then, though, they did stumble upon the fort at Roanoke. But even back in 1588, 2 years before John White arrived again, the fortress was abandoned. It appears that only a mere few months after arriving at Roanoke, those 115 colonists, or however many were left, disappeared. John White investigated, but found only 2 pieces of evidence. First, there was a relatively fresh set of footprints, but then there were these 2 cryptic messages which have fascinated and intrigued people on both sides of the Atlantic for centuries now. There were messages scrawled on 2 separate posts at opposite ends of the fort. On the first one were 3 letters, C-R-O, and on the other, a much more clear message, Croatoan. I wonder what it could all mean. A real mystery we have on our hands. Perhaps no one will ever be able to decipher these cryptic messages, except of course we know what it means, and John White knew what it meant at the time. See, he knew better than anyone what these messages meant, because he had developed a system of symbols to communicate should anything bad befall the colony. He knew he might not make it back before they had to leave. And one thing is very notable here. If the colonists were attacked or feared abduction or forced to leave by outside forces, they were to scratch a cross into those same 2 posts. But there was no cross, just the word Croatoan. White knew as soon as he saw those letters that his family, his daughter and his granddaughter, and all of the other colonists were at the Croatan village just across the bay. They'd left a note on the fridge telling him where they were, and they were telling him that they had left willingly. They were not forced out of their homes. This was, in John White's mind, excellent news. As soon as the sun rose, he intended to sail over there and rescue everyone. This was the best situation he could have hoped for. But then, in the night, their anchor cable broke. His ship was pushed away from shore by the wind, unable to return to American shores. John White never made it back to the colony of Rome, or indeed to America at all. He did publish a book of maps a few years later that would be useful to those who followed in the footsteps of the Roanoke colonists. Those maps were helpful. None of them ever managed to decipher the mystery of the lost colony of Roanoke. But I've got the answer right here. In fact, it's quite simple. Sir Walter Raleigh was a liar and a scumbag. He made several trips across the Atlantic, purportedly looking for the colonists, but, legally speaking, if he investigated and found what we all believe to be the truth, that the colonists had abandoned Roanoke, he would lose his rights to the Virginia colony. That's why those 15 soldiers had been left there years earlier. And if Raleigh investigated and found that all of the colonists were dead, he would also lose all of his rights to Virginia. If, however, he investigated, but all of his attempts to locate the colonists ended in mysterious, inconclusive circumstances, that would allow Sir Walter Raleigh to maintain his monopoly, which is what happened. Of course, his monopoly would only last until 1603, at which point King James I threw Sir Walter Raleigh in prison for treason. And in the wake of his arrest and fall from honor, all of those other interested parties who were chomping at the bit to get a piece of that American land, well, the floodgates opened. 20 years after our last records of the colonists at Roanoke end, men named Christopher Newport would hear tales, while exploring the American mainland, of men in Native American villages wearing European clothes, of men who carried swords and even had guns living with some of the tribes in the region. And there were one people in the area who were noted for their occasional gray eyes and blonde hair and light skin. None of that is definitive proof of what may have happened to the Roanoke colonists. We don't have proof of anything, but, put all together, it does look very much that the colonists at Roanoke fled across the water to Croatan Island, where they were taken in. We can imagine, as did John White until his dying day, that Virginia Dare and all of the other colonists had the opportunity to grow up and live long, happy lives. Next time we're going to explore Virginia with Christopher Newport, but then we're going to introduce Jamestown and the pirates of Chesapeake Bay. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, or signed up to support the show through the website, everybody who has left us a rating or a review, and everybody who has recommended this show, online or in real life. I couldn't do it without your help. Thank you. Our theme music is, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, whatever you want to. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
From a voice that
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Mananam, Kinway, Toes, Moining, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, Legends, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hayfan, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. The characters we're going to discuss today, the two main characters at least, and really the story itself, are all extensions of the discussion we had about the English East India Company. Now that company doesn't play a role in today's story, but there are connections there. The Virginia Company shared a bunch of investors and shareholders and officials and even naval commanders with the East India Company. We're going to begin with one of my favorite characters, Christopher Newport. Now, Newport was not a pirate. He was a loyal and law-abiding privateer, but he has all the trappings of a pirate. You know, in his youth, he was a dashing, charming, handsome, talented sailor. He had that Shakespearean goatee and mustache combination that was so popular with Elizabethans and modern-day hipsters. But he could fence and he could dance, and he was literate. He knew how to read and write. And he also knew how to charm an audience with his tales. Suffice it to say, whenever this good-looking young rogue arrived in court or in port, he was very popular. As Christopher Newport aged, he grew into the figure of the old captain. He grew a big beard and scars on his face and lost one of his arms, which he replaced with a hook. But I think my favorite part of piratical cachet that Christopher Newport carried is his position, the position in which he usually found himself. Christopher Newport was almost always the underdog. Despite that, though, he almost always came out on top, through either his sheer force of will or his formidable talent, and when he failed, he did so with style. Now, his career looked very much like a pirate's career. You know, he was a privateer, during the war at least, but he followed a code on his vessels that looks not dissimilar to latter pirate codes. For example, corporal punishment. It wasn't outright banned on his ship, but he usually left the decisions of guilt and punishment up to the crew, unless they offended him personally. He followed orders when they were handed down to him, but when he was left to his own devices, Christopher Newport looks like Henry Morgan. He captured the Madre de Dios. That was the richest and grandest hall in all of the 1500s. And then in 1605, under a new king, Christopher Newport attempted an invasion of Spanish Jamaica. And it was almost successful. He was repelled, but he very nearly won the island for England 50 years before the Morgan family would invade. Christopher Newport is impressive and he's fun. He had quite a career. But he intersects with our story today when King James I granted a charter to the Virginia Company in 1606. The shareholders of that Virginia Company of London were rich. They were usually powerful, landed aristocrats, but even those that weren't members of the aristocracy were so rich that no one dared mention it, at least not to their face. The Virginia Company's governing body wrote a secret charter for the company's first voyage. They were sealed and handed to Christopher Newport, but nobody but those who had written the charter knew what they said, not even Newport. All they told Newport was that he was to command their maiden voyage to America and unseal their commands once they reached Virginia. Newport gathered his fleet of 3 ships that carried 105 men. Now it carried only men. This was a voyage of soldiers and hunters and construction workers, very much like the first voyage to the Roanoke colony. The 120-ton Susan Constant was the flagship of that fleet, and it was commanded by Admiral Newport. The smallest ship in the fleet was the 20-ton Discovery, but then there was the 40-ton Godspeed. The Godspeed was captained by our next player in today's story, John Smith. This is episode 152, An Ambitious, Unworthy, Vainglorious Fellow. I'm going to be upfront about this. I don't like John Smith as much as I like Christopher Newport. In fact, I don't like John Smith at all. Although I should, at least on paper, like John Smith. He lived an amazing life. At 16, John Smith left home to fight as a mercenary in the Huguenot forces of King Henry IV of France. And then, when that war was over, he went to fight for William the Silent in the Dutch Revolt. And then he sailed south to the Mediterranean to join the Barbary pirates that were sailing out of Salé. And he earned honors and recognition within the ranks of the Ottoman Empire through his feats of battle. I could have told the story of the 1500s through his eyes, but I don't want to, because I don't like John Smith. A large part of the reason that I dislike John Smith so much is because of his role in this story. On their voyage to America, when they were stopped at the Canary Islands, John Smith attempted a mutiny against Christopher Newport. Now that's not the bad thing. I mean, I'm always in favor of a good mutiny pulled off by an accomplished pirate. Of course, he didn't pull it off. Smith failed in his mutiny, and there at the Canary Islands he was arrested and clapped in irons. John Smith himself wrote his own account of what happened there in the third person, as he was fond of doing. He said that he had been, quote, restrained as a prisoner upon the scandalous suggestions of some of the chief people envying his repute, who feigned he intended to usurp the government, murder the council, and make himself king, that his confederates were dispersed in all 3 ships, and that diverse of his confederates that revealed it would affirm it. For this he was committed as prisoner. 13 weeks he remained thus. End quote. In John Smith's account, everyone, from Christopher Newport on down to his own confederates, were all lying about him and his true intentions. They all said he intended to murder the council and make himself king, but that is absolutely ridiculous. In John Smith's view, Christopher Newport not giving his men the option in this case, sentenced him to hang once they reached American shores. The fleet entered Chesapeake Bay on the 26th of April, 1607. Their very first landfall, known to history as their first landing, was at the southern cape of the bay called Cape Henry. They named it that after King James' eldest son, and also his presumptive heir. The North Cape, on the other hand, was called Charles, after the son who would go on to be Charles I, but they didn't name that till later. There at Cape Henry, Christopher Newport was preparing to hang John Smith for his attempted mutiny. But while everything was being prepared, Newport did as ordered and opened the charter from his bosses back in London. And that was impeccable timing, at least as far as John Smith was concerned. The Virginia Company shareholders had named him to the Council of Virginia, and for Christopher Newport, even as the admiral of the voyage, to hang one of the councilmen on his first day in America, well, that didn't look good. So John Smith went free, to the sorrow of everyone in Virginia, the colonists and the Native Americans. It's easy to like Christopher Newport on the one hand and demonize John Smith on the other, strictly based upon their treatment of Native Americans. I have a biography of Chris Newport that reads, quote, Captain Newport treated Indians with respect and attempted to win their cooperation through trading, rather than using physical force to subdue them. Unlike John Smith and other military leaders of the Virginia colony, he did not attack the Indians or steal food from them, nor did he enslave them. End quote. And that's all true, but it's a bit simplified. There are complexities to that quote and, honestly, that book don't dive into. First, we need to realize that Christopher Newport was a naval commander. He didn't spend that much time in Virginia, and when he was there, he spent most of his time building shipyards. Now, Christopher Newport was the first commander in Virginia to make contact with the Native Americans living nearby, the Powhatan people. We'll get to them in a minute. And he did trade with them. He did earn at least a moderate amount of trust. But that was really his only dealings with the Powhatan people. It's entirely possible that, given time and opportunity, Christopher Newport would have stepped on the same cultural landmines as John Smith did. However, Newport, being so commonly away from the colony, didn't dictate policy, and John Smith did. And thus he is guilty of all kinds of abuses against the Native American peoples. It was those abuses, as well as John Smith's treatment of the colonists there in Jamestown, that would lead one of his contemporaries to dub him an ambitious, unworthy, and vainglorious fellow. And it wasn't just any contemporary. It was a man named George Percy, who would follow John Smith as the president of the Council of Jamestown. The man who will have to live with the fallout of the events that will concern us over the next couple of weeks. But before we get to that, all of these colonists had a job to do in Virginia. After naming the council members for the colony, the shareholders ordered them to choose a site for their settlement that was far enough inland that passing Spanish ships wouldn't notice them. But that site also had to have access to the sea and, preferably, a deep water harbor. Now, the site had to be defensible from any Native American tribes that might attack by land, but they had to be close enough to land that they could easily move to the mainland for any military or agricultural or further colonial aims. All of those goals seem to be in conflict with one another. They're contradictory. But they were also necessary. So the settlers chose the best site that they could find, despite the flaws that would soon become quite apparent. Take a look at a map of coastal Virginia for me. Chesapeake Bay is fed by dozens of rivers, maybe hundreds of smaller tributaries. But the bay itself has 4 primary rivers that lead east. Their names are essentially the story of early English colonization. We'll get to those. But these colonists chose the southernmost river. They named it the James. That would be the site, deep, deep down the river, of their colony called Jamestown. The English, of course, also gave us names like Spanish Town and Port Royal and Fort Charles. They weren't the most original when it came to names. But the site they chose for Jamestown was on the tip of a peninsula feeding into the James River. Any passing ships that weren't, for some reason, traveling down the James River would not notice them. But it did have a deep water harbor nearby where a port could be built, giving access to the sea. It was a good location. The real coup in all of this was another river, what they called the Back River, because, get this, it was in the back, but the Back River separated the tip of that peninsula from the mainland. Now, it's not a huge river as far as the other waterways in the region were concerned, but it was enough to offer that tip of the peninsula a very defensible position from anyone who might attack by land. Now, the early days of the Jamestown settlement aren't really that relevant. They did everything that you might expect them to do. They built walls and topped them with cannon, making a fort. They built a warehouse and a church and shelter for the colonists. It was all necessary work. But I want to take a moment here to talk about the people that were living in this region already, the Powhatan people. Now, I call them the Powhatan people, but that's not exactly accurate. Really, they should be called the Powhatan Confederacy, which was a coalition of smaller tribes that were organized under the High Chief Powhatan. Now, I like the High Chief. He reminds me in a lot of ways of Vercingetorix, the Celtic leader who unified Gaul against Julius Caesar. The Powhatan, of course, were not as militarily powerful as the Gallic people, nor as populous, but, the English weren't exactly the Romans either. But the spirit here is very much the same. This is an indigenous people that is under threat from outside forces. For the Gauls, there were the Germans threatening them from across the Rhine, and for the Powhatan, there was the Mississippi Confederation that was coming up from the south. Both of them made alliances with foreign, militarily strong powers, the English and the Romans, respectively, and both of those alliances turned out to be dangerous. And I mean existentially dangerous for the people there. But the Powhatan knew that they were coming. Previous voyages that were not full of colonists had agreed to buy a piece of land in the region from the Powhatan people. The English did this with their permission. And then Christopher Newport met with the chief's eldest son and traded with him, setting the groundwork for peaceful cohabitation and even the possibility of an alliance. At the beginning, things were looking up. The Powhatan very kindly sent some of their men to the English to help them establish their colony.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Forget the frustration of picking commerce platforms when you switch your business to Shopify, the global commerce platform that supercharges your selling wherever you sell. With Shopify, you'll harness the same intuitive features, trusted apps, and powerful analytics used by the world's leading brands. Sign up today for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/tech, all lowercase. That's shopify.com/tech.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant cultures. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and everything in between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by a trained Egyptologist. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing arc of a mighty kingdom. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience a legendary culture.
But it was John Smith that screwed everything up. At this point, Christopher Newport had left the colony. He was going back to England to gather supplies and more colonists. And John Smith wasn't the president of the council, but he was the one who made this decision. To understand how exactly John Smith so offended the Powhatan people, we should take a moment to look at some of their traditions. First, let's talk about Native American warfare amongst the woodland peoples. Before the arrival of guns and horses, the woodland tribes fought with bows, spears, javelins, and shields. It looked kind of like European warfare, minus the guns. They had shield walls and spear formations and arrow volleys. However, that was only in the big battles. Most fighting done by Native American peoples was done by small raiding parties, groups of people that would sneak in during the dark of night to steal food and booze and weapons, and human beings. There have been correlations drawn between the pirates consorting with indigenous peoples and their early adoption of what looked quite a lot like indigenous tactics. But the goals were different. When woodland tribes raided one another, they did so not to massacre or to utterly defeat one's enemies, but to humiliate their foes, to show their superiority over the enemy, and to take their women. You know, war is all about resources like land and food and money. Modern day war has a lot more to do with rare earth minerals, but the key resource in tribal warfare was always women. That's something that societies lose as they advance in size. Once communities have a large enough gene pool that they no longer have to rely on outside sources, they no longer have to capture foreign women. But it's something that we see not just from the Native Americans, but from tribal societies of all stripes. Take Vercingetorix. His Celtic Gauls and the Germans nearby did that sort of thing all the time. But it wasn't killing all the men and burning their village and carrying the women away in chains. That total warfare wasn't how things were done. It was a real fight. People bled and people died in these battles, but the victors walked away with resources, as much as they could carry, and new brides. And at least in the case of the woodland tribes, they were brides, not slaves. I really have a hard time wrapping my head around that. I don't know that I can understand how those women must have felt. I can't imagine that they were thrilled about it, but they weren't held in captivity. They weren't resigned to their unhappy fate. Most Native American women who lived under circumstances like that seemed to accept their new lives and their new husbands. And we see this sort of thing later on in the American West. You know, there would be pioneer girls who were carried off after an Indian raid, but oftentimes they would be found years later with husbands and children. And often they didn't want to leave. And of course, that's not always how things went. There are old ideas like the noble savage ideal, and of course there are drastic differences between different nations and tribal people, but I personally think that it's a question of values. We might find behavior like that unacceptable, amoral even, but to those women who had been captured, their new husbands had just proved themselves to be brave, capable warriors. They proved that they could be protectors and providers. But then again, just because many of these women were Satisfied with their new accommodations, we shouldn't assume that life was great. We can't paint with a utopian brush here. I mean, life was hard, and women in these societies were second-class citizens. It looks once again like Gallic or Nordic tribal peoples. And the way that their women were treated often looks almost progressive compared to, the Roman people or even the English of the era in which we're speaking. But it wasn't really. Those women still had duties that they had to adhere to. They had to bear children and raise them. They had to carry stuff. When they were on the move, as tribal peoples often were, the men had to be ready to defend everyone. And the women had to do the cooking and preserving and the fire tending and all of those domestic duties. And they had to do the farming. And I want you to pay attention to the farming. Because, at least among the eastern woodland tribes, it was strictly a woman's job. Meanwhile, the men had to be prepared to fight, but they only actually fought very occasionally. Most of the time, they were hunting or fishing, or building canoes, or riding around in the canoes that they had just built. Come to think of it, that sounds like a perfectly equitable society to me, even an ideal towards which I think we should all work. But I bring all of that up because John Smith made a huge mistake here. He, with those Powhatan men who had been sent to aid these new colonials, he put those men to work in the fields, which admittedly was necessary work. They had to sow and till. They were trying to grow crops to eat. But those men, those Powhatan men, I don't think they would have minded any other sort of work, hunting or fishing or scouting or even helping to build their structures. They would have been fine with that. But instead, they were made to farm. And gender roles today aren't nearly as strong as they were in the past. They're nothing compared to what they were in tribal societies, but I have trouble even coming up with a good analogy that would make sense to modern people. However, being made to farm in the eyes of these Powhatan men was an affront to their masculinity, to their pride, to their honor, and even to their society. The English had turned these men into women, and that suggested that they thought of the Powhatan as second-class citizens. As soon as this state of affairs became apparent, relations with the Powhatan immediately soured. They stopped trading with the English, and they attacked the fort to rescue those men who were... Well, there are a lot of euphemisms that one hears about the status of those Powhatan men. They're servants or indentured servants even, or I've seen volunteer laborers before. If that was really the case, then why did a party of Powhatan warriors who were friends with the English just a few months earlier, why did they raid the fort in an attempt to rescue those men? The Powhatan were slaves. The English, John Smith in particular, yeah, but the English as a whole were just arrogant enough to assume that the Powhatan had realized their apparent inferiority and just given them slaves. They saw nothing wrong with what they had done, and they saw it as a betrayal when the Powhatan attacked them. Near the end of 1607, in December, Christopher Newport returned to the colony at Jamestown, and he was appalled at what he saw there. While he had been gone, about 62 people had died. There were only 38 Englishmen left alive in Jamestown. Now, some had died in attacks from the Powhatan, but most had starved to death. We know that Newport was confused. We know he was furious and that he demanded answers. And we know that John Smith told him tales of the treacherous Powhatan and their many raids. But we don't have Christopher Newport's thoughts on the validity of that explanation. Still, Newport brought in a ton of food for the colonists and a few more cannons to help bulk up their defenses. There were muskets as well, and 100 additional men. 2 women came with him as well. This was just the shot in the arm that Jamestown needed, and by April they seemed to be up and running again. So, once the colony seemed to be in good working order, Newport left on yet another supply run. His ships were filled with the colony's only export thus far, which he was thrilled with at the time. He had hundreds of pounds of gold. But of course, it was only fool's gold. It was pyrite. That's why the settlers had had so much trouble growing food. They were busy prospecting fool's gold. Still, after Christopher Newport's visit, the colonists did appear to attempt real agriculture, enough food to keep them on their feet. It's around this time that we hear John Smith's maxim, "He who does not work will not eat." In August, John Smith left Jamestown to go out and explore the Chesapeake. It was a voyage of exploration, but it was also an attempt to find other sources of food, other tribes that weren't affiliated with the Powhatan to trade with him. Now, he did find one group willing to trade, but it took about a month to reach them, and they didn't have much surplus. On their way back to Jamestown, John Smith and his party were attacked by Powhatan warriors. And about this time, we run into a problem. We have a really hard time discerning fact from fiction. See, we really only have the one account of everything that happened at Jamestown, and that's the account of John Smith. Now, we have dissent from virtually every other literate man that survived, but they don't give their own records. Generations of historians have tried to conjure the truth of what may have really happened over the following months, but there aren't any Powhatan records to compare it with. Really, we only have John Smith's account, and I, for one, don't believe a word of it. And I'm really not alone. Smith tells us that the English were attacked and ambushed on a march inland. All of his men were killed, but Smith managed to survive by taking one of the Powhatan warriors prisoner. It was apparently one of the chief's sons. Smith used that warrior as a human shield and negotiated his way back to Chief Powhatan. The chief, though, as you might imagine when his son was used as a human shield, was incensed and demanded the immediate execution of John Smith. Warriors grabbed him, tied him on posts to the ground, and prepared to execute him with a club. But right then, the chief's 13-year-old daughter, Pocahontas, interceded. I'll let John Smith himself tell it. He writes, quote, "At the minute of my execution, she hazarded the beating out of her own brains to save mine. And not only that, but so prevailed with her father that I was safely conducted to Jamestown." End quote. Some historians have suggested that this was a ceremonial event. Once John Smith's men were defeated and killed, they took him to a ceremonial execution in which it was a woman's job to save the foreign commander, that is, to humiliate them without killing one of their leaders, the sort of thing that we do see in a lot of tribal societies. But others have pointed out that this was not written about in John Smith's diaries there at Jamestown. It was only written about years later, after Princess Pocahontas had been married off to a Virginia planter and brought to England. To hear Smith tell it, though, this girl had clearly fallen in love with him, and he used that to the advantage of the English people, in his telling. He negotiated a new treaty by trading some bauble to the chief, and once again, the colony at Jamestown had peace and plenty. It was an amazing time, according to Smith. The sky was filled with rainbows, and gold fell from heaven. The Powhatan just kept throwing them parties, and all of the women really enjoyed themselves, and Smith, I heard, even tamed a wild unicorn. And then, tragedy. There was a sudden infestation of rats, and all of their grain spoiled, and a bunch of people died, all within only a few days. And this is the really embarrassing part, you guys. Right then is when the second supply mission showed up. Unexpectedly. I mean, everything was just amazing there in Jamestown, thanks entirely to John Smith and his powers of seduction over a 13-year-old, until like a week before you guys arrived. I know it looks bad, but trust me. Biographies of John Smith will point to this period before the second supply mission arrived as a time when things were great in Jamestown, but no evidence supports that claim except for the journals of John Smith. The journals of those who arrived paint a very different picture of a colony, once again, thanks to Smith, on the brink of collapse. However, even though this mission was not commanded by Christopher Newport, they once again saved them by dropping off plenty of food and tools. They even dropped off a few German and Polish colonists. And as soon as the supply mission went back to England, once again, everything was rainbows and unicorns under the wise and benevolent rule, the benevolent leadership of John Smith. Again, none of that's true. John Smith was a braggart, and he was a liar, and he wrote all of this years after the fact. He did so simply to secure his position in the company. For example, one of those German or Polish settlers warned John Smith of an impending attack from the Powhatan that he had seen signs of. John Smith did everything one does in that situation, called the men to arms, fired back on them, fought them off. But in his memoirs, after Pocahontas was in England and kind of famous, he says that Pocahontas sneaked into the fort, into his private chambers, you understand, to warn him of the danger approaching from her father's forces. None of that happened. John Smith was a disaster, and what was to come is going to prove it. See, the colonists were awaiting yet another supply mission, this time under Christopher Newport, and once again they had abandoned agriculture and begun digging for fool's gold. But that supply mission, which was to be their salvation, was the voyage of the Sea Venture. That's the ship that would crash so famously on the coast of Bermuda. Now that's the story that leads to the English colonization of Bermuda, and of course William Shakespeare's play The Tempest. But for our purposes, it spelled disaster for the Jamestown settlers. Next time, we're going to discuss the fruits of John Smith's labor, what is known to history as the Starving Time. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon or signed up to support the show through the website, which, by the way, at very long last is finally back up and running at full potential. I'd also like to thank everybody who has recommended this show to your friends or family, and everybody who has left us a rating or a review wherever you listen to the show. That helps get the show noticed, and without all of you, this show wouldn't be possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound. Those tales from the old country told for a night and a pound. eyes that see. From a voice that could shake down the dreams. And the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first life was born, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast. I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro. No way. And finding out the 4th line is free. Things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any Metroflex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Manana, Kinway, Toes, Loining, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, Legends, Eric the Red, The Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time we discussed the foundation of the colony at Jamestown, mostly through the stories of Captain Sir Christopher Newport and John Smith. We left the Virginians there in a precarious situation. There were about 200 settlers alive, probably fewer at this point, and they continued to die at an alarming rate. They were low on everything: ammunition, fuel, space, but above all, they were low on food. The people were starving at Jamestown, and they were unable to do anything about it. They couldn't hunt, or fish even, due to the swampy nature of their land and to the hostility of the neighboring Powhatan people who would attack them if ever they left. The Powhatan had formerly been friends, but they were hostile toward the English at this point due to the incompetence of their leadership and the arrogance of the English people. This also prevented them from trading for food. The Powhatan had been their trading partners, but now the only people willing to trade with the English were almost a month away. The colonists were, at this point, relying exclusively on imports of supplies from England. They were growing their own food, but that still had some time before it could provide nearly enough to feed everyone. In early 1608, things were looking bleak for the people in Jamestown. Then, their expected supply ships failed to arrive. That fleet, led by Christopher Newport on the flagship Sea Venture, carried food and 400 additional settlers, and the man who was going to be the governor of Virginia. Thomas West, the 3rd Baron de la Warre, is going to be the first real political player in the story of Jamestown. But his role in today's story is going to be minimal. At least, it's going to be brief, but it will be impactful. The Sea Venture and the other ships in the fleet intended to bring supplies to America wrecked off the coast of Bermuda. All of those supplies that were intended for Virginia were stuck there in the middle of the Atlantic. When we left off, I had some harsh words for John Smith. My biases were front and center, mostly due to Smith's many failings in administration. But even more than that, really, was his tendency to tell untruths, is the polite word, but they were lies. They were propaganda. And today I tried to be fair to John Smith. I really did, but I'm going to warn you, that bias is only going to get worse. This is episode 153, The Scum of Men. Let's begin with John Smith's famous proclamation to the people of Jamestown. He that will not work shall not eat. Now that's a Bible reference, but Smith used it in a much more nefarious fashion. It was little more than a clever way for John Smith to deflect blame for the suffering of the people of Jamestown onto the colonists, to deflect it away from himself. Agriculture takes time, and admittedly, the people of Jamestown wasted a lot of time digging for fool's gold and forcing the Powhatan to farm for them. Had they focused initially on growing crops, they would have plenty of food at this point, but they didn't. Now that they realized the situation they were in, though, it was still taking time for them to grow enough food to feed everyone, especially since more people had arrived. All of this, on some level, very much appears to be the fault of John Smith. So when their dear leader, and by this point John Smith was president of the council, when he says that he who does not work will not eat, that raises questions. Primarily, eat what? Their rapidly dwindling rations, they didn't have enough food to feed everybody. And John Smith didn't count the gathering of roots and herbs as work, and that's what most of the men needed to do to survive. Of course, John Smith made sure that those who had absolutely essential jobs got some of those rations. You know, those who, along with John Smith, sat around tables deliberating and signing papers. They got to eat. This began very quickly to look like the darkest days of the Soviet Union. But that took years. And when I say dark, I mean it gets really dark. By 1608, over 100 people had died at Jamestown, and it was going to get a lot worse. Into all of that, in August of 1609, 300 more settlers arrived. The majority of those settlers were from the wreck of the Sea Venture back on Bermuda. They'd dismantled their wrecked ships and built 2 new, smaller vessels to carry them to America. Now, Christopher Newport was still on Bermuda, dealing with the colonization efforts there. But the man in charge of this leg of the voyage was Lord de la Warr. He wasn't actually Lord de la Warr, he was his son. But when this character becomes a prominent player in our story, we'll be talking about him next time, he will be the Baron de la Warr. His job on this venture was to be the governor of Virginia, the acting governor under his father, who was officially governor for life. However, once he arrived there at Jamestown and saw the situation, saw the people starving, and realized that it was a very dangerous place to be, well, because of the wreck, you understand, there were issues to tend to back in England, so he had to set sail, and he did so immediately. Had he done so with the settlers whom he brought with him, and those who were currently starving in Jamestown, you know, it's fine to leave a token force behind with enough food to support themselves, but had he saved all of those people, I would laud the young Lord de la Warr as a hero. But that's not what he did. The people wanted to return with him. Those who just arrived looked around and saw how everything was here in Jamestown. They wanted to turn around and leave, but the young lordling forced them to stay. When they tried to leave anyway, he turned his guns and threatened them with violence. Then he turned around and took his ships with him, all but one vessel that belonged to a company of independent colonists, and 2 others that were too small to carry everybody home. And then, a few months later, John Smith was wounded in an explosion in his pack of gunpowder on his hip. He was badly burned, according to every report. I'm not sure I believe any of those reports, but I'm in the minority there. However, you may remember the gift that John Smith gave to Chief Powhatan last time. The gift that was the only thing keeping the colonists alive. But once John Smith left, the gift giver was gone. Whether or not John Smith's injury was real, whether or not it was a tragic accident or intentionally nefarious, John Smith had just doomed his country. And I'll pile on the horrific tragedy here by telling you that this particular group of colonists was almost entirely made up of families. There were women and children here, including one person I'd like you to take note of. We don't know her name, but we know that she was the 14-year-old daughter of a middle-class London family. Now, put yourself in the shoes of one of those colonists who had just arrived at Jamestown. When you joined the Virginia Company voyage to sail for America, you had high hopes for the future. You had no idea of the real situation in Virginia. When you found out the reality of that situation, you tried to turn around, but Lord Dewar turned you back and took most of the ships back with him. And then the president, John Smith, told you of his policy. Those who do not work will not eat, but there's no food anyway, so what are you going to eat? And then that man who gave you that mandate sailed away. He had a whole ship to take him back to England, while you and all of your family and friends are slowly growing hungrier and hungrier. Not only that, some of his closest advisors accompanied him because they were necessary members of his party. You had just been abandoned to starve to death. I'd be angry about that, and the colonists were angry. Many of them were too hungry at this point to do anything about it, but a few of them who had a ship of their own, Plymouth men mostly, took that ship up north where they founded the first colony in what would become New England. Now they did so legally under the auspices of the other Virginia Company, the Virginia Company of Plymouth. Nothing would come of that colony, and nothing would come of the Plymouth Company, but those men who left would make it safely back to England. At this point, there were only 2 ships left in the harbor there at Jamestown, out of a total 9 that had been there at one point, and neither of those ships was large. It was a hopeless situation. Now, I can't really condone or say that I agree with what was going to happen next, but I also can't blame those who did it. Donald Chamet writes in his book Pirates on the Chesapeake, quote, "By the fall of 1609, the colony, beset by political upheaval, Indian attacks, famine, disease, and weak leadership, was rapidly degenerating into total chaos. Starvation, laced with cannibalism, desertion, a lack of civil authority, and idleness, all but guaranteed the colony's failure. As one contemporary chronicler of the descent into piracy later wrote, and now quoting that chronicler, "Unto idleness you may join treasons wrought by those unhallowed creatures that forsook the colony and exposed their desolate brethren to extreme misery." End quote. The unhallowed creatures in question were a small group of men who, when they realized how bad things were in Jamestown, took their guns and marched inland. But they didn't do so to attack the Powhatan, they did so to trade with the Powhatan. Now this was extremely dangerous. At this point, the Powhatan were killing any English people who left their island. But these men managed to talk their way to the chief's eldest son, who, if you haven't figured it out yet, was kind of an emissary. These English sailors had a deal to propose to the Powhatan. They were going to trade them the guns that they carried, along with a fair amount of powder and shot, and even show the Powhatan how to use them. What they wanted in return was some food But they weren't doing so for the salvation of Jamestown. Had that been the case, I don't think the Powhatan would have agreed. Instead, and this is the juicy bit here, those men were going to take that food and leave. This group of men was still healthy and hale. That made them dangerous. Most of the people of Jamestown were too weak to fight, and many of those that weren't were women and children. Getting rid of these men without violence was a good deal. So those men were given the food they requested and led back to Jamestown. They were led back under guard, of course, to ensure that no treachery took place, but the Powhatan even helped them, under cover of darkness, load that food onto one of their ships. That evening, they approached certain men in the colony, a few other kindred spirits, and they offered them a chance to escape. They only offered that to healthy men who knew their way around a ship, or at least knew their way around a musket. And when dawn came, that ship weighed anchor and sailed out of the harbor, into the Chesapeake, and out into the Atlantic. Much later, John Smith, writing from his comfortable convalescence with a full belly, would write in tones of deepest indignation, quote, "They stole away the ship. They made a league amongst themselves to be professed pirates with dreams of mountains of gold and happy robberies. Thus, at one instant, they wronged the hopes and subverted the cares of the colony, who, depending upon their return, foreslowed to look out for any further provision. They created the Indians our implacable enemies by some violence they offered. They carried away the best ship, which would have been a refuge in extremities. They weakened our forces by subtraction of their arms. They are the scum of men. Failing in their piracy, that being pinched with famine, after their wild roving upon the sea, when their lawless hopes failed, some remained with other pirates they met. The others resolved to return to England, bound themselves by mutual oath to agree all in one report, to discredit the land, to deplore the famine, and to protest that their coming away proceeded from desperate necessity." End quote. I know that in any discussion of history, I'm supposed to be neutral. I'm supposed to leave my biases at the door, and I know that I'm not that good at it. But I really tried here. I tried to look at this from both angles, but I can't. I have to be honest with you. I hate John Smith. I despise him. Let's break down that little passage, shall we? The very first thing he does is deride these pirates for their dreams of mountains of gold, dreams that he made up because he was not there when these men left. He didn't know what was in their hearts, and beyond that, why was the Virginia Company in America in the first place, if not for mountains of gold? But of course, those riches, those mountains of gold, are for men with pedigrees and sirs on their names, not the filthy commoners left to starve by Smith himself. Then he goes on to blame the pirates for making enemies of the Powhatan people, which they didn't. That was John Smith, who used the chief's son as a human shield. Now, he bought peace for them, but he was the one that began the conflict with the Powhatan. And then John Smith denies, or at least attempts to downplay, the famine that his people were suffering. "Oh, sure, they're starving a bit, but it's nothing serious. Tighten your belts and haul yourselves up by your bootstraps, as any good peasant who knows their place would do." These men instead decided to leave, which, as we will see, is what saved their lives. And then he has the gall, when a few of them return to England with tales of starvation, tales that we know to be true and that John Smith was doing his best to hide from everyone, horrifying, unbelievable tales, John Smith has the gall to accuse them of coming up with a story and unifying behind it. This reminds me of the tactics used by the filthiest, sort of politicians all across the world. Those who buy their way into power or otherwise buy those in power to ensure that everything stays as beneficial to those at the very top as possible. While people starve all across the world, while people die from needless wars and preventable causes, these people manage to secure all of the world's resources for themselves. That's the point. And that is what John Smith was defending in the Virginia Company. And when a few managed to escape through means that I will admit I don't find tasteful, but when they managed to escape and bring tales of the truth of what John Smith and his ilk had done, he painted them as conspirators and liars. He deflects all the blame for things that he was directly responsible for onto these pirates. And it worked. John Smith is still often lionized despite his many abuses as an American pioneer who, let's remember here, was a dashingly handsome blonde that championed the Indian cause. And Pocahontas, who, when Disney makes a movie about it, has to be old enough to be super hot without making it weird, even though it was pretty weird. Well, she fell for her savior, John Smith. That's the story that we're told to believe, and it's a lie all perpetrated by Smith himself.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
Napoleon Bonaparte rose from obscurity to become the most powerful and significant figure in modern history. Over 200 years after his death, people are still debating his legacy. He was a man of contradictions, a tyrant and a reformer, a liberator and an oppressor, a revolutionary and a reactionary. His biography reads like a novel, and his influence is almost beyond measure. I'm Everett Rummage, host of the Age of Napoleon podcast, and every month I delve into the turbulent life and times of one of the greatest characters in history, and explore the world that shaped him in all its glory and tragedy. It's a story of great battles and campaigns, political intrigue, and massive social and economic change. But it's also a story about people, populated with remarkable characters. I hope you'll join me as I examine this fascinating era of history. Find The Age of Napoleon wherever you get your podcasts.
George Percy had other opinions on the matter, most notably regarding John Smith and his character. He wrote, quote, "that many untruths concerning these surroundings have been formerly published, wherein the author hath not spared to appropriate many deserts to himself, which he never performed, and stuffed his relations with so many falsities and malicious detractions." End quote. Another opinion from the 1600s, but a generation or two after John Smith, comes from a man named Thomas Fuller. In his book, The Worthies of England, Fuller wrote that Smith's, quote, "perils, preservations, dangers, deliverances, they seem to me almost beyond belief, some beyond truth. Yet we have two witnesses to attest them, the prose and the pictures, both in his own book, and it soundeth much to the diminution of his deeds that he alone is the herald to publish and proclaim them." End quote. In fact, everyone who wrote about Captain John Smith had much the same opinion. Smith was an ambitious, unworthy, and vainglorious fellow. But all of these recriminations came as a response to his published journal, a journal that was a bestseller. John Smith wrote in the third person, in defense of the accusations against him, quote, "He wisely prevented their policies, though he could not suppress their envies. Yet so well he demeaned himself in this business, and his adversary's malice, and those suborned to accuse him accused his accusers of subordination. Many untruths were alleged against him, but being so apparently disproved begat a general hatred in the hearts of the company against such unjust commandos. Many were the mischiefs that sprung daily from their ignorant yet ambitious spirits. End quote. And every time that Smith wrote to refute another accusation added to the chorus of accusations, he had the same defense: that they were jealous of his greatness, that they were attempting to bring him down so they could replace him, and that they were, all of them, in league, hunting him as a witch. Still, that was the first recorded act of piracy in the English colonies. Now, of course, there had been acts of piracy involved on every English voyage to the Americas thus far, from Walter Raleigh to Richard Grenville, Christopher Newport, John Smith. None of them were able to resist the allure of a bit of free plunder. But all of those raids took place elsewhere. None of them in Virginia, usually in the West Indies, but sometimes off the coast of Africa. And to me, all of them ring kind of false, as piracy goes. They were illegal, it was piracy, but they don't feel like pirates. They feel like white-collar crimes. Those were powerful men with lots of money and famous names that were going about their business, setting up a colony, but in the process they saw an opportunity to enrich themselves. An opportunity hundreds of leagues offshore that was not going to arouse any interest back home. If anyone even bothered to notice, these men had powerful backers in the Parliament and in the King's Court. If someone did complain about this bit of piracy, no one who mattered here would face consequences. After all, Lord Muckety-Muck of, House Who's It was too big to fail. On the other hand, it's difficult to say what the genuine intentions and actions of these pirates were. On its surface, even if we were to believe John Smith, I might not find their actions moral, or perhaps not even acceptable. But if you were in their shoes, starving to death alongside hundreds of others, and you had a chance to escape, what would you do? But I don't think that we can trust John Smith's account of events there at Jamestown. These men, it very much appears, took that ship and returned as quickly as possible to England, to warn the people there of what was happening in Jamestown and to attempt to get relief for their fellow colonists. And it was John Smith who, in his many lies to defend his own position, called them liars and had them prosecuted. His fear of taking even the smallest amount of blame led to the death of over 350 people and the unlawful persecution of 50 pirates. The people left at the colony at Jamestown, 300 of them at this point, were still starving. When relief finally arrived several months later, those 300 people were almost all dead. There were only 50 left alive, all of them on the brink of death. And how those 50 survived is, well, that's when this story gets really dark. Centuries later, an archaeological dig at the original Jamestown site found a cemetery that had been hidden away by those who brought the relief supplies, those who realized what had happened and realized that it was their fault and tried to hide it. They built a building on top of the cemetery. That building eventually fell apart. The remains were found underneath. The remains of dozens of people. And among them, they found the bones of that 14-year-old girl I mentioned earlier. They did a forensic analysis on all of these, and on that 14-year-old girl, they found Signs that are suggestive of, to say they prove it is difficult, but certainly suggest very strongly that she suffered a death very much like that of livestock. That is to say that this girl, in the final days of this initial attempt at the colonization of Jamestown, was butchered like an animal for her meat. And she wasn't alone. Others were cannibalized by the cream of Jamestown, the highest-ranking people left in the colony, so that those who mattered would be allowed to survive. That's the fate that John Smith and Lord de la Warr, and all of the heads of the Virginia Company, and even to a lesser extent, though I hate to admit it, Christopher Newport, that's the fate that they abandoned the first colonists of Jamestown to. One group of men escaped in an attempt to save their own lives and perhaps the lives of their fellow colonists, while another group forced that fate on them and then lied about it to cover their own skin. The scum of men, indeed. Next time, we're going to continue on with the colony on the Chesapeake as it expands into new territories and eventually new colonies. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon or signed up to support the show through the website, which, by the way, at very long last is finally back up and running at full potential. I'd also like to thank everybody who has recommended this show to your friends or family, and everybody who has left us a rating or a review wherever you listen to the show. That helps get the show noticed, and without all of you, this show wouldn't be possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, most importantly, thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a fight and a found. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by crowd tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first life is born, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any MetroFlex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Mananan, MD, Jawbreaker, Kenway, Toes, Loining, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, Legends, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstraps Bailey. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last time, we left the colony of Virginia in dire straits. Somewhere in the realm of 400 people had died either from starvation or from attack by the neighboring Powhatan Confederacy. John Smith was injured, and he abandoned Jamestown to what they called the starving time. A time during which the people of Virginia turned to cannibalism to survive. We're not going to revisit my feelings about John Smith, but they aren't good. The Virginia Company appears to have agreed. They appointed a man named Thomas West, the Baron de la Warre, as governor for life of the Virginia Company. Now, the de la Warre family was involved in the foundation of Delaware, but we'll talk about that when we get to New England. We'll be calling the Baron de la Warre, and later his sons, the Lords Delaware. That's how they are better known to history. There are quite a few names that we're going to be introducing this week, and they can get confusing, so I'm going to make a note of those that you really need to remember. You don't need to remember the names of most of the people in this story. For example, the acting governor of Jamestown after John Smith left, well, he was killed in a Powhatan raid in 1609. You don't need to remember his name. He was dead. But his death was consequential. It kicked off the First Anglo-Powhatan War. You also don't need to remember the name of the minor nobleman who succeeded him as governor. He was one of those that during the starving time was permitted a ration of food due to his absolutely integral duties of paper signing and delegating work. He's one of those that survived the starving time, and I do wonder if he in fact delegated the duties of killing and butchering that teenage girl. It's clear I don't think much of the men who led Jamestown in her early days, but I should cut them a little bit of slack. Getting word back to England was easy, but getting supplies to America was not at the time. And on that note, we actually should remember the name of Samuel Argall. He was a sailor who pioneered the northern sea route across the Atlantic. It was Argall that commanded the voyage that found Jamestown there on the brink of total destruction. Samuel Argall took command of the Jamestown colony and command of the forces he brought with him. He prosecuted the war against the Powhatan people and did well. He held the fort, literally, against the Powhatan until, a few months later, Lord Delaware arrived with a small army. Delaware pushed the Powhatan back and really saved Jamestown for the English, but after some time he had to return to England. It was another acting governor, another name you don't need to remember, that captured the Princess Pocahontas. That's a story in and of itself, but apparently Pocahontas was treated well, according to her station, as a princess. That English governor negotiated a prisoner transfer, and Pocahontas was returned to her people, but eventually she was married off to an English planter, which established a tense peace between the English and the Powhatan people. The Powhatan agreed to allow the English to expand inland, to establish plantations on the mainland. John West, the son of Thomas West and the new Lord Delaware, he built a tobacco plantation on a site that he coined West Point. It's that West Point. All the other men of means that arrived in Virginia began to build tobacco plantations. That's why they wanted to go to Virginia in the first place. Tobacco was really profitable. At times, it was the most profitable commodity produced in North America. Beaver pelts and other parts of the beavers would give them a run for their money from time to time, and of course cotton would overtake it in the future, but for now, tobacco was king. The problem was labor. At first, the English imported Irish rebels to work their fields, but, wouldn't you know it, a bunch of rebellious island dwellers didn't make good servants, and they turned out to be very good at escaping and stealing ships. So, to prevent any further piracy, the English decided to import convicted pirates. That lasted about 10 minutes and very nearly set off another Anglo-Spanish war. Those English pirates kept stealing ships and running off to Tortuga or Abraham's Key and sailing with the buccaneers. But that left the English with the same problem: labor. Which brings us to perhaps the most consequential act of piracy in American history. This is episode 154, Grievous Crimes of Piracy and Murder. The meat of today's show is not about this most consequential act of piracy. We'll be talking about the most notorious act of piracy in early Virginia. But here, to begin with, I want to look at one particular ship's capture. A group of English pirates off the coast of Africa captured a Portuguese slave ship. They traveled to the West Indies, but they were chased off by Spanish naval vessels and landed in Virginia. Now, slavery wasn't yet legal in English territories, and they also had another provision against enslaving anyone who was a Christian. The Portuguese knew this, and thus they baptized all of those they captured as slaves. That made it doubly illegal for the English to enslave these men that they had captured. Instead, they were sold into indentured servitude. This was the dawn of the African slave trade in North America. As we all know, that will become one of the great horrors of human history. But there's not much to talk about when it comes to that particular act of piracy. What we usually have to go on in pirate stories are testimonies and affidavits, legal proceedings that people wrote down. But no one was keen to arrest or prosecute any of these pirates who had been involved in such a mutually profitable crime. They were paid and went about their merry way. The act of piracy that we're going to concentrate on today instead requires us to return to London, as well as the religious tensions that were about to tear England apart. Do you remember Queen Mary, Queen Elizabeth's older sister, known as Bloody Mary? Queen Mary was a devout Catholic. She married the King of Spain and tied England to Habsburg Catholic Europe. That alliance between England and Spain was facilitated by, among others, a family in England that was prominent and Catholic, the Calvert family. Now, the Calverts had a palace in a city called Richmond. Richmond is today a suburb of London, but at the time it was a separate entity. Richmond was also the home of the royal palace of the Tudors, Richmond Palace, and it was just down the street from the Calvert residence. Mary was very happy to live down the street from the Calverts, but Elizabeth, as it turned out, wasn't terribly fond of her neighbors who had facilitated the marriage between her sister and the King of Spain, her Catholic neighbors who were attempting to entice Elizabeth into that very same proposal. Eventually, the Calvert family left Richmond. They continued to own their property, but they went to their estates up north in Yorkshire. However, Elizabeth's policies of religious uniformity followed them even into the English countryside. The Calvert family adhered to these policies. They attended English Mass, but reports were filtering back to London about the reality of their religious beliefs. Reportedly, they had a priest that lived on their estate who held Mass for the Calvert family and who taught their son George. They taught him all about the doctrine of the Catholic Church and raised George to be a devout young Catholic. Upon reaching adulthood, George Calvert moved back to their palace at Richmond. To quote one Protestant, George Calvert turned Richmond, quote, evil with religion, end quote. That is to say, he made it a place of Catholic acceptance. George Calvert served as kind of an unofficial envoy of Catholic English aristocracy to the courts of mainland Europe, the Habsburgs and Bourbon courts, which is why Sir Robert Cecil approached George Calvert to facilitate the transition from the Tudors to the Stuarts on the continent. He was to approach their courts and tell them that while this new Stuart king was going to be a Protestant, he was going to be a lot cooler about the whole Catholic thing. Robert Cecil was George Calvert's patron at court, and that was a relationship that led to Calvert's position on the Privy Council and then to see George Calvert succeed Robert Cecil as the Secretary of State. That's the reason that George Calvert named his eldest son Cecil. Cecil Calvert was close to the woman who would go on to be the Queen of England, Princess Henrietta Maria. The Calvert family actually played a role in her marriage to the Prince Charles. When the Stuarts announced their intention to marry the prince to a French Catholic princess, the Parliament balked at the suggestion, but the Calvert family suggested an alternative. They suggested a Spanish Catholic princess. The Parliament saw the lesser of two evils in the French Princess Henrietta Maria. For all of the services that the Calverts had rendered to the crown, King James I raised George Calvert as the first Baron Baltimore. George Calvert's role in this story is over. Shortly after being raised to the rank of Baron, he passed away. But his son took up his title and all his duties. Henceforth, we're going to refer to him strictly as Lord Baltimore. Lord Baltimore had a vision for a Catholic colony in America, a colony that could serve as a refuge for Catholics from England should the politics of the day turn against them, as it had in the past. It was also a place that could serve as an economic and potentially a military base for English Catholics. And I actually agree with this move. I think it was the right move. That might surprise you. I've been accused of having an anti-Catholic bias, but I don't. I do have an anti-monarchist bias, an anti-religious persecution bias, and during this period, especially on the continent, monarchism and religious persecution went hand in hand with the Catholic centers of power. But in England, the tables were turned. The Protestant Anglicans held all the power. The Catholics, who under Queen Mary had dished out their fair share of religious persecution, went on to endure their own religious persecution. Queen Elizabeth demanded the oath of allegiance and supremacy to the English Church. That was an oath required of all public officials and nobility in England, swearing not to undermine the English Church. It sounds draconian, and it was draconian, but much like the Edict of Nantes, it did give a modicum of freedom to the religious minority. But any freedoms given to you by a monarch can be just as easily swept away. It would be unfair, even maybe dishonest, to compare English Catholics to the Sephardi Jews in Spain, but much like those persecuted peoples who fled Spain and established a colony in Jamaica, I think it's a smart move for the English Catholics to flee England and create a Catholic colony in America. You need a backup plan, and this was theirs.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Forget the frustration of picking commerce platforms when you switch your business to Shopify, the global commerce platform that supercharges your selling wherever you sell. With Shopify, you'll harness the same intuitive features, trusted apps, and powerful analytics used by the world's leading brands. Sign up today for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/tech, all lowercase. That's shopify.com/tech.
How do you make an Airbnb a verbo? Imagine trying to find the perfect vacation rental for a girls' trip. Now, imagine there's a tool that makes it easy to compare different houses. So the group agrees on a house faster than they agree on appetizers. You've got yourself a verbo. Make it a verbo.
Baron Baltimore planned to name his new colony after his friend and his queen, Henrietta Maria. He was going to name it Maryland. But there are, of course, other insinuations in the name of Maryland. There's the former queen, Mary. They called her Bloody Mary because of her persecution of English Protestants. Then, of course, there is Mary, the Mother of God, who is a powerful symbol in the Catholic Church and something of a lightning rod to Protestants, especially at the time. None of this sounded good to Lord Delaware in Virginia. Not only was this a Catholic colony on Virginia's doorstep, it was a Catholic colony in lands that, according to the Virginia Company Charter, belonged to him. And take a look at the symbolism here. Virginia was named after Queen Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen, a queen who was a hero to the Protestants in England and a witch to English Catholics. Maryland, on the other hand, was named after, well, take your pick, the Queen of England, a former Queen of England, both of them powerful Catholic women, or perhaps the most prominent Catholic icon in the world. And, to name your colony after the Queen seems perfectly reasonable, an innocent and even patriotic move, but anybody paying attention would have seen what was being said here. And again, I'm not against this. I think that's kind of cool, actually. That's a bold declaration of intent and of allegiance. In the story to come, I do genuinely believe that both sides share the blame. Between 1629 and 1632, both sides fought a lengthy legal battle. There were suits and countersuits and arguments made to king and council and parliament. The Virginia Company argued their claim to the northern reaches of the Chesapeake, but at this point those lands were sitting empty. Well, not empty, of course. There were Algonquin tribes there, but there were no English settlements. Since those lands had been sitting empty of English colonists for almost 40 years now, King Charles I upheld Lord Baltimore's claim and inducted Maryland into the realm. Lord Delaware was angry about the decision, but publicly he respected the king's word. However, this was 1632. King Charles I was a deeply unpopular king. There was a lot of respecting the king's word going around while doing whatever it is you wanted to do. Now, understand that Lords Delaware and Baltimore weren't often in America. Both men were officially governors for life of their respective colonies, but in reality they were palatines. We might see that as similar to a viceroy in the Spanish Empire. They had factors and lawyers and agents there to see their will done, And always they had an acting governor or deputy governor or lieutenant governor running the colony. The details between those titles were typically in the scope of their power, but the job remained essentially the same. Lord Baltimore, had one man to do the job in Maryland, his brother, Leonard Calvert, his younger brother. All of those men we talked about earlier that you don't need to remember served as governor of Virginia at some point. Virginia had a lot of governors under Lord Delaware, and most of them, to our story at least, are relatively inconsequential. The next name that we're going to introduce, though, you do need to pay attention to. Lord Delaware's opening political salvo against Lord Baltimore came from his 4 top agents in Virginia. 3 of those names you don't need to know. One was a governor, one was a future governor, and they were all wealthy planters. But the 4th name, to quote John G. Chamet in Pirates of the Chesapeake, quote, was a 34-year-old stockholder in the Virginia Company, a hearty, pugnacious, well-educated man named William Claiborne. Claiborne had been a friend of Captain John Smith in London and secured a 3-year appointment as surveyor to make a map of Virginia. Possessed of courage, industry, and resolve, Claiborne could little guess that he would one day be branded a pirate. Nor could he foresee the turmoil his singular enterprises would inflict upon the political geography of the entire Tidewater region. End quote. William Claiborne and those 3 other, quote, persons of quality and trust, end quote, signed a letter. That letter, written to King Charles, alleged that Lord Baltimore had refused to take the oath of allegiance and supremacy to the Church of England. Regardless, though, nothing came of that accusation, so Lord Delaware chose to take a more direct course of action, and he did so through William Claiborne. Claiborne had some radical leanings. He was an Anglican, a vocally zealous Anglican, but Claiborne was sympathetic toward the Puritan cause. He was a little bit militant in his opposition of the king's conciliatory policies, and the Puritans were at the fore of the militant anti-royal movement. Claiborne proposed a plan to the governor of Virginia. If Maryland's claim on the northern Chesapeake was based in Virginia's lack of settlements there, well, what if Virginia beat the Catholics to that region and established a settlement? Claiborne proposed to build a trading post that would deal in Native American goods. But more than anything, the trade was in furs. Claiborne suggested a large island in the Chesapeake for his trading post, an island that was perilously close to the coast of Maryland. Lord Delaware, the governor of Virginia, and William Claiborne all agreed to work together in this matter. They claimed the island and called it Kent Island. And I'd love to paint this as another symbolic victory, but Claiborne was just from Kent. It wasn't named after Canterbury Cathedral. There was no symbolic blow made, at least not that I can see. But there was a very real, tangible, strategic victory. Claiborne was building a trading post on an island. That meant that they would have to build docks and shipyards and all of the infrastructure needed to facilitate a fleet. Of course, they would be home to only merchant ships, but those merchant ships would have to be armed. There were threats out there, after all. Thus began a race in 1632, just after Maryland was inducted into the realm. There was Claiborne and Delaware on the one side against Baltimore and Calvert on the other. Claiborne traveled to London. He secured a royal patent for the trading post on Kent Island, and he secured investors. With their money, he bought supplies and ships, and managed to recruit men for his venture, and then he sailed back to America to build his settlement. Now, the ground had already been broken. But now that it was all official, construction could begin in real earnest. When the very first colonists bound for Maryland arrived, Kent Island, just off their coast, already had a dock and a mill and a church and houses and gardens and orchards and a cattle yard. There were hundreds of people living on Kent Island, just off the coast of their land. By the time Leonard Calvert arrived at their settlement at St. Mary's, Kent Island was firmly ensconced. Lord Baltimore and his brother Calvert were furious. However, Kent Island had all of the proper licenses and forms. They were fully legal and accredited. They couldn't just kick Claiborne out. So what followed here was this oddly polite battle of words. A letter from Lord Baltimore to his brother said that he was, quote, willing to give all the support to Claiborne he can to proceed, end quote. Claiborne's fur trading operation was profitable, and clearly he had the drive to succeed. However, William Claiborne was Virginia's Secretary of State. Kent Island was represented in the Council of Virginia. They made it very clear that Kent Island, just off the coast of Maryland, belonged to Virginia. Lord Baltimore made it clear that William Claiborne would be allowed to keep Kent Island, that he could enjoy all of the profits that she offered, but Baltimore required that Kent Island seek representation not in the Council of Virginia, but in Maryland, which was difficult. Aside from his trading post on Kent Island, Claiborne had large tracts of land that were currently being worked in tobacco production. He was a resident of Jamestown as well as Kent Island and the Secretary of State. Well, it wasn't going to fly. Once again, the lawsuits and the official requests and the cutting words flew around London. Those appeals once again reached the desk of Charles I, but Donald Chaumette writes, quote, the unwillingness of the king and council to rule directly on the matter would, in a very short time, lead to charges of piracy, bloodshed, and the first naval engagement between English-speaking people in the New World. End quote. This war of words, though, continued on peaceably for well over a year. Everyone here was making money. They didn't want to put a stop to that. But things took a turn for the worse there in Maryland. The Algonquin people on the mainland that lived nearby were not part of the Powhatan Confederation. They were a people called the Patuxent people, and they were initially friendly to Maryland. But in the summer of 1634, the Patuxent began to grow suspicious of the Marylanders. They grew hostile toward them. One Jesuit priest, Father Andrew White, noted the suspicious nature of these tidings. He wrote, quote, at this time Captain Claiborne was there, from whom we understood the Indians were all in arms to resist us, having heard that 60 Spanish ships were coming to destroy them. The rumor was most likely to have begun from himself. End quote. Father Andrew is saying here that he believed William Claiborne planted this fear in the Patuxent people. It kind of makes sense. Claiborne had a lot of dealings with the Patuxent through his fur trade business. And Father Andrew wasn't alone in that belief. In 1634, a resident of Jamestown of Virginia, a fur trader named Henry Fleet, came forward with accusations that William Claiborne was doing exactly what that priest believed. Lord Calvert was furious. He demanded that action be taken, and right here, in the summer of 1634, we need to look very carefully at the timing of everything that's to come. Henry Fleet made his accusation in early June 1634. Immediately, William Claiborne was arrested and sent to jail in Jamestown, Virginia, not Maryland. As soon as Claiborne was arrested, Calvert sent a letter off to his brother, Lord Baltimore to inform him of these treacheries. On the 20th of June, a couple of weeks later, on the banks of the Patuxent River, a group of people met. There were Patuxent elders, and there were councilmen and commissioners from Virginia and Maryland. There was Father Andrew, and then Henry Fleet and William Claiborne. This wasn't a trial, but it was an investigation. They wanted to get to the bottom of what had happened here. The questioning, once they actually asked those Patuxent elders what had happened, didn't take very long. It revealed that William Claiborne had not, in fact, told any falsehoods. He had not spread any of that fear to the Patuxent people. Someone had, though. Henry Fleet, the man who came forward with that accusation, was jealous of Kent Island. He was a fur trader, and Kent Island was taking most of his business. He heard the rumors of Claiborne's involvement and tried to capitalize on them. Henry Fleet was arrested, and Claiborne was totally exonerated. Within a week, another flurry of letters sailed off to inform everyone, from Lords Baltimore and Delaware to the Virginia Company and the company that invested in Kent Island, Cloberry and Sons, and even the king and the council. Everyone in England was informed of the results. Everything appeared to have been cleared up. Everything appeared to be smooth sailing. However, those letters, well, it took time for them to reach England. The first letter that informed Lord Baltimore of the arrest arrived first. Baltimore was naturally furious at this. He sent orders back to America that if William Claiborne continued operating, he should be arrested and sent to a jail in Maryland. Kent Island would be seized. If they had to, they would blockade all of her harbors. Lord Baltimore shot those letters back to America on his very fastest ships, and he sent supplies and guns and men. He was making war here. He did all of this amazingly quickly, almost suspiciously quickly, as though he may have had some prior warning of what was to come. On the 22nd of July, in response to that same bit of news, the Lords of Trade and Plantations and the King both penned 2 pairs of letters. Those letters ordered everyone in Virginia and Maryland to just relax, to chill out here. No one is to fight over this. No one is to be executed, unless, of course, the king ordered it, because after all, everybody here was English. Everybody was working toward a common goal. Plus, the French have this monopoly on the fur market, so let's not work at tearing down the most successful fur trader in America. Everybody put down your pitchforks and learn to work together. A few days later, in a very short time after those letters left England, the letters that informed everyone about the trial and the exoneration reached England. Baltimore, Delaware, the Virginia Company, Cloberry and Company, the Lords of Trade, the King, everyone now knew that those charges had been trumped up. They had to do everything they could to stop anything untoward from happening. And to their credit, they tried, even though he didn't try terribly hard, Lord Baltimore. But by the time their attempts to stop whatever was coming reached America, it was too late. By the time their orders to lay down their arms arrived to their underlings, blood had already been spilled. Men had been killed, and honor had been insulted. Next time, we're going to continue on with the drama between Virginia and Maryland as the political and religious climate in England and the English colonies builds toward a crescendo into the outbreak of war. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us a rating or a review. everybody who has signed up to help the show through the website or PayPal, and everybody who has recommended this show online or in real life. And I saw one of you posting pirate memes about Francois Lolonais. I'm glad I could send you down that rabbit hole. All of you make this show possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't yet checked them out, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Mananan, MD, Jawbreaker, Kinway, Toes, Loining, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, Legends, Eric the Red, the Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstraps Bailey. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we left off, the situation on Chesapeake Bay was on edge. One man, William Claiborne, stood at the heart of all the turmoil. Claiborne was a Virginia fur trader who also owned large tobacco plantations and served as the Secretary of State for Virginia. The conflict on the Chesapeake was due to his trading post on Kent Island. Kent Island should, obviously, have been considered part of the Maryland colony, at least geographically speaking. But that's assuming a few things. I mean, there are border considerations and territorial allocations and the rights of the inhabitants and the owners of the island. One does need to take all that into account, and it all did play a role here. But more than any other factor, there was one key question. Should the Maryland colony exist at all? The government of Virginia, including William Claiborne and the governor, Thomas West, the third Baron Delaware, did not think that Maryland should exist. It was technically on land that formerly had belonged to the Virginia Company. However, after sitting unused for 40 years, at least unused by the English, the Crown chose to give Maryland to another party. Which, does make sense. England was trying to build an empire here. If Virginia wasn't going to use the land, give someone else a crack at it. Namely, they gave it to Cecil Calvert, the second Baron Baltimore. Now, Claiborne and Delaware didn't much care for Baltimore or his younger brother, the acting governor of Maryland, Leonard Calvert. Mostly, this was due to the fact that the Calvert family and the Maryland colony under them were Catholic. Virginia was a staunchly, even zealously, Protestant colony. They were officially Anglican, but a few tendrils of Puritan influence were present there as well, and they would grow. Now, the struggle over Kent Island seemed to culminate when William Claiborne was put on trial. He had been falsely accused of turning the nearby Patuxent people against Maryland. But Claiborne was exonerated. He didn't do it. Everybody back in England, upon receipt of that news, sent messages that ordered everyone to stand down and cool out. But by the time they did, it was too late. By the time that word reached America, blood had already been shed. It was the first blood in a conflict that would turn the Chesapeake red. And it would turn Kent Island into a haven for the absolute worst sort of sailors that England had to offer. This is episode 155, Grievous Crimes of Piracy and Murder, Part 2. So what happened in America? Well, when Lord Baltimore's first set of orders came down, the fire and brimstone orders, cease all operations or face my judgment, Claiborne received a letter that told him to cease all operations or action would be taken. Claiborne, though, didn't stop any of his operations. So a number of small ships full of armed men began to circle Kent Island to put them under the threatened blockade. Then a group of warriors from the Susquehannock people, armed with bows and, notably, a few muskets, attacked Kent Island. Mysterious. Although, to the people of Kent Island, it was as good as a declaration of war against them. Claiborne immediately began construction on 2 forts and produced what was frankly an amazing amount of cannons and small arms from what appeared to be out of thin air. He'd obviously been stockpiling arms and ammunition for years. Now, the Catholic ships that were menacing Kent Island attempted to disrupt the fort construction throughout the winter, but Claiborne's defenses stopped them at every turn. When the spring finally arrived, the misunderstanding had been all cleared up. All of those letters from England had reached America telling everybody to relax, but people were dead, and neither camp was willing to back down. In March of 1635, William Claiborne's brother-in-law captured a Maryland pinnace that was threatening landfall on Kent Island. Donald Chimette calls this, quote, the first documented act of piracy on the waters of Chesapeake Bay, end quote, and that's accurate. This seizure was very well documented. The Marylanders made sure of it, and though there had been acts of piracy between English peoples in America already, this was the first on the Chesapeake. However, William Claiborne, once the pinnace was brought back to Kent Island, he didn't take their ship or their cargo. He arrested the crew and he threw them in a holding cell, and then William Claiborne harangued them. He talked to them forcefully, yes, but he made his position clear. Claiborne asserted that Kent Island was his land, and he let them know that his allegiance was, always had been, and always would be, to Virginia. Now, they could live as neighbors in peace. That was, after all, the will of the king. Or they could escalate this into a fight. But that wasn't up to William Claiborne. He wanted to continue doing business. That was up to Maryland. And to prove this point, he let them go. William Claiborne released the Maryland pinnace and the men and their goods. However, William Claiborne did make his point. Stay the hell away from Kent Island. And that is exactly the opposite of what Maryland did. Now, it sounds to me, personally, very much like William Claiborne's brother-in-law messed up when he captured that pinnace. That was a folly, it was a bad move, a bad look. And now William Claiborne was doing everything in his power to mitigate the fallout of that ship's capture. But, as previously noted, this was very well documented as an act of piracy. In a few short weeks, London was rumbling with this threat of piracy in America. So let's take a second to look at the climate in London and in England as a whole. It's relevant to what's happening in America, but I will be quick. We've talked about this before. The King of England was Charles I, the second Stuart king to sit the throne. Charles was a deeply unpopular king. The state of affairs in England wasn't great anyway. The fumes of Elizabethan prosperity were little more than a memory, and even the cultural highs of his father's reign were rapidly dwindling. The situation deteriorated for Charles I. He had a lot of opposition, and finally, in the 1630s, we have a period known as the personal rule of Charles I. In the face of all that opposition, the king chose not to call a single parliament between 1629 and 1640. Now that was against the law, or at least it was against the will of Magna Carta. Now that was an old document. 300 years later, nobody much cared about that dusty old piece of paper, but once King Charles came round, the Magna Carta became the subject of much aristocratic debate. Now, the immediate effect of governing without a legislative body, the most direct effect, is that the king was unable to collect taxes. Parliament held the purse strings here. Now, Charles did try a few other means to collect money. He attempted to collect what was called ship money. That is, a levy for the king to raise a navy to defend England from invasion by sea. The navy wasn't having any of it, and really that didn't work out too well for King Charles, but there were a few other methods. Charles attempted to impose fines for everyday affairs, basically taxing people for living their life, but these absolutely were not taxes. I told you last time that during this era there was a lot of respecting the king's will while ignoring him going on. Most of that started with these definitely not taxes. If the king had followed Elizabeth's example and just commissioned a fleet of privateers, he would have raked in money. But that upset the Spanish and the Pope, and King Charles wanted to avoid both. Which brings us to the religious question, the defining question of the era. King Charles was not a Catholic. Probably, at least. He certainly wasn't the sort of secret Catholic that his children would be. But Charles was sympathetic. He had a Catholic wife and close ties to the Bourbons. It was a problem in the Stuart dynasty. And King Charles was moving the Church of England toward high Anglicanism. He built huge, monumental churches that were bedecked in gold and jewels. They had idols overlooking their stone altars, and many Protestants considered that sinful idolatry. And he had the Anglicans receiving communion. Now that's not unheard of today, but in the 1630s it was heresy. Literally, it was heretical to take communion as a Protestant in most sects. Many in England believed that Charles was clandestinely moving the Anglican faith toward something that resembled Catholicism, and he would continue moving it until he could abolish Anglicanism altogether. Now, a lot of people raised their concerns over this, but any noblemen who voiced their concerns had an ear cut off. Any commoners that did so were just killed. But a growing number of Protestants were growing more and more militant. The parliamentarians, those who did not support the king, were arming for war. But then we have the Puritans, kind of a wild card in this whole affair. The Puritans believed in a sort of zealous Christian communism. And, not the kind of cool Tolstoyan Christian anarchism. The Puritans weren't pacifists. The kingdom of God was absolutely not within you. The Puritans, at least those who rose to become the leaders of the movement at the time, were all about the sword. The kingdom of God was not a spiritual kingdom, but a top-down, rigid, unbending theocracy. Now, all of these forces were in conflict with one another, but the sides were drawing up for battle. England was not yet at war with itself, but Britain was. All of the other nations that would go on to make up the United Kingdom, Scotland and Wales and parts of Ireland, well, they were all skirmishing and fighting smaller battles. And to make everything worse, continental Europe was currently tearing itself apart in the 30 Years' War. That's the climate in which the people of America, both the Catholics in Maryland and the Protestants in Virginia, and every one of them angry at the king, that's the climate in which they found themselves in the 1630s, pointing guns at one another. That's why, even when word arrived that they were to lay down their arms, no one was willing to do so.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data, no commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming, like floating on a cloud made of cotton candy. Now excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in with no commitments, all backed by the Xfinity network. Turn chill mode on at xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Everybody shush! William Shatner has something to say.
Cat and Jethro, box of oddities.
What do you do when the woman you love dies? Well, of course, you dig her up and you live with her.
Aww.
The show examines weird things.
There are plenty of old photographs from this time period of children out in the streets playing in and among the dead horse carcasses.
Oh, I miss those days. Things used to be so much simpler.
Cat and Jethro.
Then there's the urine wheel, which sounds like a really bad game show.
They've done weird things. Cat and Jethro, box of oddities. That is really mysterious.
Join Cat and Jethro Gilligan Toth for the strange, the bizarre, the unexpected, as they lift the lid and cautiously peer inside the box of oddities.
The Webby Award-winning Box of Oddities podcast from Airwave Media.
Back on the Chesapeake, Captain Thomas Smith of the Kent Island pinnace Longtail set sail on the 5th of April, 1634. He was headed to an Algonquin village on the mainland to engage in some absolutely legal trade with the people there. However, en route to the mainland, Longtail was surprised by 2 ships out of Maryland that stopped Captain Smith and Longtail and demanded to see his license to trade from Lord Baltimore. Captain Smith instead produced licenses and letters from the king and the lords of trade and plantations and the Secretary of State of both England and Scotland, as well as Lord Delaware. All of these documents attested to his rights under the law to engage in trade on the mainland. The captains of those 2 Maryland ships ignored those papers. They claimed that they were forgeries, which they weren't. And then they captured Longtail. They brought her back to St. Mary's. They confiscated her cargo and arrested all of the men. The only man who was allowed to go free was Captain Smith, who was given a canoe and allowed to return home with the news. I mean, look at that. Which of those two acts looks like piracy to you? The guy who released the ship and the cargo and the men after a stern talking to, or the guy who ignored the king, who stole the ship and the cargo? It's a rare reversal where we see the Protestants acting as the victims and the Catholics acting as the pirates. However, if we dig a little bit deeper into this act, it gets a bit more sinister. The captains from Maryland demanded a license from Lord Baltimore, and when presented with letters from the king and the lords of trade and everyone who was important, they ignored it, because he didn't have a license from the Baron Baltimore. It suggests to me that the people of Maryland, or at least those two ship captains, had allegiances other than those to king and country, that perhaps superseded king and country. In response to this act of piracy, Kent Island outfitted a sloop which was more powerful than anything else on Maryland's waters at the time. The sloop Cockatrice set off for the water around St. Mary's. They intended retribution for the offense they had just suffered with the capture of Longtail, and Cockatrice found a prize almost immediately, a pinnace out of Maryland, and they engaged. But it was a trap. While Cockatrice and that Maryland pinnace were involved in their skirmish, a running and shooting battle, another Maryland pinnace arrived on the scene. While all of her attention was focused on the first ship out of Maryland, the second came up alongside and boarded the Cockatrice. Both crews drew blades and drew blood. They had a brief, if brutal, fight with many men lying dead and even more wounded. But while they were engaged, the other Maryland pinnace came alongside, boarded Cockatrice, and won the day. This was a blow to the people of Kent Island. Cockatrice was supposed to be their ace in the hole, and they just lost it. Their second ship in as many battles. This set off a series of small naval skirmishes throughout 1635. Most of them aren't terribly well recorded, but people were dying on all sides. However, despite those two initial setbacks, William Claiborne and Kent Island began to do very well. They did so by starting small. They captured the smallest ships they could find and added them to their fleet. That gave them more guns and more mobility and more manpower. In those battles, they took food and trade goods, which they very much needed and which attracted more and more people to Kent Island. This is the textbook foundation for a pirate haven. I mean, why waste your money trading with the Native Americans when you could just steal the furs from Maryland? Not only do you save your money, you make them spend their money with no profit at all. Plus, you're likely to get tobacco and wine and food and guns and ships, and soon enough, men will be flocking to your port to join your navy. Kent Island was building a pirate fleet. But this has a lot to do with politics as well. The governor in Jamestown, officially the deputy governor under Lord Delaware, was very unpopular. There had been some poor decisions made on his part, and a movement was growing in Jamestown to have him removed. William Claiborne, the Secretary of State, was at the forefront of that movement. He was agitating in the assembly and in the streets. His opinions held weight, and his actions had consequences. His bosses, his investors back in London, had interests in Virginia beyond Kent Island. So they sent an agent to rein William Claiborne in. Pirates on the Chesapeake tells us, quote, "In December 1636, Kent Island was visited by one George Evelyn, a man who had recently acquired a 6th share in Cloberry and Company. At first, the purpose of his visit was anything but suspicious. In February of the following year, however, it was learned that Evelyn had been given power of attorney by Cloberry and command of the Kent Island operation. End quote. Claiborne may have been building a proto-pirate fleet there at Kent Island, but he didn't own the island, or the trading post, or the fleet. He proposed it, he founded it, Kent Island was his baby. But his baby belonged to a bunch of rich investors, and they called the shots. George Evelyn, once his position was revealed, ordered William Claiborne to return to London to answer for his actions. Admittedly, they did look bad. But Claiborne, before leaving, did take action. He established another trading post at Palmer Island at the mouth of the Chesapeake, and in his place, he left his top lieutenant, Thomas Smith, not exactly in charge, but continuing his legacy. Then he drafted a bond which would prevent George Evelyn from selling any territory or goods or property that belonged to Kent Island. That was a legally binding agreement that George Evelyn freely signed. Quoting Chaumette, quote, "No sooner were Claiborne's sails over the horizon than Evelyn began to violate the bond into which he had entered." End quote. This was unexpected. Cloberry and Company would not have wanted George Evelyn to sell off any of that territory or property. But Cloberry and Company had been taken for a ride. See, when George Evelyn bought that 6th share in their company, he did so with money that came from the pockets of Baron Baltimore. This was industrial espionage, or colonial espionage, and Evelyn was a double agent. He was Baltimore's man to the core, and he immediately halted all trading operations on Kent Island. He grounded every ship and even had a few of them disassembled. This prevented the residents from sailing out to earn a profit, but it also prevented them from sailing out to get food. Before long, there was a very real threat of starvation on Kent Island. And as we know, rich, powerful London elites threatening a bunch of sailors with poverty and starvation always goes well for those rich, powerful London elites. Thomas Smith, the man left behind by William Claiborne, and another top agent named John Butler spearheaded the resistance of Kent Island. We're talking militias, mobs raised by those two that manned the fort against Evelyn and sent him packing all the way back to Maryland. We're talking about ship convoys making for the mainland for very much needed supplies. George Evelyn tried twice to retake Kent Island. The winds turned his ships back on the first attempt, and on the second, the Kent Island militia fought him back at the walls of their fort. Evelyn fled back to St. Mary's. And we should keep in mind that all of these forces are tiny. Even by colonial standards, they're small. George Evelyn only had 15 men under his command when he made landfall on Kent Island. The next attempt, made by Leonard Calvert, had double that, but only 30 men, and they were split into two forces. Calvert led one of those forces on the east side of the island, while the other force, led by a man named Cornwallis, landed on the west. They made landfall at night under the cover of darkness, and they moved inland toward two of the largest plantations on the island. Without firing a shot at nearly the same time, those two forces captured John Butler and Thomas Smith, asleep in their beds. Come dawn, both forces of musketeers met at the city square with both of their prisoners in chains. They set up shop, and the people began to filter out and eventually to flood the street. But the musketeers didn't round them up or threaten them. They certainly didn't fire upon them. Instead, standing behind and above his two prisoners, Leonard Calvert addressed the people of Kent Island. he announced that Kent Island was now and forever part of the Maryland colony. However, he offered the people of Kent Island clemency for their rebellion, and he offered them a return to profitable business if they agreed to fall in line behind him. Everyone on Kent Island, aside from the two men in chains, agreed. Now, this wasn't official. People back in England were hesitant to make official declarations about the status of Kent Island, considering their last attempt to bring peace had gone absolutely nowhere. If they were to fight it out, let them fight it out and back the victor. In the end, after they were brought back to St. Mary's, John Butler and Thomas Smith were imprisoned, but John Butler was offered clemency. He agreed to certain provisions, and when George Evelyn returned to Kent Island to take command, John Butler was his number two. That offered a certain sense of consistency to the leadership. Thomas Smith, on the other hand, they had to make an example of. He was charged and tried, found guilty, and convicted on acts of piracy. That was the first such conviction in America. He was sentenced to hang. However, after being shown that they were serious, they offered him clemency as well. All he had to do was support the forces of Evelyn and Maryland. Smith agreed and returned to Kent Island, but fled in his ship and returned almost immediately to rebellion. He was caught shortly thereafter, and in April 1638, Thomas Smith was marched to the St. Mary's gallows and hanged by the neck until dead. That's the first execution for piracy in the English colonies. Thomas Smith and John Butler, while leaders of the rebellion, were small potatoes. William Claiborne was the true leader and the mastermind of everything that had happened on Kent Island. William Claiborne was censured and relieved of duty by his investors for his acts of criminal activity, and then he was charged and tried by Leonard Calvert in the Assembly of Maryland. William Claiborne was found guilty of, quote, grievous crimes of piracy and murder, end quote, on the 24th of March, 1638. He was sentenced to hang. However, Thomas Smith was not in Maryland, he was not in Virginia, and at this point, he was not in England. Thomas Smith was charged and tried and sentenced in absentia. Still, it was a symbolic victory, and the governor of Virginia appealed the decision with the Lords of Trade. However, they ruled against the governor and William Claiborne, and thus Virginia and their assembly accepted the decision and removed William Claiborne from his post as Secretary of State. His lands were absorbed back into Virginia, and Maryland confiscated all of his lands on Kent Island. William Claiborne was out there with a ship somewhere on the seas. He was now a man with no home. Not in England, not in Virginia, not in Maryland, and in the eyes of the law of all three, William Claiborne was an outlaw. And it's always a good idea, when you don't know where a man who has already shown his proclivity and vast talents for grievous crimes of piracy and murder, it's always a good idea to name him outlaw. Somewhere out there, William Claiborne was planning his revenge. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show. Everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon. Everybody who has left us a rating or a review. Everybody who has signed up to help the show through the website or PayPal, and everybody who has recommended this show. All of you make this show possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Brilliant. If you haven't yet checked them out, you absolutely should. should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
We were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country told for a fight and a pound. Stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, at the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first life is born, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any MetroFlex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Manana, MD, Jawbreaker, Kinway, Toves, Loiny, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, Legends, Eric the Red, The Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello, welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. The late 1630s were a contentious time in English politics. King Charles faced open opposition to his rule. Every time he had a Protestant leader imprisoned, or every time a Protestant gathering was broken up by force of arms, the opposition to the king's rule grew even stronger. It became clear that war was on the horizon, regardless of what the king might do to stop it. As a result, both sides militarized and prepared for war. By 1641, everyone was drawing battle lines. Literally, battle lines. Food was being stockpiled, and forts were being manned by soldiers. Peasants were armed, and noblemen spent their days riding around the countryside, looking menacing. Much like the American Civil War, the lines that were drawn prior to the fighting were on hundreds and hundreds of tiny fronts. And today we're going to be concerned with one of those fronts, perhaps the farthest away from the center of the conflict. It was a military backwater, which is kind of funny considering it would eventually become the center of power for the most expansive and powerful military that the world would ever know. It was, however, strategically important at the time. It was already an economic engine over which forces were struggling, and it had the potential to become, well, America. This is episode 156, High Treason. America was key to the religious equation taking place in England at this point. And that's not historical analysis, hindsight is 2020, but people at the time knew that. One of the most prominent Puritan publications at the time said, quote, "The eyes of all Europe are looking upon our endeavors to spread the gospel among the heathen people of Virginia and plant an English nation there." End quote. Now, of course, the Puritans would become a larger factor later on up to the north of Virginia, New England. Today, we're talking about the Chesapeake, Virginia, and Maryland, and the fight between those two colonies. At this point in our story, 1641, the tensions on the Chesapeake had reached something of an equilibrium. Kent Island, formerly a part of Virginia under William Claiborne, was now a part of Maryland under Leonard Calvert and the Baron Baltimore. It was still a prominent fur trading operation, but it also served as a trading post for tobacco and other goods. Now, you might remember one of the men we mentioned last time, a man named Cornwallis, Captain Thomas Cornwallis. He commanded one of the forces that captured Kent Island from William Claiborne's lieutenants. By 1641, he was a prominent trader in Maryland, known both at St. Mary's and Kent Island, with residences there and back in England. He traded in furs and in tobacco, and was making quite a lot of money. In the winter of 1641, he sailed into the Chesapeake on board a ship of another English captain, a man named Richard Ingle. Thomas Cornwallis and Richard Ingle were business partners, but they were also friends. They worked together, not exclusively. They did run their own trading missions or sometimes partner with others, but when they did, they would pool their resources, buying goods back in Europe and trading them in America. Their relationship as friends and business partners reminds us of something that we see in the American Civil War in places like Missouri. In the border regions, when we see stories that seem almost cliche despite being true, stories of brother literally fighting brother on opposite sides. The story of Richard Ingle and Thomas Cornwallis kind of gives us a small-scale picture of the rift that was occurring at this moment in English society. On this particular voyage in 1641, they had a haul of English wool bound for America. Wool was a common and valuable commodity in the colonies. Cotton wasn't yet being grown, and wool was needed for clothing. Donald G. Chamette writes in Pirates on the Chesapeake, quote, "Neither Ingle nor Cornwallis could have suspected that within 2 years they would soon be playing opposite roles in a tragic episode that would come to be known in Tidewater history as the Plundering Time." End quote. Upon their arrival at St. Mary's, they did business with a tailor named William Hardage. He was their first stop as he bought the majority of the wool they brought with them. He did so on credit. Now, that's not out of the ordinary, especially in colonial business transactions. But while the wool was being unloaded, William Hardage spent the day entertaining Ingle and Cornwallis. Once their business with the tailor was concluded, they went about their business. They bought tobacco and furs and spent time with their friends and caught up on the news. I believe one of them even ran for a political office. And then after a few weeks, they went back to England. That's the story of this voyage. Just an average, everyday transaction. Something that shouldn't be relevant to a show about piracy. No piracy occurred. It seems like an average, everyday affair. A slice of life, maybe. But two things make this stand out. First of all, the tailor, William Hardage, was a bad tailor. Well, I mean, maybe he was a fine tailor, I don't know, but he was a bad businessman. He took the wool and spun it into cloth and made clothes from it, but he never made the money to pay his suppliers, Ingle and Cornwallis, their money. And then second, there's the outbreak of the English Civil War. Right about this time, Governor Leonard Calvert sailed back to England. He possibly did so on board the ship of Richard Ingle, although I can't find verification of that. He was going home to see his brother, Lord Baltimore. In part, it was just a regular family reunion. They hadn't seen each other in 8 years, and Leonard Calvert was to be married. But more pressing to the family was their strategy, and the strategy of Maryland, should the war break out. Leonard Calvert left a lieutenant governor in command who was less than ideal for the post. We don't need to know his name. He wasn't strong-willed or savvy. He wasn't a very good governor at all, but he really didn't need to be. Calvert's plan was to sail to England, take a wife, formulate a plan, and return, a couple of months at best. The marriage went smoothly, and the plan that Leonard Calvert and Lord Baltimore concocted was good. At least it was the best option they had. They were a Catholic family in a Protestant nation that was about to go to war against the king, and the entire colony of Maryland existed due to royal decree. Should King Charles be overthrown by Protestant radicals, Maryland was in jeopardy. So they chose to walk a razor-thin line of neutrality. They would support neither side, royalists or parliamentarians. They would attempt to secure a peace with everyone and broker a treaty with whoever wound up winning this war. Maryland was there to do business. And if that turned out to be impossible and war came to the colonies, they would defend Maryland to the death. I agree with that plan. It's probably the best they had. And it probably would have worked. But Leonard Calvert, who was supposed to return to the colony after only a couple of months, was not able to get back to see it implemented. While they were busy strategizing, the war broke out. That interrupted the plans of the Calvert family. See, the English Navy, such as it was in 1642, was staunchly, unanimously, unequivocally a Protestant power. Radically Protestant, even. Some of the leadership were outright Puritan. The rank-and-file sailors liked the drinking and the sex too much to go that far, but they were radical. Now, there were a few who were loyal to the king, and he was able to get a few ships out to the continent and to America. It was difficult, but he did so, carrying orders to the colonies of Virginia and Maryland. Lord Baltimore did not have his own private navy. He couldn't get word back to Maryland. The plan, the Calvert family's strategy and how to deal with the Civil War, that razor-thin neutrality, those orders never reached St. Mary's. The king's orders did. They were handed to that less-than-ideal governor. Orders to capture any and all ships suspected of being parliamentarians or even sympathetic to the parliamentarian cause. They were to arrest the crew and confiscate the cargo. Now that's not what Baltimore or Lord Calvert wanted. They wanted peace, but only the king's words reached America. So imagine this. You're a mediocre tailor with a failing business. You're in debt to a host of people, but in particular, 2 merchants, Richard Ingle and Thomas Cornwallis. You owe them a lot of money for the wool they sold you. Problem is, you don't have the money to pay them. In fact, they wouldn't have used money, they would have used tobacco. That's what the American colonials used as currency. But there you are, in deep, deep, crushing debt to those 2. And then word arrives that any ships suspected of sympathies to the Parliament need to be captured immediately. If you, a tailor in crushing debt, were a person of poor moral character, a person with a skewed moral compass, might you choose to accuse the men who you owed so much of having those parliamentarian sympathies? Several months after that notification from the king arrived, Richard Ingle arrived in the Chesapeake on board his ship Reformation. When he did, William Hardinge informed the governor, the deputy governor, that he had personally heard Richard Ingle brag that he was the captain of a ship in service of the Parliament. A ship that he specifically said was in defiance of the king. He told the governor that when Richard Ingle was ordered to come ashore by agents of the king, he refused and stood with, quote, his curtlax drawn, and said, he that cometh aboard, he would cut off his head. Quite a show of defiance. The governor, upon hearing that accusation, ordered Captain Thomas Cornwallis, Ingle's friend and business partner, to serve the warrant to Richard Ingle, alongside a sheriff named Packer. The governor told Cornwallis, quote, to use all means for apprehending Ingle and to keep it secret, end quote. And Cornwallis did so. He invited Richard Ingle ashore to enjoy a lovely supper, and of course his good old friend readily accepted the offer. As they were about to sit down and enjoy said dinner, Sheriff Packer and his agents arrived and arrested Richard Ingle. And I wonder about a lot of things in this story. I wonder if Thomas Cornwallis told Richard Ingle what was coming. Did he try to explain the situation? When Richard Ingle was arrested, did Thomas Cornwallis apologize to him? That's the kind of scene that I just would love to see played out on the screen, fleshed out and dramatized. There's so much that's left out of the official record here that would really give life to this story. But the important thing in this story, the fact of the matter, is that Ingle was arrested, and he was arrested far from his ship and his crew. If they had attempted to arrest him on board, the crew would have stopped it. But now that the captain was under arrest, the situation was more fluid, less defined. Once they had Ingle in custody, a group of armed men went aboard the Reformation to capture her, to take her guns and her powder, her tackle and her cargo. Now the crew was upset once they were informed that the captain was arrested. But those armed men that boarded the ship nailed a piece of paper to the mainmast that read, quote, these are to publish and proclaim to all persons, seamen as well as others, that Richard Ingle, master of this ship, is arrested upon high treason to his majesty, and to require all persons to be aiding and assisting in the seizure of this ship, and not to offer resistance or contempt thereunto, nor be aiding or assisting the said R. Ingle upon peril of high treason to his majesty. End quote.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data, no commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming, like floating on a cloud made of cotton candy. Now excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in with no commitments, all backed by the Xfinity network. Turn chill mode on at xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant cultures. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and everything in between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by a trained Egyptologist. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing arc of a mighty kingdom. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience a legendary culture.
The crew was angry but disarmed, and they weren't arrested exactly. Mostly because St. Mary's didn't have the capability to hold them. They didn't have a jail. They were instead kept in captivity aboard the ship. Even Richard Ingle himself wasn't kept in a cell. He was simply under guard. Day and night, he was accompanied by Sheriff Packer. He slept in the sheriff's own home. The sheriff didn't take Engel out very much until, that is, Richard Engel was charged and fined. The fine, really, he'd already paid. The tobacco and other goods that Engel had aboard his ship, once they were confiscated, paid the fine. But high treason is not a misdemeanor. You don't get off with a fine. The council held a meeting to decide Richard Engel's fate, and once they decided upon the charge of high treason, if convicted, that would lead certainly to his death. Now, much like the conversations that must have taken place when Richard Engel was arrested, we don't have any of the secret conversations, the personal conversations that took place surrounding this trial. You know, if there were any back alley discussions or meetings in dark taverns, we don't know what was said, but my God, I wish we did. Because, well, the same day that the council chose to try Richard Engel on high treason, a few hours later, a party of men marched down to the docks of St. Mary's. And it was not a clandestine group of men. They would have drawn attention. One of them was a councilman there on the Council of Maryland. Another was Sheriff Packer, the man who was in charge of guarding Richard Engel and a prominent member of the community. And then the third was Thomas Cornwallis, a prominent trader and sea captain, one of the most famous men in town. And then the fourth was none other than Richard Engel. That group approached the Reformation and requested permission to board her. People noticed this, but nobody dared question these prominent men. A planter named John Hampton had been put in charge of the men guarding the Reformation. He was the captain of the guard. Initially, he balked at the thought of anyone boarding Reformation. His orders from the council and the deputy governor specifically forbade doing just that. But this group of men, a rich, well-known merchant, a counselor, and the sheriff, I mean, that's a lot of authority for him, a measly planter, to deny. So he allowed the party on board. The guard was wary, as any reasonable person would be, but Cornwallis put them at their ease. He said, quote, "All is quiet and at peace," end quote. Remember, this is the same man that the governor himself tasked with arresting Richard Engel. Clearly a person of influence, a person to be trusted. Again, David Chalmette in Pirates on the Chesapeake, quote, "Cornwallis then persuaded Hampton to turn over his rapier to the gunner of the ship and to order the guard to lay down their arms and disperse. Dutifully, Hampton, a simple planter, followed Cornwallis' directions. After all, when the most influential citizen of the colony, in company with a member of the council and the sheriff of the county, coming directly from a meeting with the acting governor, directed it, who was he to object?" End quote. You can guess what happens next. The crew of Reformation grabbed their weapons and captured the ship from the guards, and apparently in doing so, no blood was shed. But there are reports that Sheriff Packer, the man who had held Richard Engel in custody, was taken below deck and savagely beaten. Once that errand was done, the crew set Sheriff Packer and Thomas Cornwallis and the councilmen and all of the guards, including Hampton, everybody who wasn't a member of the crew, they put them in a boat and sent them to shore. Now that Reformation was back in the hands of the proper captain, Richard Engel, they weighed anchor, set sail, and drifted out of the harbor. And that's it. That's our story today. It's all true, and it's a fine story, but it's not a great story. We can't fill in the blanks, and there are a lot of blanks here. At least, we can't fill in the blanks with fact. Instead, though, I'd like to speculate a bit, to paint a picture of what might have happened. Let's take it back to before Richard Engel was arrested, when Thomas Cornwallis invited him ashore to use all means for apprehending Engel and to keep it secret. Now that did happen. That's what court records and later testimonies tell us. But there was a period of time in between the point when Thomas Cornwallis invited Richard Engel off the ship and when Sheriff Packer arrested Engel. Time when they had a chance to talk. I wondered earlier what they might have talked about. But can't you imagine that scene if this were a movie? Can't you see those two men walking down the docks? You can picture Richard Engel noticing the men lurking about, sheriff's men, all of them. And there's a moment of panic. Engel knows the situation back in England, and he knows this might be very bad for him, but Cornwallis tells him, quiet, don't look behind you, listen. These men are going to arrest you, and there's nothing I could do to stop it. I convinced the governor to send me because it was either that or they were going to storm the ship and kill your men. This is the better option. Trust me. We're going to get you out of this. Just don't resist. At that point, Sheriff Packer approaches Richard Engel and arrests him. Think about the sense of betrayal he must have felt from his old close friend. Think about the confusion and the fear and the anger that he was feeling when he was betrayed. It must have been crushing. But then again, what about the thread of hope? Maybe Cornwallis hadn't betrayed him. Maybe he actually did have a plan, and maybe he would find a way out of this. And then, again, according to court records, we know about Engel's appearances before the governor and the council. But those appearances, at least the records we have of them, are just rich plantation owners and politicians proclaiming about treason and loyalty to the king. That's not interesting to me. But I'm imagining what was happening behind the curtain. I imagine Cornwallis, after arresting his friend, meeting with council officials, not in an official capacity, but after dark, maybe over a mug of ale. Meeting with them to tell them what was really going on here. To tell them about the tailor, Hardage, who owed Engel and himself a lot of money. A tailor who had failed to pay up in some years and who knew that Richard Engel was planning to collect his money on this visit to St. Mary's, who levied charges against Engel in a cynical bid to enrich himself. All of them, of course, false charges. Hardage was guilty of bearing false witness, and Richard Engel was a poor innocent victim of his sins. I mean, can't you picture that scene? A candlelit colonial tavern, men with amazing facial hair and long flowing curls whispering about royalist conspiracies in a dark corner. Maybe one of those men is in on the conspiracy, one of the governor's men, or maybe one of Hardage's. I picture agents of the governor, hooded and cloaked, skulking in alleyways. I picture a fight scene and a chase scene and all of that, but none of that has any basis in reality. It's pure fiction. Instead, what really grips me is the relationship between the characters that we've established. If I were writing this story, I would focus on the drama between Robert Engel and Sheriff Packer. I see him, and this might have something to do with my image of what a sheriff is supposed to be, but I see him as a humble and intelligent and honest public servant. I don't know that that's what he was at all, but that's what I imagine. I imagine him a bit gruff, standoffish, maybe, as he personally guarded Robert Engel day in and day out. But little by little, I imagine Engel chipping away at the guard that the sheriff had up and exposing his humanity. I imagine, in time, the sheriff began conversing with Richard Engel to learn his side of the story, all about the injustice of what had happened to him. Which, by the way, we don't know that to be the case, that the tailor, Hardage, actually was lying. Engel may have been a parliamentarian rebel that threatened to personally behead the king for all we know. In fact, it's kind of likely. But that's not this story. It's not the story that reading about this history instills in me. I imagine Sheriff Packer eventually inviting Richard Engel to dine with him and his family. Maybe it's a feast day, a religious holiday, a time for mercy. Ingle would finally get a bath and a clean shirt and maybe a salve for the rope burns on his wrists. And then finally, all cleaned up and freshly shaven, Ingle would sit down to dinner with the sheriff and his wife and his children. I picture Richard Ingle as humble and charming and funny. A bit guarded, maybe, but opening up. Maybe the sheriff's wife asks some questions about the charges. And of course, the sheriff, a proper man, would tell her to be quiet, but she'd be a strong, self-possessed woman, and she'd get an answer. The sheriff, at this point, who is clearly convinced of Ingle's innocence, but refuses to admit it to himself, has to talk to his family. His daughter would probably have a bit of a crush on Ingle, and his son would want to run off and be a swashbuckling hero. And his wife, who is, of course, a perfect example, the personification of, justice and truth and all of those kind of traditionally feminine virtues, would tell her husband that if he, the sheriff, is a man of honor, he'd do the right thing. And that's pure cheese. It's trope-filled melodrama. And I want to be clear, none of that happened. I'm making all of that up, but isn't that the kind of story you want to hear? The reason that my instinct to characterize all of the people in this story is so strong, I think, has to do with the appearance of those four men at the Reformation. That's suspicious. I mean, look at it from the point of view of the sheriff. Donald Chamette writes that, quote, Ingle and his men seized the weapons and the ship. Packer was helpless to stop them. End quote. And that's the record. That's what we hear from later testimony. That's what we learn from the depositions of men that were on the verge of being charged with aiding and abetting high treason. I don't know that we can trust it. I think that those four men were involved in a conspiracy. I can picture all three of those men, the councilman, the sheriff, and Cornwallis, all attempting to secure Richard Ingle's release legally. But the council really wants to get that conviction. They really want to please the king. The governor really wants to please the king. So those four men take matters into their own hands. I mean, what other explanation is there for Sheriff Packer agreeing to take Richard Ingle on board the Reformation? Unless he's really, really stupid, there's no reason for him to do that. I picture Sheriff Packer choosing to do the right thing. Initially, he intends to own up to his decision, to tell everyone what he has done and face the consequences, but realizing that the well-being of his family, his wife, and his children, all of that is at stake, he allows himself to be talked out of it. So instead, he agreed to allow the crew to take him below decks and to beat him. What better evidence is there that you weren't in on the caper from the beginning than that they give you a good thrashing? Not too badly, not enough to do any serious permanent damage, but enough to draw some blood, to leave some bruises. The exact sort of thing that would look good when you're being questioned. Enough to convince them, at least, that you aren't guilty. In the end, Captain Richard Ingle fled St. Mary's aboard his ship, the Reformation. But he didn't flee the Chesapeake. Doing so would, Maryland was Ingle's breadbasket. It's how he made a living, by trading in Maryland. If he left, he would lose that market, and he would probably be arrested once he arrived in England, or even if he went to Virginia, wherever he went. Instead, Richard Ingle stayed nearby. He found a secret cove, a hiding place from which he could launch a series of raids and ship captures. To us, this sort of thing looks familiar. It's a common pirate tactic, but in the 1640s it was a bit novel. And certainly there were pirates on, say, the Irish or the Welsh coasts of the British Isles that raided and sallied forth and captured ships all the time, but they had people in their home country who would support them. Unlike later pirates who, very much like Richard Ingle here, were completely outside the law, with no home base, nowhere that they could recuperate, rest, or resupply. It looks a lot like the stories of little pirates. Next time, we're going to talk about Richard Ingalls' personal war against the colony at Maryland. And we're going to reintroduce another reputable sailor turned outlaw pirate, Ingalls' partner in crime, as it were, William Claiborne. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody who has helped to support the show, everybody who has signed up to become a patron on Patreon, everybody who has left us a rating or a review, everybody who has signed up to help the show through the website or PayPal, and everybody who has recommended this show. All of you make this show possible. Thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't yet checked them out, you absolutely should do so. You can find them at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch on Twitter, SoundCloud, Reddit, or YouTube. As always, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
Round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country town for a pint and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first life is born, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any MetroFlex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Manana, MD, Jawbreaker, Kinway, Toves, Loiny, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, Legends, Eric the Red, The Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. The morning of April 15th, 1644, began quietly on Chesapeake Bay. The people of St. Mary's, the capital of the Maryland colony, opened up their shops for business or marched into the fields. The fishermen were already on their way back home when a large Bristol flyboat anchored just offshore. By about mid-morning, business was in full swing near the docks. A party of Iroquois merchants were camped just outside town, doing a brisk trade. A Dutch merchant named David de Vries drifted lazily down the James River on his way to St. Mary's from his business in Jamestown. And a small fisherman's boat, still angling for her catch apparently, worked the waters in the distance. All of them, DeVries and those on the fisherman's boat and everybody in town, noted the two large ships that entered the harbor, but no one paid them any special attention. DeVries, who was on deck enjoying the smoke, watched with disinterest. Those two ships approached the Bristol flyboat at anchor, and they separated. They were moving around her, which was a bit odd. They had no need to do so. It's almost as if they were preparing to attack the Bristolmen. Those two ships moved to either side of the Bristolmen and opened fire with everything they had, and they had a lot of guns, far more than they advertised, far more than anyone giving the ship a passing glance could have seen. Captain DeVries, though, was not surprised. He'd been a commander in the war, and he'd seen the attack coming. But apparently the Bristol captain did not. DeVries watched in fascination as the ships traded fire back and forth, and he noted that the two attackers were preparing to launch their boats. Alarmingly, DeVries was drifting right into their path, but he deployed his men into the rigging and piloted the ship away from the fighting, into a shallow draft, too shallow for any of those engaged to follow. From this vantage, he could get a full view of the show, and he wrote in his journal, quote, "Lying there, out of musket range, the Bristolmen plied a gun so smartly that his foes could not launch their small boats to board her, nor avail themselves of further broadsides. Both parties kept up a desultory fire by single cannon, which, however, did considerable damage to all three, and caused many casualties." End quote. The fight went on for hours, until the sun was about to set. Failing to have gained the upper hand, the two attacking ships pulled away from the battle. They made for the mouth of the James River, quite near to where DeVries lay at anchor. Now DeVries wasn't alarmed by their approach. No ship could take a pounding like they had and wish any further fighting. They'd only come here to lick their wounds. Besides, DeVries was a Dutchman, and he was neutral in this fight. This was a fight between Englishmen. DeVries hailed those two ships and offered to come aboard with food and supplies and the use of his medic. They happily agreed. They could obviously use it, and the Dutch sent a contingent aboard the English ship. DeVries shared a dinner with their captains and a few of the officers, and heard their side of the story. The two ships had been in Maryland, simply to trade their tobacco, but the merchants there in St. Mary's refused to trade with them for their suspected parliamentarian sympathies. Now, as it happened, the St. Mary's merchants were correct. These men were parliamentarians, but they were legitimate, licensed merchants, not pirates or outlaws. But they had been refused trade and made the decision to earn their profit by force. Come dawn, those two ships were long gone from the harbor of St. Mary's, so DeVries sailed over to the Bristolmen and offered her the same aid. They accepted as well, and they needed it. That ship was in a bad way. The crew had been wounded almost to a man, including one innocent planter from Virginia who had been on the ship as a passenger on his way to Maryland. He'd been killed along with a shocking amount of the crew. But of course, DeVries wasn't shocked at this either. He'd seen war before. The people of Maryland, however, were shaken by this. They knew that the war was going on back in England, but the Chesapeake had been quiet up until now. This was the first sign that the war had come to America. There were two other groups of people worthy of note who were watching this battle from the sidelines. People who saw in the fighting an opportunity. The first group were those Iroquois merchants. This fight was shocking to them on a number of levels. First, this may have been the first time many of them had seen firsthand the sheer destructive power of those large English ships. But beyond that, though, there was an implication. This was a battle between Englishmen. Englishmen fighting Englishmen. It was a surprise. It was proof that the English were divided. That means they were weak. A Massachusetts mariner reported later on having captured an Iroquois warrior who was involved. Quote, "The Powhatan understood that they were at war in England and began to go to war among themselves, for they had seen a fight between a London ship which had been for Parliament and a Bristol ship which had been for the king." End quote. Those traders took their news to the most powerful man they knew, an old friend of ours, very old by this point, Chief Powhatan, father of the Princess Pocahontas and leader of the Powhatan Confederacy, the very man responsible for the Anglo-Powhatan War that so devastated Jamestown. In hearing that the English were divided and fighting amongst themselves, Chief Powhatan saw an opportunity, maybe, to push them out of America forever. This fight was to be his last hurrah, but it was a doozy. It only took them 3 days to prepare. De Vries, happily, had already left the area, because the Powhatan attacked, and it was immediately clear that Maryland itself was in danger of collapsing. Every man that could hold a gun or work a cannon was employed in defending the colony, and they barely managed to hold off the first wave. When they finally got a bit of a reprieve, Maryland sent off ships to beg aid from anyone back home in a position to give it. But those Maryland ships were engaged in a race to get back to England. They didn't know it, but they were, and they lost the race. They were beaten back to England by the other group that saw an opportunity in the fighting there on the Chesapeake on the morning of April 15th. A group of pirates operating on the Chesapeake with nefarious intentions. This is episode 157, Rascally Fellows of Desperate Fortunes. Let's take a second to catch up with events back in England. In January of 1642, King Charles I attempted to seize 5 rebellious members of the House of Commons. Now that was intended to be a, show of strength, but he failed to capture them, and it turned into proof of his weakness. This, compounded with a myriad of other social and political and religious offenses, ensured that a civil war was going to break out. The king's enemies picked up their muskets and their pikes, and King Charles fled London. Now, for a time, the royalist forces he managed to cobble together did well. It looked like this revolt might just be a blip on the historical radar. But the king's marshals were, well, they weren't great. They made a lot of bad decisions, most of them for very selfish reasons. The parliamentarians, on the other hand, had passion and grit, and eventually they had the numbers. When that battle on the Chesapeake took place in April 1644, the parliamentarians were in a very good position. In just a few months' time, at the Battle of Marston Moor, they would go on to essentially win the First English Civil War. But even in April, they were in charge. The king was on the run, fighting for his life, which left the Parliament running England. That's why, when that ship of nefarious pirates arrived, bearing news of the Indian uprising in Maryland, it was up to the parliamentarians to formulate a response. Now, some people did argue that they shouldn't help Maryland at all. It was, after all, just a papist royalist stronghold. It was the enemy of the parliamentarians who were engaged in a war. But if the Parliament was in fact running England, then they had to do the job. So they took action. They outfitted a few ships with guns and supplies. Shoes were the most prominent among them, but also, food and medicine and shot and powder, that kind of thing. By the time the ships from Maryland arrived, they found a response team almost ready to go, which is, of course, good news, right? Well, not quite. The ship that arrived bearing news of Maryland's imminent demise was none other than the pirate ship Reformation. The captain of Reformation, Richard Ingle, would likely have balked at having his Reformation declared a pirate ship, but until now she was a pirate ship. After his arrest and imprisonment in St. Mary's, and his dashing escape, Richard Ingle fled into the Chesapeake to prepare his revenge. And it was revenge that he was after. He spent the following months terrorizing the waters around Maryland. Were you to ask Richard Ingle himself, he very likely would have told you that he was not a pirate, but a brave and put-upon parliamentarian merely recouping his losses. Which is true, but doesn't make what he did any less piracy. And in all of that, Richard Ingle was not alone. The founder and one-time leader of the Kent Island Trading Post, William Claiborne, was equally furious and also out there on the Chesapeake alongside Richard Ingle. Both men were formerly prosperous merchants, well-known, influential politicians. Now they were forced to live outside the law with a price on their heads. All of that thanks to Baron Baltimore, Leonard Calvert, and the government of Maryland. So those disgraced men teamed up for their personal little war. But William Claiborne caught a lucky break. Remember the Providence Island Company, the Puritan pirates and colonists that attempted and failed to capture Providence Island off the Mosquito Coast? No drinking, no gambling, no singing, no sex, just pious religious services, twice a day. Well, once their ploy for the Caribbean fell apart, some of their investors decided to start a new corporation and try again. Now, some of those investors were really important power brokers during the Civil War and eventually in Cromwellian England. Some of them were involved with the Plymouth Company, which we'll talk more about next time. For now, they started the Providence Land Company, and they had a scheme to establish a colony in lands that technically belonged to Maryland. It's basically the same ploy that Maryland used in Virginia. Oh, you're not using this land? Well, I'll just go ahead and take it then. The Providence Land Company commissioned William Claiborne to found their colony. Claiborne was not a Puritan, but he was an ideological ally, and he knew the Chesapeake like none other. Claiborne did establish a colony, but it faltered in infancy. The men there were more interested in plunder than in planting. They engaged in a lot of piracy. Still, though, that job gave him a sense of legitimacy, and it brought him back into the legal world. He returned to Virginia and reestablished his plantation, even ran for office. Now that's good for Claiborne, but also for Richard Ingle. It gave him an ally in the colonies that could buy and sell goods and, should the need arise, to shelter him, and to feed him news of what was happening in the world. Which brings us, more or less, up to date to April 15th, 1644. The morning of the battle, Richard Ingle had his spies there at St. Mary's, as he usually did, to see if any rich prizes were leaving port. Those same spies were watching when the Iroquois uprising occurred. That gave Ingle the opportunity to weigh anchor and set sail before Maryland could get a ship out. But he wasn't going alone. William Claiborne stayed in the Chesapeake, but his old friend Thomas Cornwallis went back to England on board Reformation. You remember him. He was the prosperous planter there in St. Mary's that was contracted to arrest Richard Ingle, but also probably helped him escape. Cornwallis had the contacts back in England to get Richard Ingle in touch with the people capable of doing something about what was happening. He helped Richard Ingle secure 2 separate contracts from the Parliament. The first was for William Claiborne. They supplied them with a ship that was filled with everything that was needed to sustain Kent Island. They had food and guns and powder and shot and cannons, everything that they might need to make war. Of course, war against the Iroquois, naturally. That's what we're talking about. Didn't I say that? Well, if not, it was implied, right? The contract for William Claiborne was not specific in how he was to get those supplies to Kent Island, but it was implied that he would be in charge. It wasn't explicit, but they had given him license to retake the island.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
Everybody shush! William Shatner has something to say.
Cat and Jethro, box of oddities.
What do you do when the woman you love dies? Well, of course you dig her up and you live with her.
Aww.
The show examines weird things.
There are plenty of old photographs from this time period of children out in the streets playing in and among the dead horse carcasses.
Oh, I miss those days. Things used to be so much simpler.
Cat and Jethro.
Then there's the urine wheel, which sounds like a really bad game show.
They've done weird things. Cat and Jethro, box of oddities. That is really mysterious.
Join Cat and Jethro Gilligan Toth for the strange, the bizarre, the unexpected, as they lift the lid and cautiously peer inside the box of oddities.
The Webby Award-winning Box of Oddities podcast from Airwave Media.
Even more consequential, though, was a letter of marque that they handed over to Richard Engel. But there's an implicit question embedded in that action. Who, at this point, had the right to hand out letters of reprisal? The king? That was, of course, his prerogative, but he was busy trying not to get killed, trying not to lose a war. So what about the Lords of Trade? They did that kind of thing sometimes. Maybe the Virginia Company or the Council of Virginia. No one knew who had the right to hand out letters of marque because everybody was so busy trying to kill each other. What about the Parliament? The Parliament who was currently running the show in England? Well, it's debatable whether or not they had the legal right to do so, but they did it anyway. But I mean, who's going to stop them? The king certainly wasn't in any position to do so, and Lord Baltimore and the government of Maryland would absolutely protest, but if things went according to plan, they wouldn't be a factor for too much longer. See, the language on that commission was somehow simultaneously specific and suspiciously vague. It read that Engel was, quote, to seize and take all ships and vessels with their goods and company in or outward bound to or from any place hostile to Parliament, or which had traded with inhabitants of such place since their desertion of King and Parliament. End quote. Now, that can be confusing because of the language they use. It says that they were to attack any ships found to have deserted King and Parliament. But of course, the Parliament who gave that letter of marque to Engel were in rebellion against the King, right? And they were. But Parliament was operating under this really convoluted justification in nearly everything they did. They argued that the king, quote unquote, the office of king, not the man, but that the king, quote unquote, could only exist under the will of the Parliament, which, according to the Magna Carta, was kind of true. Therefore, at this point in the war, when the king, the man, King Charles, when he was operating without the will of the Parliament, then Parliament spoke with the will of the king. It's a weird stepping stone on the road to the realization that they could just, get rid of the king. Still, that letter of marque was a license to attack any ships coming out of Maryland. But of course it suggested that he should only attack royalist ships, not any ship. But if he needed to attack a non-royalist ship, he could do that too. It was a very broad letter of marque. It's confusing, but they were often written that way so that they could be interpreted as broadly as possible should court proceedings occur later on. Richard Engel set sail for America. He had all of those supplies for William Claiborne and his own writ to attack his foes in Maryland. Right around that time, another ship set sail, bearing the proper governor of Maryland, Leonard Calvert. He'd been in England this entire time, mostly starting a family, but dealing with some political issues as well. But now that Maryland was under threat, he was set to return. Which sets up our cast of characters almost perfectly. Thomas Cornwallis stayed in England after helping Ingle get his commission. So Ingle, Calvert, and Claiborne congregated back in the eastern Chesapeake. To his detriment, Leonard Calvert didn't know about the other two. He got back to the business of running his colony. The opening move, though, came from William Claiborne. As soon as he had his fresh supplies and his arms and his permission, only about a week after Leonard Calvert returned, he sailed on Kent Island with maybe a dozen men and, quote, stirred up the inhabitants with his own company, end quote. He roused the people to insurrection and then arrested the lieutenant governor of Maryland, who was in charge of Kent Island. The treasurer of Maryland was also on the island, so he was arrested as well. It took 2 days of really virtually no fighting for William Claiborne to once again command Kent Island and the fortress that guarded the approach to St. Mary's. Meanwhile, Richard Ingle was in Jamestown, busy recruiting. He got in touch with all of the undesirables, the rapscallions and rogues and roughs and parliamentarians. He invited them to, quote, go up in the quality of a man of war to Maryland to plunder the papists, end quote. Richard Ingle timed this raid perfectly, or maybe the planning had just been excellent from the very beginning. Governor Calvert sent out a crew to sneak onto Kent Island to assess their strength by land and sea. If possible, that crew was to retake Kent Island. That was a crew of St. Mary's elite. They were the best and bravest that St. Mary's had to offer, and at this moment, they were on Kent Island. That's when Richard Ingle arrived at St. Mary's on board the Reformation. However, he didn't bombard the harbor or sneak ashore in one of his canoes. No, the Reformation put in at the docks of St. Mary's. Richard Ingle disembarked with a letter from Thomas Cornwallis to his factor, a man named Cuthbert Fenwick. It was a real letter. Thomas Cornwallis did have orders for his factor there in St. Mary's, but it also gave Richard Ingle a legitimate reason to be there in St. Mary's. Now, Leonard Calvert wasn't a fool. He certainly would have had Ingle arrested, or at least under guard. But at this point, all of his best men were on Kent Island. If the governor angered the crew of Reformation, they could easily overpower the forces that he had there in St. Mary's. But Reformation didn't attack. Their guns didn't open up. Their crew didn't come ashore and begin burning down houses. Instead, Richard Ingle delivered his letter to Cuthbert Fenwick. Nothing illegal, nothing seditious, nothing out of the ordinary. Just a regular bit of business. Of course, while Richard Ingle was engaged in business with Cuthbert Fenwick, the 2 or 3 men who had accompanied him ashore had a quiet drink at the local tavern. Certainly nothing to worry about there. Just a few men enjoying a quiet drink, buying rounds for everyone in the tavern, and informing a few of the less reputable sort, according to the factor, that Richard Ingle had a, quote, commission he had from Parliament to plunder all papists and root them out of Maryland, terming them by the title of vermin, and to plunder all those that would take up arms with Calvert, end quote. That much is mostly true, but those men also spread tales that, in addition to Reformation, the impressive ship in their harbor, there were at least 2 or 3 more vessels in this fleet ready to come and destroy all of those who sat at the very top of the social ladder in Maryland. Rumors began to circulate, and eventually they aroused what was almost a panic. Right about this time, the news of the parliamentarian victory at Marston Moor was reaching the colonies, and here was this parliamentarian ship intent on plundering the papists, along with a supposed parliamentarian fleet. The people were terrified. Fear tore through them like a fire. They began to hide all of their wealth. The picture in my head is ridiculous. I imagine servants with giant packs of clanking silver on their back, trudging out of town, passing other servants going the opposite way, carrying an equal amount of silver, nodding to each other and pretending that they're not obviously carrying giant packs of silver to bury in the ground. Cuthbert Fenwick, for example, buried all of the silver on Thomas Cornwallis's estate, and then the people hunkered down to wait for whatever was coming for them. Governor Calvert and the local priest each wrote a letter to Richard Ingle in an attempt to mollify him. They offered him, quote, all free and friendly trade and at very good terms. It was a good offer, better than most traders in Maryland received. The governor contracted Cuthbert Fenwick to deliver the letters to Richard Ingle. By this point, the Reformation was back in Jamestown, so Fenwick ordered 3 of Cornwallis's servants to ready a pinnace for a voyage. And those servants appeared to be going about their business. They were loading food and guns. Lots of guns. A surprising amount of guns for a short voyage. And on the day that Fenwick went down to the docks of St. Mary's to begin his voyage, he found the pinnace already out at sea. Not sailing away, just at anchor, offshore. And he hailed them, but the 3 men replied that they would not be coming back ashore. Fenwick was perplexed. Later that day, though, the Reformation appeared on the horizon. Fenwick rushed down to the dock to meet them, and he noted that when Ingle came ashore, he was accompanied by 12 of, quote, the most rascally fellows of desperate fortunes he could get in Virginia, end quote. Fenwick greeted Ingle and his rascally fellows, and, as was his business, delivered the letters that he'd been told to deliver. Ingle read over them, and then said grimly, quote, they come too late, end quote. His fellows of desperate fortunes captured Cuthbert Fenwick then and there, and they took him aboard the Reformation. This is all very odd. It's hard to say for certain what's going on here, largely because our primary source is Cuthbert Fenwick's journal, and he was confused by all of this. Remember that he worked for a very good friend of Richard Ingle. They knew each other already. That's why he was chosen to deliver those letters. It's possible that the factor was lying about everything, but I don't think so. I think that he was genuinely astonished by this whole affair. There are a couple of pieces to this puzzle. First of all, those 3 servants that loaded and took the pinnace out to sea, 2 of them were indentured servants that belonged to Thomas Cornwallis. Both of them, though, had been sold to Cornwallis by none other than Richard Ingle. That fact opens up all kinds of crazy questions and possibilities. Were those men actually indentured servants in the first place, or did they have a deal with Richard Ingle to pretend to be indentured, to work on Cornwallis' estate for several months, and then, when the plan is hatched, get a fat cut of the profits? That's not likely, though. What I think was going on is that Fenwick was a dupe here. He wasn't in on anything that was going on. But Cornwallis and Ingle were conspirators in this whole affair. I think that when Richard Ingle dropped off that letter to the factor from Cornwallis, that he had other orders for those 3 men delivered by Ingle from Cornwallis. And I think that they needed to keep Fenwick out of the loop so that, should the plan go south, this respectable man couldn't be caught up in any of it. It's possible that Ingle arrested him for the very same reason. If this should all go poorly, he would have an exceptional alibi being held prisoner on board the Reformation. Because crime, violent crime, was about to ensue. Now that the factor was on board, Reformation sailed just down St. Mary's River and landed at Inigo's Fort. There probably weren't any soldiers there at the time, but if there were, they surrendered immediately. There weren't any shots fired. Inigo's Fort, though, was the last line of defense for St. Mary's. With Kent Island and Inigo's Fort in the hands of these rascally fellows of desperate fortunes, Reformation sailed on St. Mary's. The biggest prize of the day, for Richard Ingle at least, came in the form of a Dutch merchantman that was there in the harbor. The Spiegel, it was called. The privateers captured this innocent, neutral ship, but they promised that they would give it back once their business here was done. They weren't pirates, after all. This was naturally to ensure no skullduggery on the part of the merchantman. Spoiler alert, they never get the ship back. Then they landed at St. Mary's. I'd love to give you a rousing story of bitter fights to the death, but there was none. St. Mary's fell with virtually no resistance. Remember, most of those who knew how to fight were at Kent Island. Leonard Calvert, who might have led a defense, fled immediately with a few of the highest-ranking notables in the colony. They ran to Virginia, where they would be protected. The rest of the officials of the colony, well, they were arrested right out of their beds. The Secretary of State was nude at the time. Those officials were handed into the custody of the acting government of St. Mary's, the Protestant parliamentarian grandees there in the city. However, they didn't pillage St. Mary's. There was no rape or torture or murder. It was a quiet, quick, surgical affair. It was a victory for the forces of Parliament. But there was one target left to them that they had not yet taken. In the absence of Thomas Cornwallis, the richest landowner in Maryland, his manor house had been taken over by the government as sort of an arms depot. Richard Ingle intended to take it back from the government and use it as a base of operations. There was even a private dock there that he could get reformation to, which led to the Chesapeake and onto the sea. It would have been a perfect location. It was filled with guns and supplies and had enough to sustain the parliamentarian cause in the Chesapeake Bay for months, perhaps even indefinitely. All that Ingle had to do was to capture that manor house and hold it. That evening, on board Reformation, Richard Ingle summoned Cuthbert Fenwick to his cabin. They were to dine together. They shared a meal and they shared some drinks, and before long they were laughing deep into the night. But soon enough, Fenwick got down to business. He knew that they were going to take the manor house of his employer come morning. I should note that the mistress of Cornwallis Manor was Fenwick's wife. They were looking after the estate while Thomas Cornwallis was in England. The factor asked to be put ashore so he could tell her what was coming, to prepare for the takeover of the manor house. But Ingle could only agree to that if Fenwick signed a warrant to his wife that secured the transition over to Ingle's control, a legal document that could ensure that nobody could go back on their word. The factor was hesitant. Richard Ingle was, after all, in the company of those rascally fellows of desperate fortunes, but Ingle assured him that none of the goods of the house, quote, would be spoiled or damaged, and he continued that he would, quote, wrong nobody that was in the house. That was enough for Fenwick, who agreed and signed the warrant. But he urged Richard Ingle, before being set ashore, not to forget his promise. But Ingle replied, quote, nay, if I have promised, I will be as good as my word, end quote. So that's that, right? Another peaceful transition of power, right? Well, not exactly. That evening, Fenwick went ashore to inform his wife of the plan, and come morning, a small landing party, led by Ingle's top lieutenants, went ashore. Ingle wasn't there. He was in St. Mary's dealing with the fallout of his takeover. His lieutenants, though, presented Mrs. Fenwick with the warrant, and they took over command of the manor house. But then, well, Donald G. Chalmette tells it better than I could. He writes in Pirates on the Chesapeake, quote, in the hallways they discovered cupboards filled with spices, wax, drugs, candles, shoes, and an iron-bound chest containing satin petticoats laced with gold and silver. There were Turkish carpets and great chests filled with quilts, curtains, cushions, and linens. In the parlor were magnificent inlaid chairs and table, an enormous cypress chest valued at 130 pounds, ornate Flemish wall hangings, curtains, and carpets. By the fireplace lay a great pair of andirons, tongs, bellows, and sundry items of convenience. In other rooms they discovered shelves of books, tapestries, deep feather beds, and fine silver plate. And then he goes on at length to describe smith's tools, farming implements, and heads of cattle. But he continues, there were dozens of valuable hogsheads of tobacco. The household staff consisted of 3 black slaves and numerous indentured English servants. And, most happily for the thirsty privateersmen, there was a great store of beer, wine, and, quote, strong waters. In all, Ingle was now commander of an estate whose goods alone were valued at £2,632. Thomas Cornwallis, even on the Chesapeake frontier, had been a man accustomed to a, quote, splendid manner of living. End quote. This splendid standard of living was unlike anything any of these fellows of desperate fortunes had ever seen or even imagined. It was shocking and awe-inspiring. But then it turned to disbelief and disgust and finally into rage. This opulence was disgusting. These men had to scrap for every loaf of bread they had ever eaten, and this man was hoarding wealth unlike anything that any of them had ever seen. These men, these poor, bedraggled men of desperate fortunes, saw for the first time in their lives how the other half really lived. Chaumette calls them privateersmen, but I believe these men are pirates, and I think they're about to prove it. According to the journal of Cuthbert Fenwick, the pirates, quote, plundered and carried away all things in it, pulled down and burnt the pails, killed and destroyed all the swine and goats, and killed or mismarked almost all the cattle, took or dispersed all the servants, carried away a great quantity of sawn boards from the pits, and ripped up some of the floors of the house. Thomas and John Sturman forced themselves of the house as their own, dwelt in it so long as they pleased, and at their departing, took the locks from the doors and ye glass from the windows, and in fine ruined his whole estate to the damage of at least 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. End quote. They ravaged the estate of Thomas Cornwallis, the close friend and ally of their captain. A few days later, their captain, who had promised not to despoil the manor house, arrived and saw what they had done. But instead of punishing these men, instead he ordered that they set the manor on fire. This was an act of destruction for destruction's sake. It was the beginning of an era known in colonial history as the plundering time. For the next 2 years, Richard Ingle and William Claiborne, and all of the men who followed them, reigned over the colony of Maryland. They reigned, though, in blood and fire. The Reformation, or the Spiegel, which was never returned to its owner, or any of a number of ships that were added to their growing fleet, would appear on the horizon near a wealthy estate. Then a party of armed men would disembark and come ashore, and they would demand a payment be made to Thomas Cornwallis, for whom they said they were agents. And at first, they did only approach men who did owe Thomas Cornwallis money. If the payment was made in good faith, they would give the person a receipt and go about their way. But if a payment was not made, they would take it by force. At first, this meant that the men would only march into the barn and take an amount of tobacco equal to what was owed to Cornwallis. But as the weeks dragged into months, things began to change. Before long, those armed men were approaching plantations who owed nothing to Thomas Cornwallis. They were just royalists. And then, eventually, they didn't even have to be royalists, just people who had a lot of land and a lot of money. Those who did not pay had their entire warehouse emptied, and sometimes set on fire. That could be a year's worth of tobacco grown on these giant plantations. But then things went from bad to worse. A planter who had previously risked perhaps losing profit now risked not only having his product stolen and warehouse burned down, he risked having his fields set ablaze and his house ransacked. And sometimes it got worse than that. Sometimes his family would be assaulted, beaten, or even raped. And finally, when these men, these privateers, were ready to go, they would burn his house to the ground. Now, in the diary of Cuthbert Fenwick, he said that these men marched away with all of their servants. And there's something to that. On nearly all of these large estates, after the pirates were done despoiling the place, the indentured servants and, more frequently, the African slaves, they would leave with the pirates. They weren't captured, they weren't prisoners, they just went with them. They joined the crew and they would go on to pillage some other rich manor house. And I've got to tell you here, I have a hard time ginning up any sympathy for these plaintiffs. Bought and sold and beaten and exploited. Well, it's hard to summon a lot of sympathy for those who did. The selling and the buying and the beating and all of the exploiting. The plundering time would last for almost 2 years, but the real violence only lasted for a few months. You see, as Maryland became a dangerous place to live, at least for people of means, well, all of those people of means left Maryland. They went back to England. They took all of their gold and their silver, and they left America. All of these rascally fellows of desperate fortunes were now in command of Maryland, but the colony was at that point almost empty. Finally, though, Baron Baltimore and Leonard Calvert, together with a coalition of those who still had land rights in Maryland, raised a force to take the colony back from the privateers who now controlled it. By that point, though, William Claiborne and Richard Ingle and Thomas Cornwallis were well out of that draw. Once they saw what the colony was turning into, they left it behind. Cornwallis and Claiborne would live relatively prominent lives in the American colonies, while Richard Ingle would die at sea some years later. Next time, we're going to leave the Chesapeake behind, and we're going to look at the colonial and piratical events all along the other parts of the Atlantic coast of the colonial world. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and everybody who helps to support the show, all of our patrons on Patreon, those of you who have donated or left a rating or a review or recommended this show. Our theme music was The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brilliant. You can find them at brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, you can find us at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, most importantly, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any MetroFlex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Manana, MD, Jawbreaker, Kinway, Toves, Loining, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, Legends, Eric the Red, The Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. The etymology and history of the word America is actually pretty interesting. Relatively speaking, as far as etymology and history of national names goes, it's up there. Now, we all learned in grade school, or should have, that the name derives from the Italian explorer Amerigo Vespucci. Shortly after his lifetime, the word America came into use in the 1500s. And it was used in reference to, well, that's the interesting part. What did America mean at the time? Even asking what America means today is kind of complex and not on some philosophical level. Commonly, it refers to the United States of America. I am an American. I drive an American car, I drink American whiskey, and I speak American English. Much more broadly, of course, it refers to everything in the Western Hemisphere, the Americas. Now, this dichotomy is just kind of accepted by everyone in the modern world. When a German talks about Americans, they're not talking about a Panamanian, even though Panama is part of the Americas. It's in Central America. Now, I know I'm not blowing your mind here. We all get it. But at the time with which we are concerned, that was actually kind of a hot question. See, Amerigo Vespucci, like Christopher Columbus and a number of other people we're going to talk about today, he was an Italian who sailed for an Iberian power. Vespucci sailed for both Portugal and Castile. So the word America comes down to we English speakers mostly through Spanish, although through Portuguese and Italian and even a bit of French. It's a thoroughly Latin, romantic, even a Catholic word. But then the Reformation happened, and all of the Protestants, especially those in England, shunned anything that smacked of even a mild bit of popery, including words. They couldn't just get rid of all the French that was already embedded in English, but they sure could shun new words. America sounds like some papist plot to me. It's all very McCarthyist Red Scare kind of stuff. The point is, though, the early English colonists didn't use the word America, that old Catholic gem, even when they should have, even when it was perfect for their needs. For example, at first, they called their colonies across the ocean Virginia. Uniformly, that was the name for all of the colonies on the other side of the ocean. And that worked fine when it was just Virginia. But then we started getting new colonies. You had the Virginian colonies of Virginia and Maryland. And then it gets more complicated when you have Delaware and Rhode Island and Carolina and Massachusetts. So they tried other names. They tried calling all of their colonies uniformly New England. There was actually a pretty big official push to call them the New England colonies, which stuck for the colonies that were growing at that time, but never came to encapsulate uniformly all of the American colonies. By the time of the Restoration, they'd pretty much lost that little war of words, and they called all of them simply, finally, America. But we're not there quite yet. We've been pretty laser-focused on the piratical events in Chesapeake Bay for a few weeks now. But today I want to pull back and look at the greater colonization efforts of the English, yes, but also the French and the Dutch and even the Spanish. And by the end, I hope to have a clear picture of what the colonies in North America looked like by about 1660. This is episode 158, North American Colonization. It would be inappropriate to begin any discussion of North American colonization in any place other than with the native peoples living there at the time. I want to talk about how I'll be referencing those different native peoples. We'll be covering a lot of ground over the next couple of weeks, so to avoid any confusion and to avoid the inevitable, embarrassing mispronunciations, I'm going to try to shy away from using the tribal names of the people in question. Instead, I'm going to use their greater cultural and linguistic distinctions, focusing basically on three. There's the Mississippian peoples to the south, along the Mississippi River and the Delta, and all the way over to Georgia and Florida. And then there are the Iroquoian peoples. We've met them before. The Susquehannock people, for example, were Iroquoian. And we'll meet them again up to the north in peoples like the Huron and the Mohawk. And then even later on further inland with the Cherokee. The largest group by far living in America at the time were the Algonquin peoples. We've already met the Algonquin peoples like the Powhatan, but we're about to meet a lot more of them. To the north, there were the Cree, who surrounded Hudson Bay and much of the northern Great Lakes. In the Massachusetts Bay region, we'll meet the Massachusetts people, the Narragansett people. The Algonquin peoples are everywhere in this story. The indigenous peoples of pre-Columbian America were sprawling and varied, and I'm going to be boiling it down into these very broad groups, which I shouldn't do, but I'm going to do it, to make things easier for all of us. Now, the first Europeans to make contact were, well, I guess they were the Vikings and Leif Erikson, but the first pertinent to our story are the Spanish. From Central America, they marched northward through the Aztec Empire and into what we would today consider parts of the United States: California, New Mexico, Texas, Arizona. Eventually, the conquistador Hernando de Soto led the first European expedition across the Mississippi. Now, we've talked about that before. That's old news. So we're going to begin instead with the Newfoundland colony. Initially, that was a Norse colony, a Viking colony. Probably that's where the colony called Vinland was located. But by 1500, that colony was abandoned. The next European contact to that region came in 1497. It was an English expedition under another Italian explorer named Giovanni Caboto. He's commonly called John Cabot. That was the first serious attempt to find a northwest passage to Asia. But there's about to be a whole lot more of those. There were Spanish and Portuguese and more Nordic sailors, and finally, the French. In 1524, yet another Italian explorer, that's the fourth so far, named Giovanni de Verrazzano, explored Newfoundland and the St. Lawrence River. Now, he was doing so under a French flag and was followed a few years later by a man named Jacques Cartier, who finally planted a flag on Newfoundland. 4 years later, in 1538, an Englishman named Humphrey Gilbert did the same thing for England. He established a fort there as well, which led to the militarization of the region, and really something of an unofficial war, a three-way war between France, England, and Spain over Newfoundland. Now, this was a hotbed of privateering, even piracy, but it lacks the flair of West Indian piracy. Instead of, rum and gold and Spanish galleons, it was a war of codfish and cod fishing ships. It's important to the war effort, yeah, but it's not exactly fun. It doesn't make for great storytelling. The Spanish, though, would eventually abandon the colony, and the French and English would split it up into northern and southern regions. They decided it was more useful as a base for further North American exploration. If we return to Giovanni de Verrazzano, back on his 1524 expedition, after he explored Newfoundland, he moved on to found what would become known as Quebec City. That colony, that settlement, had a bunch of false starts. They faced all of the usual problems. There was starvation and supply missions getting blown off course and attacks from the Algonquin Cree people. However, the French persisted and eventually established the colonies of Acadia and New France. Now, that's what all of the official records, the lines drawn on paper back in France, called their colonies. But the actual hard-scrabble colonists that did the real work of scratching out settlements in Montreal and Quebec and Fort Frontenac and Fort des Trois, they had another name for the region. The French Boucaniers on Saint-Domingue, down in the Caribbean, called their island, after the local Taino name, Haiti. The French fur traders up in North America borrowed the Huron, Iroquois word for their region. They called it Kanata, which would, after being Gallicized, of course, become Canada. Now, we're going to hold off on the exploration of the Louisiana Territory. That will become much more relevant during the 9 Years' War when we return to La Roe de Graaf and Anjou-La-Vue, that story. But if we move south, The French attempted to colonize what they call French Florida. Their first attempt was Charlesfort in 1562, which notably was the same year that the French Wars of Religion exploded in a series of bloody massacres against the Huguenots. Now, Charlesfort was named after King Charles IX of France, and the colony they attempted to establish was named Caroline, after the Latin word for Charles, as well as a nod to the Carolingian roots of their empire. But that first attempt at colonization ended tragically, much like Roanoke would a generation later. The Huguenot commander of the voyage, a man named Jean Ribault, sailed back to France to collect supplies, but as the French Wars of Religion had just broken out and were currently drowning Europe in blood, he was arrested and detained and unable to return with the necessary supplies. So the 28 colonists who survived that first winter sailed back for Europe. It was a difficult voyage, though. In an open boat, they resorted to cannibalism before finally, blessedly, being rescued by an English Protestant. The French did try again, though, a few years later at Fort Caroline. This was the Huguenot sister city to Roanoke. It was the same colony that was sacked and burned by the Spanish from St. Augustine. Francis Drake did burn St. Augustine to the ground and get a bit of retribution for his Protestant brothers, but Spain managed to reassert her borders, for the time being at least. The English made an attempt on the region in 1629. King Charles I granted a charter to the province of Carolina. They were to establish a settlement at Cape Fear. Starvation, Native American attacks, and finally an invasion by the Spanish. It wouldn't be until after the Restoration, in the mid-1660s, that Charles II finally reincorporated the Carolina colony. And finally, that stuck. I do find it funny that the very first colony was named after the French King Charles. The second attempt was named after another king, an English king named Charles. And the third attempt at a Carolina colony that finally established a lasting settlement was named after a third King Charles. It allowed them at least to keep a continuity in the nomenclature. But as the Carolina colony really only got going after the Restoration, we won't have much more to say about it today. But Carolina will be one of the most central pivot points in our entire story moving forward. Only 3 or 4 places in North America, at least, really challenge Carolina for that honor. All of them eventually English colonies. And that brings us to the Pilgrims, which reminds me how embarrassingly terrible I am at sticking to any kind of schedule. Many months ago, I had an outline in which I planned to discuss the story of North American colonization and the Pilgrims on Thanksgiving. We are now 4 months past Thanksgiving, give or take a few weeks, and I'm finally getting to where I plan to be. The Pilgrims are really one of the seminal pieces of the American mythology, and for some very good reasons. Now, they were Puritans, but we should draw some distinctions here. I've often talked about the Puritans as if they're a single, unified, religious sect, but they're not. The very word Puritan was a pejorative. It was used to mock the Puritans. There were a ton of separate congregations, though, with different beliefs, and sometimes those beliefs would stand in opposition to other Puritan sects. Some of them were downright radical, even to a sort of Christian proto-communism, like the Diggers, for example. You know, the anarcho-syndicalists in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, strange women lying in ponds, distributing swords as no basis for a system of government? Well, in that scene, they're digging in the mud. And while the language that they used is very 19th century Marxist kind of stuff, the whole scene is a reference and, a dig against the Diggers. Well, the Pilgrims, the congregation in England that would become to be known as the Pilgrims, they weren't that radical. They weren't the Diggers. They weren't the anarcho-syndicalists, but they were still pretty radical. They practiced democracy within their congregation. universal male suffrage at least, and they had some pretty insane ideas for society at large. Separation of church and state, freedom of religion, things like that. You can see how they came to be so central to the American myth. The slave-owning Chesapeake colonies may have been the economic engine of the English colonies, but that's not a system that you want kids to idealize when they're taught about it in school. The Pilgrims fill in nicely in that role.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Do you have a point of sale system you can trust, or is it a real POS? You need Shopify for retail. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify POS has everything you need to sell in person. Go to shopify.com/system, all lowercase, to take your retail business to the next level today. That's shopify.com/system.
Now, they were chased out of England by royal forces, and they fled initially to Holland. See, these pilgrims were also Calvinist, like the people in Holland, and they thought they might find a home there. But the Dutch weren't much more enamored with the radical politics of the pilgrims. So the congregation chose, in fact, they voted, to sail to the New World to establish a colony. They had a few wealthy and influential backers in England. Men who both believed in the ideals of the Pilgrims, but also saw the potential financial returns. Those investors and the Pilgrims outfitted two ships, the Mayflower and the Speedwell. One ship, the Mayflower, was to carry mostly the Pilgrims. The other, the Speedwell, was to carry men who would ensure that those economic returns actually came to fruition. Merchants, planters, fur traders, and that sort. The Speedwell, though, never made it out of English waters. She had some pretty serious issues even before setting sail. But everybody packed on board the Mayflower with all of their supplies, and in late 1620, they set sail. Now, they were actually aimed at Virginia, but a pretty terrible storm blew them off course. During that storm, a woman gave birth to a child that she named Oceanus. Loyal listeners will remember Oceanus as the name of the ancient Roman god, one of the Titans, in fact, that ruled the great world sea. The Pilgrims found themselves finally at Cape Cod. Cape Cod is one of those locations that might give the Carolinas a run for its money, in terms of importance to piracy. The Pilgrims, having made landfall, stopped and rested on shore. Most of them took the opportunity to bathe. But then they moved on. The odyssey that the Pilgrims endured in reaching Plymouth Rock and finally the Plymouth Colony, well, it's quite a story, an epic story even, but we're not going to be spending time on it here. However, that story is the American myth. I would make note of the Mayflower Compact. It was the governing document that these proto-democrats wrote for their colony. You know, the Constitution or the rights of man, it's not. But it's still a pretty bold declaration of self-governance nonetheless, and in a few ways reminds me of later pirate codes. But instead of all of that, we're going to continue on with the journey of colonization, and we're going to stick pretty close to that region. We should make note of an explorer named Henry Hudson, who sailed the Hudson Bay and the Atlantic seaboard, including the Hudson River. Thus far, he has explored nearly every region that we've talked about today. Now, he sailed primarily for England, but not exclusively. On one of his voyages, he sailed for the Dutch West India Company. That's the voyage in which he landed at Manhattan Island and explored the Hudson River. That voyage also led to the 1621 Dutch West India Company Foundation, of New Netherland. The two largest settlements that the Dutch set up there in New Netherland were Fort Orange, which would go on to become Albany, New York, and New Amsterdam, which would of course go on to become New York City. There was also, here in the mid-1620s, a small colonial outpost up in what would one day become the colony of Maine. But within the decade, all of those colonies, especially New Netherland and the Plymouth colony, found that the region was growing very crowded. There was a new colony in the Northeast, a massive colony, both in territory and in population. We're of course talking about the Massachusetts Bay Colony. The founders and the investors of the Massachusetts Bay Colony were also Puritans, but not the kind of cool, democratic separation of church and state pilgrims. No, they were theocratic, dogmatic, top-down sorts of Puritans, the kind that banned Christmas and were just about to go to war against the king back in England. Quite literally, in fact, they were the witch-burning kind of Puritan. Salem was their second major settlement after Boston. These Massachusetts Bay Puritans certainly weren't the freedom of religion kind of Puritans. They were more the financially and socially ostracized the Anglicans and Quakers in our colony kind of Puritans. The actively persecute any Catholics or Jews that manage to foolishly stumble into our lands kind of Puritans. Now, Massachusetts grew amazingly quickly. 20,000 some odd people sailed to America, primarily to Massachusetts, in an event called the Great Migration. In his excellent work of history, American Colonies, author Alan Taylor describes these colonists and the land into which they immigrated. And I should note he also quotes a couple of other passages in here. He writes, quote, "This different set of colonists adapted to a colder, less abundant, but far healthier environment. A northern and hilly land of dense forests, sharp slopes, stony soils, and a short growing season. New England demanded hard labor to make a farm and offered little prospect of getting rich. A critic insisted that in New England, quote, the air of the country is sharp, the rocks many, the trees innumerable, the grass little, the winter cold, the summer hot, the gnats in the summer biting, the wolves at midnight howling." End quote. And then Taylor continues, quote, "But in classic Puritan fashion, the New English thanked their God for leading them to a land where they had hard work. One explained, quote, if we desire to have a people degenerate speedily and to corrupt their minds and bodies, let them seek a rich soil, that which brings much with little labor. But if they desire that piety and godliness should prosper, let them choose a country such as New England, which may yield sufficiency with hard labor and industry." End quote. And then Taylor concludes, quote, "Immigrants who preferred a chance to get rich could head farther south, to the Chesapeake." End quote. What Taylor's dancing around here is one half of the sociological concept called the Protestant work ethic. Now, that theory was proposed by the turn-of-the-century philosopher Max Weber. It's also been called, more accurately even, the Calvinist or the Puritan work ethic, and it argues that the values that are espoused by the Puritans of hard work and asceticism and frugality. In fact, Weber actually mentions Ben Franklin's maxim, "A penny saved is a penny earned," but it argues that basically all of the ideals we just mentioned about the Puritans in New England led directly to the establishment of capitalism and American democracy. Now, there's certainly something to that, but I think in the interest of fairness, we should point to the flip side of that theory, the other half of the Protestant work ethic, the negative argument. Now, that argument is based largely in the works of another founding sociologist, Karl Marx, but I think it's better described in the words of Martin Luther King Jr. He said, quote, We have deluded ourselves into believing the myth that capitalism grew and prospered out of the Protestant ethic of hard work and sacrifice. The fact is that capitalism was built on the exploitation and suffering of black slaves and continues to thrive on the exploitation of the poor, both black and white, here and abroad. End quote. That dichotomy is perfectly exemplified in what Taylor was saying. I've made a couple of allusions to it myself. You've got the hard scrabble Puritans living up north, while those who wanted to grow wealthy on rich soil did so down south, primarily at this point in the Chesapeake. And while I think that Weber's theory is valid, if incomplete, I'd say the same thing about what Martin Luther King had to say. They're both accurate, but I don't think either tells a complete story. America is a land of contradictions. I think that both the hard scrabble Puritan work ethic of the North and the more opulent exploitation of the South are necessary to produce the American system. But I think, and admittedly I may be biased in this, but I think that there's a third, often overlooked or overshadowed viewpoint here. An ideal that I think is exemplified by pirates. Pirates represent, in some ways, the working class, the often lionized working class, maybe even the first American working class. They weren't slaves and they weren't peasants, but they certainly weren't the opulent minor nobility down south that owned huge tracts of land. They weren't even really middle class, which might be a better modern analogy for the Puritans. No, working class. Like the Puritans, they weren't afraid of a hard day's work, and they knew how to endure and move beyond suffering. But unlike the Puritans, they didn't find any intrinsic value in either of those things. On the other hand, much like the Chesapeake colonists, pirates loved a bit of gold and also were more than happy to profit off the labor of others. The difference being that instead of an exploitation of human labor, no, they just stole that wealth. But then there's something else, something that I think makes them definitively working class, something that we in our modern society seem to have lost. Pirates were angry. And they're often portrayed drinking rum and singing songs, and they were, and they did. But when they sang A Pirate's Life for Me, they weren't glorying in the freewheeling fun of it all. They were talking about taking back a little bit of what had been taken from them. The pirates were angry at the wealth of the ruling class that had been earned on the backs of the dispossessed, many of which were the pirates. They were angry that the only other option shown to them by those in power was some sort of austere Puritanism. On the one hand, a system that wanted to strip them of their rights and abuse them. On the other, a system that asked them to abuse themselves. This made them angry. They didn't want either of the options that were shown to them by those in power because neither option was good for them. Instead, they wanted a third way. They chose a path of rage and revolution, and, notably, democracy. One man or woman, one vote. And equality under the law, laws that they got to write. The pirate tradition, I would argue, is just as important to the foundation of the American way of life as that of the Puritan work ethic, or whatever they were doing in Chesapeake. And, wow, I'm way out in the weeds here. I'm also realizing that my goal of reaching 1660 in any reasonable amount of time is impossible. We've barely scratched the 1630s. However, this is a reasonable place to stop. Next time, we're going to pick up where we left off in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. We're going to watch as it balloons in size and then fractures into a number of different shapes that we would recognize today. And we're going to do so through the eyes of the first wave of New England pirates. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and everybody who has helped to support the show, either by signing up to become a patron on Patreon or leaving us a rating or a review, or just recommending this show. You all make this show possible. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. You can find them at brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, you can always find us at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, most important, thank you for listening. You may have noticed over the past couple of weeks that a few things in the podcast are slightly different, mostly small structural changes. I think that since I, like most of you, am stuck at home, I have the opportunity and the time to play around with some of that, to see what I like and what I don't like. Nothing's set in stone, but over the next few weeks, keep an open mind, and if there's anything that you despise, feel free to let me know. On that note, I hope that all of you and your friends and family are safe and well during this trying time. With luck, we'll get through this together.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Next on Metro's Nada Yada Island podcast.
I almost fainted when the 4 new bombshells arrived. 4 free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G phones at Metro.
No way.
And finding out the 4th line is free. Oh, things got heated.
That's wild. Join Metro and get 4 free Samsung 5G phones. Only at Metro.
Plus tax. Bring 4 numbers and an ID and sign up for any MetroFlex plan. Not available currently at T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days.
Today's episode is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Manana, MD, Jawbreaker, Kinway, Toves, Loining, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, Legends, Eric the Red, The Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigo, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. This is episode 159, A Sea Highwayman. Immediately before the arrival of European colonists in the form of the Pilgrims, the Patuxet Indian tribe lived on Massachusetts Bay, very near where Plymouth would eventually be founded. The Patuxet belonged to the Wampanoag Confederation, a coalition of tribes that largely spoke the Massachusetts language, a subgroup of the greater Algonquin language family. You can see why I want to try to avoid too much of this. It gets complex, and I'm just leagues from qualified to talk about any of this stuff. But the Patuxet are worth a special note. The Wampanoag coalition was formed to counter incursions from the Iroquois Confederation. If I had the expertise, the Iroquois Confederation is something really worth talking about. It was a relatively new coalition of Mohawk and Huron and Cree peoples, among others, and the Iroquois were something of an existential threat to the Algonquins, especially in the Northeast. I have an analogy that I really don't like to use, mostly because it makes me admit things about myself I'd care not to, but it fits. In Star Wars, in the old extended universe canon, in the old Star Wars novels, there was an invasion from another galaxy that very nearly destroyed the New Republic. They had, in their armada, sentient planets that could cause untold devastation. Emperor Palpatine, who was dead by that point, could see the future, and he forged his galaxy into a unified empire that built, planet-killing weapons. The theory is that Palpatine intended to defend against this imminent existential threat. And in the late 1500s, in the real world, the Iroquois forged a confederation shortly after first coming into contact with European colonists. And I don't know this to be certain, but it's almost as if they were trying to forge their world into a unified force to resist the threat that was coming. Now, they probably would have failed anyway. The disease and technological disparities would have seen to that, but it would have given them a better fighting chance. But the Wampanoag Confederation, much like the plucky rebels in Star Wars, fought them. And by 1610, the war between these two confederations was contentious and raging. Now, most of the warriors that belonged to the Patuxet people were stationed on the front lines. And I should note a couple of things here. The Mohawk people in the Iroquois Confederation were not the same people as the Mohican people. The Mohican people fought on the Wampanoag side of the coalition against the Mohawk. In fact, most of the Patuxet warriors were fighting on the border between the Mohawk and Mohican peoples. This was a major conflict, and it would continue on for decades and decades, and it's going to form the backdrop for much of our story, at least that takes place in North America. But on that same note, we also shouldn't confuse the Patuxet people with the Patuxent people down near Jamestown. They are different peoples, but that was a common misconception at the time, largely due to the confusion of one man, John Smith. The same John Smith that founded, or helped found, Jamestown in Virginia. He was among the first Europeans to make contact with the Patuxent and Patuxet peoples, and he believed them to be either the same people or at least very closely related. On that voyage, on which John Smith met the Patuxet people in the Northeast, he coined the name New England. Now, he originally intended this to include Virginia and all of England's colonies in America, as we discussed last time, but that didn't catch on, except in, of course, what we call New England today. Now, John Smith, after his initial voyage, left the region intending to come back and establish a colony very near those friendly Patuxet people. And he did so, but when he returned to America, every last Patuxet person in America was already dead. In fact, there was only one member of that tribe still alive. See, after John Smith left the New England region, one of his rivals attacked the Patuxet and captured several of them to sell back in Europe. But these Native Americans were sold, mostly in Spain in this case, to serve as a sort of curio, living exhibits of American savages that could be bedecked and tattooed in the wildest fashions imaginable and paraded around all the courts of Europe. And while they were slaves, it was more like the ancient Roman system. They were allowed to craft and sell their own wares, to accept tips for performance, and eventually to buy their own freedom. One of those Patuxet natives sold into slavery was a young man named Tisquanto, whom we would know better as Squanto. Squanto earned his freedom after a few years of slavery and sailed for England, and then in 1619 he booked passage back to America. But when he arrived back home, he found his entire village empty. Everyone was dead. But it wasn't warfare. It was a plague. It was probably smallpox, although there are other theories what it might have been, and it probably came from John Smith's expedition. And it swept through the Northeast, but hit the Wampanoag coalition especially hard, and the Patuxet people, except for Squanto, were entirely wiped out. Just about a year later, the Pilgrims made their first landing at what would come to be called Provincetown, at the tip of Cape Cod. And then they sailed over to where these friendly Patuxet people were supposed to be located. Thanks to John Smith, they had pretty decent maps of the region, but of course they found their village abandoned. That village, on the western coast of Cape Cod Bay, became the site of their settlement at Plymouth. And, by the way, Cape Cod Bay is one of the English colonies we mentioned last time in the running to be dubbed the most important piratical location in North America, alongside Carolina. And when the closest tribe to this newly founded settlement realized that there were a bunch of English people living over there, they decided to send an emissary, and there was only one real candidate. Squanto spoke both their own Massachusetts language and English fluently, and he knew the English people. And that story is obviously amazing. You know, it's fraught with peril and backstabbing and double dealings, and not all of it on the part of the English. The story is a ton of fun, but it would take an entire episode just to scratch the surface of. Suffice it to say, though, Squanto was, at these early stages, at the heart of everything, and he played both sides against the middle to benefit himself a lot of times. There was tension at first, and it almost broke into open fighting, but Squanto negotiated the sale of that land to the Pilgrims and eventually an alliance, a trade alliance at first. And all of that drama culminates in Thanksgiving, the feast at which they celebrated their new alliance. And then, for a few years, all appeared to be well, until we catch up to where we left off, with the arrival of the Massachusetts Bay colonists and their settlements in, primarily at first, Boston and Salem. The Great Migration of 20,000 colonists into the Massachusetts Bay Colony destabilized all of the politics in the region. And it overshadowed not only the Native Americans, but every other colonial venture in North America, including even New Netherland and Quebec. In eastern North America, Mexico City, and if you included Havana, are pretty big deals, but if we exclude the Spanish, Massachusetts is it. To understand what's to come, we should talk a little bit about the geography of the region and introduce a couple of Native American peoples. Take a look at a map of New England, and I'll throw up some relevant maps on the website, both of colonial boundaries at the time and of the modern state boundaries. We're going to be using those state boundaries to discuss regions. We'll understand it better that way. You've got Cape Cod, that pirate hook hanging off the side of America, which is of course the home to the Pilgrims in Plymouth. And then if you look at the rest of Massachusetts, that is roughly analogous to what the Massachusetts Bay Colony effectively controlled at the time. But then to the west of Cape Cod and to the south of mainland Massachusetts, you have what is today Rhode Island, but at the time was the home of the Narragansett people, who live on Narragansett Bay. And immediately to the west of modern Rhode Island, we have the state, or the territory of Connecticut. Now, at the time, Connecticut didn't exist in any political sense whatsoever, but it was home to two tribes who are very closely related to the Mohican people. This is what I was trying to avoid, but I can't see any good way around it, so I'm going to jump in. The Mohican people lived along the Hudson River, up near Fort Orange, or modern-day Albany, in what was at the time New Netherland. And then a splinter group of the Mohican people traveled down the Hudson River and migrated over into modern-day Connecticut, on the coast of Long Island Sound. Now, we know those people as the Pico people, but that may or may not have been what they were called at the time. They might have just called themselves the Mohican. But you see, that group, the Pico, split once again into two smaller groups. One called the Pico and the other called the Mohegan, who are not the Mohican people, but very closely related. So up near Albany on the Hudson River, the Mohican people. Down to the south, you have the Pico people, and to the west of the Pico, you have the Mohegan people. The first thing you may notice is that they lived in between the English colonies on Massachusetts Bay and the Dutch colony in New Netherland. And that's a dangerous place to find yourself when your new gun-toting neighbors have expansion on their mind. Now, at first, the Massachusetts Bay Colony was on good terms with all of them, but it soon became clear that if they intended to continue expanding, and they did, they would have to expand into Native American territory that they weren't willing to sell. And among those three peoples, there was one very obvious target. The Pico people were enemies of the Mohican people, from whom they had split. They were enemies of the Mohegan people, who had split from them. They were enemies of the Narragansett and the entire Wampanoag coalition. And in fact, the only people that they were not enemies of in the region were the Massachusetts Bay Colony. And then one of them killed a Massachusetts colonist. This act was decried at every pulpit and by every pastor in Massachusetts. The people were up in arms about this murder, and their governor, Henry Vane, roused a militia. And as a side note, I would love to tell you that there was any kind of connection between Henry Vane and Charles Vane. And it's not necessarily 100% out of the realm of possibility that Henry Vane's son slept with a chambermaid or a tavern wench who gave birth to an illegitimate son that would go on to be Charles Vane, infamous pirate. Now, that didn't happen, but if you want to pretend it did in your own headcanon, I mean, who am I to stop you? But Henry Vane roused that militia and embarked on a war called the Pico War, which was a brutal affair. Now, the Pico people did have a few initial successes, mostly in raids against their tribal enemies, but as soon as the English got really involved, they just massacred them. Sometimes in fair battles, as fair as a battle between bows and muskets can be, but sometimes the English just massacred them in good old-fashioned exterminations. On one occasion, during a religious festival, in which the women and children were the target. Now, during the Pico War, a new governor was elected, a man named John Winthrop the Elder. But it's his son, John Winthrop the Younger, who really concerns us at first. The younger Winthrop went on to establish the first of the New England colonies to break away from Massachusetts. Some of the colonies we're going to mention today were established over legitimate differences in theological or legal ideology. And we'll get to those. But this first colony, the Saybrook colony, founded by the governor's son, well, while it looked like it was founded under legitimate differences of opinion, I don't think that's the case. In 1635, John Winthrop the Younger traveled down the Connecticut River to her outlet in the Long Island Sound, right in the middle of lands that belonged to the Pico people. And he began construction of an honestly impressive fort, Fort Saybrook. This fort would prove to be invaluable in the Pico War that was to come, and it may be why he chose that location, but it's not why he built it in the first place. See, at this moment, back in England, there was this relatively little-known fringe Puritan parliamentarian who was in hot water with the king. He was named, Oliver Cromwell. Now, John Winthrop the Younger was a devotee of Oliver Cromwell, and he established Saybrook, both the colony and the fort, to welcome Cromwell to America. It was to be Cromwell's home. But as it turned out, Cromwell didn't flee to America.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
$15 for you, and you, and you. Everybody gets $15. Just stop by Take 5 Oil Change now through the end of February. Get a Mobile One oil change, and you'll earn a $15 prepaid MasterCard. And you, and you, and you. See terms and conditions.
By the end of the war, the Pico people, what remained of them, fled into the Iroquois Confederation to live among the Mohawk people. Which means, well, would you look at that? Just a bunch of land sitting there, all empty. Now, it's not the best land, agriculturally speaking, but the land along Long Island Sound was tactically valuable. It had good outlets to the sea and threatened the territory of Dutch New Netherland. However, Saybrook wasn't going to last. There is no state of Saybrook these days. But there are two modern-day states in the U.S. that were founded here in the 1630s based upon those ideological differences I mentioned. Now, last time we pointed at some of the differences in the kind of Puritans that colonized Plymouth and Massachusetts, the witch burners versus the freedom of religion Puritans, but we ignored the most important differences. In the Massachusetts Bay Colony, in order to vote, and they did vote, but in order to do so, you had to be white and you had to be male. That goes without saying. You also had to own land, though. And, that's not unheard of. It's despicable, yeah, but it was really the norm until the French Revolution, and even the later radical parts of the French Revolution. But what sets Massachusetts apart, especially in their voting, was their religious purity test. John Winthrop the Elder, in fact all of the senior leadership in Massachusetts, were really, really Puritan. And we would expect them to require their voting populace to be Puritan as well. And they did. But being Puritan only got you through the door. See, they were also rich and influential Puritans, and they were unwilling to risk that. So you had to be Puritan, but you also had to swear the requisite oaths not to undermine either the Anglican Church or the king. And to make no mistake, the Massachusetts government did not like the king or the church, but they weren't here for a revolution. They were here to make money and to establish a secure and long-lasting colony that would be friendly to future Puritans. And that means following the rules, following the letter of the law, not making any waves that may get their charter revoked. But that purity test led to a series of divisions among people in Massachusetts. People who did not subscribe to the doctrine of the church in Boston. The next colony to separate from Massachusetts control was founded by one of my favorite early Americans, Roger Williams. Now, he was a Puritan minister, but the kind of Puritan I can get behind, at least a bit. He was a staunch advocate for the separation of church and state, as well as the freedom of religion and the abolition of slavery. Beyond that, he was very well educated. He spoke English and French and Dutch and Latin and Greek and I think Hebrew, and he wrote the very first book on the Narragansett language. Williams was also an advocate for what he called liberty of conscience, what the church fathers in Boston called new and dangerous ideas. In particular, that liberty of conscience meant that Williams believed that the Puritan faith should be separated from the Church of England. Also, in his view, King Charles was, at this point, in dereliction of duty and liable to be removed. Now, these were dangerous ideas that the fathers in Boston could not accept, although they would become standard ideas in less than 5 years or so. But at the time, they were revolutionary, and John Winthrop the Elder didn't like them. Roger Williams also argued, notably, that Massachusetts' policies toward the Native American peoples, namely stealing their land and failing to pay them a fair price, were immoral. They were sinful and unacceptable. John Winthrop the Elder really didn't like that. The government of Massachusetts attempted to seize Roger Williams and deport him back to England, but Williams gave them the slip. It was the middle of winter and quite snowy, but Williams marched over 50 miles to a Narragansett village where he took shelter, and Williams negotiated a fair and equitable purchase of what would prove to be one of my favorite colonies, Rhode Island. Small, stubborn, contrarian, principled, I identify with Rhode Island. However, to be accurate, Roger Williams did not found Rhode Island. He founded a colony called the Providence Plantations at what would become Providence, Rhode Island. Other, later, also pretty crazy settlers would establish a colony on the actual island that was called Rhode Island at the time, and the capital there called Newport. Newport is another one of those locales, like Cape Cod and Carolina, that will become extremely important to our story of pirates. And I wanted to get to all of those locations today, but I don't think I'm going to. I realize that I haven't talked much about Boston and Massachusetts proper, and I haven't even mentioned New Haven and Connecticut. We're going to put that off until next time, I think. Really, they're going to become a lot more relevant in our story next time. And I want to tell another story today. I want to shift focus to Maine and the first New England pirate, Dixie Bull. Dixie Bull is a reasonable example of a typical New England colonist. You know, we often hear the stories of the Pilgrims or the Puritan leadership in New England, but they aren't really representative of the average colonists. Those draconian purity tests in Massachusetts were intended to keep most of the people from voting. But Dixie Bull, at least until he turned to piracy, is very representative of a more average sort of colonist. His story begins in England, and really it begins with a war hero named Sir Ferdinando Jorge, and I assure you, Ferdinando Jorge is English. He was a nobleman in Plymouth and commanded an infantry regiment in the Anglo-Spanish War back in 1588 at the time of the Spanish Armada. In the years following the war, he became interested in North American colonization and invested, in a minor fashion, in a few of the colonies we've talked about so far. Dixie Bull, though, was born in Plymouth as well, and he was apprenticed as a skinner to his brother named Seth Bull. Once that initial apprenticeship was up, Dixie Bull indentured himself. He sold himself into indentured servitude to the Worshipful Company of Skinners. The Worshipful Company of Skinners was a grandiose name for a merchant company based in London, but with a chapter house in Plymouth, that traded in fur and skin and leathers, hence Skinner. Professionally, Dixie Bull was a fur trader, which was a relatively modest profession. That is, until the American fur trade showed up and proved to be very lucrative. Beaver pelts were making some people very rich. That's why Dixie Bull indentured himself. The Worshipful Company of Skinners had the ability to get him to America. They sold him to Sir Ferdinando Jorge, who was planning an expedition to the New World to establish a fur trading operation. Sir Ferdinando and the governor of English Newfoundland acquired a patent to establish the province of Maine. Their patent, from the Council of New England, would establish the province of Maine as part of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. It would be at least under the governor's discretion. They sent an agent of theirs named Christopher Levitt to establish a town called Falmouth, which actually isn't the location of modern-day Falmouth. It's closer to where Portland, Maine is today. But that initial colony failed. However, Levitt would go on to try again, granted land that would eventually become New Hampshire. Again, we'll talk about that next time. For now, we need to talk about the other major settlements in Maine, the relevant settlements in Maine. In 1628, they established a fur trading post on the site of modern-day Bristol called Pemaquid. That same year, the English captured the oldest permanent settlement in New England, a French fortification called Fort Pentagouet. Those two locations, Pemaquid and Fort Pentagouet, served as the center of the beaver pelt operation in North America for the time being. By 1632, Dixie Bull was the captain of his own bark that sailed between Pemaquid and Fort Pentagouet and Boston and even back to Plymouth in England, and he traded almost exclusively in beaver pelts. Now, he was still indentured to Sir Ferdinando, but he was making a reasonable living, on track to buy his way out of his servitude. And in June of 1632, Dixie Bull was at Fort Pentagouet, with a haul full of beaver pelts that he intended to sell in Boston. And it was right then that a French fleet arrived and attacked. Now, the problem with the story of Dixie Bull is a lack of good primary sources. He wasn't the sort of man to keep a diary, for example, so we don't know much about his motivations or Indeed, much about his actions, but we do have some colonial records and even a number of older secondary sources. There's two of note here. George Francis Dow's 1923 work, The Pirates of the New England Coast, and Edward Rowe Snow's 1944 history, Pirates and Buccaneers of the Atlantic Coast. There are other, less reputable sources which we're going to exclude that all just seem to sort of plagiarize the colonial sources and those two works. But from those very few scant sources, we have a rough outline from which to work. That French attack in June of 1632 captured all of Dixie Bull's cargo, all of his beaver pelts. However, they didn't capture his ship. So Dixie Bull sailed to Boston, where, according to John Winthrop the Elder, he recruited, quote, 15 more who kept about the east, end quote. That is to say, Cape Cod men, who, at least in Winthrop's view, were a disreputable sort of character. And with 15 additional men added to his crew, Dixie Bull, well, we don't know why he did what he did here. We know that he was out a great deal of money, perhaps even enough to buy his freedom. But I'll give two separate accounts. Edward Snow writes, quote, "Without question, Dixie Bull tried manfully to get revenge on the French pirates who had descended on both the Pilgrim trading post and his own little chaloupe." End quote. Okay, I love this book. It was written in that sweet spot in mid-century America where the language is modern enough to understand. I mean, he did write manfully with a straight face, but it is easy to comprehend. But before publishers began asking those pesky questions like, did you just make that up? But everything that he says here is wrong. First of all, Snow describes a raid on a trading post by a bunch of French pirates attacking a band of pilgrims. Prior to that, he had told this fanciful story about the French pirates affecting a Scottish accent and telling these pilgrims that they were lost. They were then invited ashore to capture their trading post, which was only guarded by 4 men, despite having rooms chock full of guns. It's a fine story, but it's not corroborated anywhere else. And then, as you could tell by my sarcastic tone, he gets basically all the facts wrong. That Pilgrim trading post was a former French fort that was captured by not pilgrims, but English fur traders. So we shouldn't trust him at all, but I'm going to continue to refer to him when it pleases me. But more shocking than any of those other complete fabrications is that he says Dixie Bull tried to get revenge on the French without question. And there are a ton of questions about whether or not Dixie Bull, in fact, tried to get revenge on the French. George Francis Dow in The Pirates of the New England Coast writes, quote, "Bull sailed along the coast in the late summer, hoping to fall in with some Frenchmen and retrieve his losses. But the French kept out of sight and, badly in need of supplies, Bull took and plundered 2 or 3 small vessels owned by English colonial traders, and from them forced 4 or 5 men to join his company." End quote. They both claim that Dixie Bull intended to recoup his losses from the French, but he never attacked a single French ship. Instead, he attacked exclusively the English. And all of the authors who write about Dixie Bull, from George Francis Dow to Edward Snow to those less reputable writers, they all have their own Francophobic, Anglophile, maybe kind of racist explanations for why he did what he did. He was going hungry, maybe, or maybe he was duped by the Scottish accent, or maybe he wasn't really in command at all. Maybe this good, God-fearing Englishman was actually captured by the French pirates and used as a patsy to take the blame. They all have explanations, but none of them really know. The governor of Massachusetts himself didn't know. The victims who suffered the attentions of Dixie Bull didn't know. Nobody knows why Dixie Bull did what he did. But everybody knows that his next act of piracy would forever stain him, as Edward Snow says so beautifully, a sea highwayman. Dixie Bull sailed on Pemaquid, the other settlement in Maine, the actual fur trading post, a location where he was well known. He went ashore without anybody questioning him. But then his crew of pirates pulled their weapons and held the town hostage. They loaded their ship up with furs and food and drink, and even a small bit of silver that they found. Exactly how much they found is disputed, but if we take the middle path and the most commonly quoted amount, it's about 500 pounds sterling. The inhabitants, all throughout this event, were shocked. These men, stealing from them, holding them at gunpoint, were Englishmen. Then, with their ship filled to the brim, Dixie Bull and his men got on board and prepared to leave. Pirates and Buccaneers of the Atlantic coast says, quote, "The stunned defenders sent a parting volley out toward the pirate ship just as the ruffians weighed anchor to sail off with their booty." End quote. But that parting shot, we can actually verify this, it struck and killed the first mate of Dixie Bull's ship. And this death, well, it appalled the pirates on board. Most of them weren't really pirates, just ruffians. Most of them had never seen any form of combat before, and some of them had never seen anyone die. We can verify that story, though, because a few days later, Dixie Bull captured another ship, another English ship. A merchant in this case who, when Dixie Bull was done with him, sailed on to Boston. That merchant brought all the news of Bull's piracy to the governor's attention, and he told the people of Boston that these pirates were in shock at having seen one of their number die. Now that merchant says that Dixie Bull and his men didn't steal anything from him. What they were after was a pilot, someone that could guide them down to Virginia, a colony that, according to George Dow, was, quote, "a nest of rogues, whores, dissolute and rooking persons," end quote. However, no one on board that merchant ship knew the way to Virginia, or at least they convinced the pirates they didn't. And that's the end of what we can reliably say about Dixie Bull. Now, a ton of myths and legends grew up around him. There were ballads and odes written to this nefarious pirate, to this dread New England pirate. There were at least 3 locations where, reportedly, Dixie Bull buried his treasure. The amount of treasure reportedly buried was, well, it was logistically impossible. He didn't steal enough treasure to equal that amount. Not nearly enough silver. There probably wasn't enough silver in all of New England to match those reports, and frankly, I don't think beaver pelts do that well when buried offshore. Naturally, none of them have ever been found. And rumors of Dixie Bull persisted for many years. He appeared in Virginia, Carolina, even the Caribbean. But Captain Roger Clapp, who was the leader of a flotilla sent to apprehend Dixie Bull immediately after his raid on Pemaquid, said that, quote, "Bull got to England, but God destroyed this wretched man," end quote. And Edward Snow writes that Bull was either executed or met a violent end upon reaching England, end quote. George Francis Dow and all of those other less reputable writers all agree with this sentiment. Yes, Dixie Bull made it back to England, but was immediately killed for his sins. And that's how pirate stories are supposed to end, right? The evildoers always lose in the end, and the good guys win. There are only a very few occasions where this isn't the case, and they are notable. Some of those are my favorite stories. But the truth of Dixie Bull is that he is also one of those exceptions. Now, we don't know when Bull returned to England, and we don't know how or by what route he returned to England, but we do know that he made it home. However, there's no record of his death. Quite the contrary, in fact. A few years later, Dixie Bull pops up in the records of none other than the Worshipful Company of Skinners. Dixie Bull, nefarious pirate, paid off his indenture. probably with the booty from his raid on Pemaquid, and was thusly admitted into the worshipful company, himself a fellow Skinner. Next time, we're going to return to the drama that is developing between England and the Netherlands in America, between Massachusetts and New Amsterdam, and we're going to talk about the establishment of Connecticut and New Hampshire, the foundation of which would introduce war to New England. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and everybody who has helped to support the show, either by signing up to become a patron on Patreon, or leaving us a rating or a review, or just recommending this show. You all make this show possible. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. You can find them at brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, you can always find us at piratehistorypodcast.com. As always, most important, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
Today's show is brought to you by our supporters on Patreon, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Manana, MD, Jawbreaker, Kinway, Toves, Loiny, Two Gun Tony, Drunken Dak, Redbeard, Legends, Eric the Red, The Pirate Nopales, Hefe, Matthew the Navigator, Bull, Vertigon, Jennings, Rumgut, and Bootstrap Spade. And I'd like to welcome our newest patrons, Beaumont, Ben, Charles, Glenn, Jim, Rachel, and Sean. And two new Commodores, Kruger and Workman. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. Last time we talked about the expansion of colonial New England and the first New England pirate, Dixie Bull. Today we're continuing on in that vein, but we're going to blast past a lot of this early American history and some of the very early American pirates. See, there's a lot of pirates operating off the Atlantic coast, just as there are in the West Indies during this first half of the 17th century. But we run into the same problems in New England that we did in the West Indies. We don't have an Alexander Exquemelin or a William Dampier that realized the value of these stories. And, not the cultural value, it's not literature we're talking about, it's the monetary value, the cold hard cash that was to be earned by publishing their tales. Most of the sources we have are usually kind of dry. Council minutes and trial records, which means that, unfortunately, many of the stories we have about those early American pirates are kind of dull. They might have a haul of fur or fish or tobacco, and that's great. I fully support them in their thievery, but it's not exciting. And these very early American pirates don't necessarily share the culture of the latter pirates. They don't have pirate codes or even sometimes their shipboard democracy. Most of that came from Barbary and the Sally Rovers or the Brethren of the Coast. And it's that culture, that anarchic, anti-establishment culture that threatened to bring the great empires of the world to their knees, right? So, insofar as I am able to get back to that era of empire-shaking piracy, I'm going to truncate this story. the bullet point version of early American piracy. This is episode 160, Wicked and Unrighteous Practices. I'd like to introduce an English nobleman who really has been behind everything that we've been talking about here in New England. His name was Robert Rich, one of a very long line of barons named Robert Rich, but he was also an earl, the second Earl of Warwick. In his book, The Pirate's Pact, Douglas Burgess calls the Earl of Warwick, quote, a sort of pirate broker-in-chief, end quote. And he was, but he was much more than that. Warwick was a Puritan and a parliamentarian, and at one point in his career, the Lord High Admiral. And we'll get to his piratical connections shortly, but first let's look at his colonial connections. That will help refresh us on everything we've talked about thus far. Warwick was the president of the Providence Company, the company that attempted to found a Puritan colony on Providence Island off the Mosquito Coast. And he was the president, for a time, of the New England Company. His fingers are in all of these pies here in New England and really across most of the English colonies in the world. Now, he wasn't responsible for the Plymouth colony or the Pilgrims, but the Earl of Warwick was behind the Massachusetts Bay colony. With, there were others involved as well, but he was right at the top. Shortly thereafter, he secured patents for the Providence plantation and the Rhode Island colony at Newport. As well, he secured the patent for the Saybrook colony, founded by John Winthrop the Younger. And I gave Saybrook short shrift last time, which was unfair. Were I not attempting to truncate today's episode, I would go into greater depth there. But even though it was founded as a haven for Oliver Cromwell, it proved to be a valuable fort in the conflicts to come, and helped to establish the colony of Connecticut. But Warwick was involved in everything: Maine, Connecticut, New Hampshire. But in New Hampshire, actually, he wasn't involved as a proponent. Instead, he was an opponent to the New Hampshire colony. Remember those two men who founded the province of Maine, Ferdinando Jorge and John Mason? Well, there was a legal settlement involving both of those men, as well as the Earl of Warwick and the governor of Massachusetts, that split the territory in Maine between Jorge and Mason. John Mason was allocated the land to the southwest of the split, which he would go on to name New Hampshire. It was an independent colony, not a province of Massachusetts. Now, New Hampshire's story is rife with territorial disputes. There were disputes with Massachusetts and Quebec, but more interesting to me, and pertinent to our story, are their disputes with New Netherland concerning the Connecticut River. Now, the Connecticut River was intended to be the border of New Hampshire, which is today their modern boundary. But Mason and the later New Hampshire colonists extended beyond that river into what was officially Dutch territory. The land into which they moved would eventually become Vermont, although that is a long time in the future. But that dispute caused some friction between the English and the Dutch. However, it was nothing compared to what was occurring down south. You'll recall that the Pico War in the 1630s left this vast stretch of land to the west of Fort Saybrook on Long Island Sound, a swath of land that had belonged to the Pico people, but now looked very much like free real estate. However, the Pico people had been allied to the Dutch, and this stretch of land, unlike New Hampshire, was really, really close to New Amsterdam, and the English moved in and founded New Haven. This led to more than simple friction. It led to border clashes and minor conflicts that very nearly turned into open warfare. But global politics interrupted everything. See, this flurry of colonization took place in the 1620s and 1630s.
Oh, that's much better.
But in the 1630s, the Dutch had much larger concerns than a fur trading outpost in America. There had been, by this point, about 3 decades of Dutch encroachment on Portuguese and Spanish territory, on their trade routes, their spice monopolies, and even their slave markets. And remember that the Dutch were still technically part of the Spanish Empire. The Dutch revolt, coinciding with the Anglo-Spanish War, had allowed them to put to sea in the first place, but all of this encroachment on Spanish interest was illegal, at least in the eyes of the Spanish. So right when the English are moving in on Dutch New Netherland, the 80 Years' War fired up again. And, as we are all aware, that coincided with the 30 Years' War and the English Civil Wars. And all of that very nearly halted American immigration entirely, for a generation. Oh, you're a commoner with dreams of moving to America and making good. Yeah, that's cute, but here's a pike. Go kill Catholics. There were larger concerns than colonization. Now, during this period of continental warfare, there was some action along the English and Dutch border in America, but it was really a low-level provincial struggle. But there were pirates operating out of New England here in the 1640s. The most notable was Thomas Cromwell. Now, Thomas was, as far as we know, no relation of any significance to Oliver Cromwell. He was a privateer from Boston who occasionally diverged into piracy. Cromwell received his commission from the Earl of Warwick, that pirate patron-in-chief. But it wasn't to raid the Dutch. The English and the Dutch were not yet at war. Instead, he was to raid the Spanish, and that meant sailing in the West Indies. He very likely sailed alongside other pirates like Samuel Adams. At least the timing works out, and there were several very large raids that happened around that time. But even though he was from Boston, the piracy didn't take place in New England. However, he does hold a certain place in the New England pirate mythology, mainly because when he returned home after his West Indian voyage was over, he brought the governor of Massachusetts, John Winthrop the Elder, a very impressive gift. He brought him a sedan chair, one of those litters on which obscenely wealthy people are carried around by 2 or 4 slaves. But this sedan chair was draped in silk and encrusted with gold and pearls and jewels. Now, John Winthrop was a Puritan, and a famous Puritan. He never rode in his chair that we know of. I mean, think how that would look to all of his ascetic friends and colleagues, but he was reportedly very fond of the chair, kept it around to look at. I presume he kept it around to, remind him of the sinful opulence of all of those dirty Catholics. But even though there were some other pirates operating out of New England during this period, they were some of those that were capturing, fur and fish and nothing all that exciting. The real money during this period was privateering in Europe. There were ships operating in the North Sea and the Bay of Biscay and the English Channel, even a few in the Baltic. All of those were fertile grounds for any mercenary naval outfits that were looking to make a quick buck. And some of those privateers, especially the French among them, would go on to be among the first buccaneers. But there were others who had fewer scruples operating around this time, that earned their bones down to the south. This was one of the heydays of the Barbary pirates. Barbary piracy is something of a perennial phenomenon. It pops up every few generations. In fact, I'm listening to Edward Gibbon's The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. And while he does his circuit geographically around the empire, once he gets to North Africa, he focuses on the Barbary pirates that people in his day faced. The same Barbary pirates that Thomas Jefferson would have to deal with. But here in the 1600s, we're talking about the second wave of the Sallee rovers out of Morocco. In some ways, those Sallee rovers are really the ideological precursors to the Golden Age pirates, more so in some ways than even the privateers, but they were less democratic rebels and more anarchic outlaws. They didn't care for race or religion or creed or nationality. They were bereft of any kind of loyalty whatsoever. They flouted international laws and norms and attacked anyone with a haul worth taking. And that nihilism, when blended with the ideals of the Brethren of the Coast, will go on to create the pirates that we think of when we talk about pirates. So that's all terribly exciting. But back in New England, there wasn't a whole lot happening. There were some interesting colonial developments, but as far as piracy is concerned, things were pretty slow. But then, the 30 Years' War ended, and everything changed immediately. The settlement between Spain and the Netherlands allowed the Dutch unfettered trade worldwide, even in ports that belonged to Spain. And as I said, they had been building the infrastructure for 30 years that once they were allowed to trade legally anywhere they cared to, they were immediately miles ahead of everyone else. I mean, even Spain and Portugal, who had the greatest empires the world had ever known, even they lagged behind the Dutch. England, despite all of her amazing fleets, was way in back. And France was, well, I don't know what France was doing at this point in terms of maritime trade. I think they were busy, developing dressage. But Cromwell and the English Commonwealth weren't about to take this state of affairs lying down. Now, there are some personal and political tensions between Cromwell and William of Orange, William II, Prince of Orange, that are often highlighted, but really, if we're being honest, war is always about money and resources. And sure, there are theological questions at the center of all of these conflicts, but really, it was about who controlled the wealth. So, Cromwell promulgated the very first official Navigation Act.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data, no commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming, like floating on a cloud made of cotton candy. Now excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in with no commitments, all backed by the Xfinity network. Turn chill mode on at xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon. Sometimes the most painful.
Hello?
What is it?
From American Stories, I'm Alice Sharman. Thank you for joining us.
What do we tell them? Rob.
This is Bristol to all cars. We're heading back on the road. Get yourselves in formation and make way for everyone around you. We've got a while to go before we stop for the night.
Bristol? Where's Ferryman?
Ferryman's here.
Where's Ace?
Ace didn't make it across.
What the fuck? Bristol, where is he? Bristol, what's going on?
We need to get to the stopping point. Is it safe to stay here? Sorry.
Hey, Bristol, let's go.
Do you think he's dead?
I don't know.
Bristol, Rob, are you kidding me?
Rob.
We've been trying to reach you for 4 hours. What the fuck is going on?
Lilith, give her time.
Give her. Are you kidding me? We've been waiting for 4 hours. I think that was enough.
What's happening, Bristol?
Did Ace turn back?
No. He didn't turn back. They wrecked his car.
The tow truck? Well, did he get out?
No. They,
What happened to him? Bristol.
Bristol, I swear to God.
He's dead, Lilith.
What?
2 guys in the tow truck coming out of Jubilation. They got him. Took him back to town. The way they were treating him, he ain't gonna last long.
Oh my goodness.
What? Well, what are they gonna do? I can't tell you. Nothing like this has happened before.
Well, obviously we have to go back.
But that ain't gonna happen.
We're not gonna fucking abandon him.
Lilith.
No, Bristol. Rob, we're going back.
No, we're not.
Maybe me and Rob can go together.
You know the place, right, Rob? The kid's dead, Apollo.
He was alive when
And
we
it's
last saw
because
him.
of the
So,
thieves and child abusers and
so
stalkers
at what
upstairs.
point
Some
did you
of whom
decide that
currently
he was a
think
fucking lost cause?
Still,
Well, I saw him
to
being
this
carried
day,
away with a fucking tow
you're gonna
hook
give me a
sticking out
little
of his
bit,
mouth.
a little $100,000, and that'll pay for your guys' sin, injuries, damages, and crimes.
It's all enough.
You are so wrong.
I had to close my eyes when it happened. Rob
Good
tried to
job
save
being
him.
quiet, like you've been ordered to. They've been ordered to be silent and cut back on the felonies, but they already had plans for more
Something
felonies,
funny?
and they're already guilty of felonies, even when they're fucking
I'm
quiet.
sorry. Are you
Like,
serious?
Using
You
the teens
closed your eyes?
they've been abusing for
My God,
a year,
there it
the
is.
disabled
There it
teens,
is.
I'm
to
sorry.
perpetrate felonies.
I mean, what kind of
Who
a
are
journalist
still
are
legally
you? You
kidnapped,
close your eyes for magic
stealing
tricks
tens
too,
of thousands
so
of
the
dollars
magician
from
can
me,
peek at your
then
fucking
not paying
card.
for the services you've rendered.
Blue Jay.
Stalking me
This isn't
still.
Oh, it
Yeah.
isn't the time. It isn't the time. Oh, the time is all
Anyway, they've
fucking
been ordered
overdue.
to feign
I've been
retreat
holding
and
my
act
tongue
like
for 2 days.
good
Don't you get
little
it?
federal
This is a
felons.
hoax. It's fake. Rob Guthers played you all like
But they've
fucking
not gone a
children.
single week being
Ace
able
is
to do
fine.
that
He's
for
probably an
16
actor.
months,
Like the
ladies and
hitchhiker was
gentlemen.
an actor. And those
And
townspeople
they had
too.
plans for
I
Monday
mean,
and
Jesus,
Tuesday.
wake the fuck up.
And
I
I
saw
certainly
Rob
still
shoot
do.
one of those townspeople with a hunting rifle.
A guy
I
came
saw the
and
wound.
briefed them. He
It was
brought
real.
papers, though,
Oh, does that make it
and
real?
wasn't nearly as excitable
Jesus,
as he
you can
usually
buy a
is.
blood-filled squib
That was
and
at
blank
like
rounds
5.
from any major property retailer, but that's real. That's real. Okay. Seriously. What
Currently,
the fuck is wrong
February
with you people?
1st,
Blue Jay.
Saturday.
Please.
Okay, firstly,
2:03
I don't like your
a.m.
fucking tone. Secondly, maybe you haven't noticed, but we've been the only cars on the road for almost 2 days. And what about Jubilation? You're saying that Rob hired a whole town? That would be fucking impossible.
Oh, yeah. Sure, that's impossible. But it's totally believable that we're driving on a magic road. It doesn't matter how high budget the scam is. That's still all it is. A scam. This man is a fucking liar. And BBC America over here is getting all the publicity he wants. I mean, these people are sheep, but you, Bristol, you're a fucking sycophant.
Okay, look, I'm not going to pretend to know what's going on here. For all I know, you could be right. I want you to be right. But why would Rob spend the production budget of a Hollywood film to trick a radio journalist and 2 vloggers? Trust me, our website does not get enough traffic for that.
You're self-important. It's not you he's trying to fool.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, he knows. Right, Rob? You know who I am, don't you?
That's true. I know who you are, Denise. What?
She says.
Are you fucking serious?
Whoa. Denise?
Denise Carver?
No. Are you serious?
I'm sorry, who's Denise Carver?
She's the biggest killjoy in the hobby.
Oh, fuck you, you fucking child.
Your niece is a member of the SRIA, Skeptics and Rationalists Institute of America. She likes to get herself invited on these sorts of expeditions under a false name so she can debunk them publicly. You want to gather she doesn't believe in the supernatural.
Actually, I do believe in the supernatural. I believe that it's $1 billion industry built on selling comfortable lies to the gullible.
What?
And it thrives on shitty journalists and attention horror bloggers who are willing to spread whatever shit they think will get them traffic.
And that's why you took so long getting around the roadblock. Even when the truck was coming for Ace, you didn't think it was real.
Oh, did you? Oh my God. You do. You actually believe it. 2 days in, and you're already willing to swallow anything he gives you. Fucking pathetic. Anyway, Rob, I'm flattered you went to all this trouble. I didn't know my work was so offensive to you.
Oh, I admire your work.
My
Denise.
throat is
Always have.
killing me.
That's why I brought you along.
Oh, bullshit.
Ear, nose, and throat. Ear, nose, and
I'm
throat.
fucking done with this. Tell your friend Ace he can't act for shit.
I think I liked her better when she didn't talk.
Hey, this is Rachel from the Q-Code Production team. We hope you've been enjoying the left-right camp on Sonos. We take pride in creating premium audio experiences, which is why we love listening on Sonos. Sonos creates technology that celebrates sound, like we do, continuously refining the listening experience so that we can connect listeners and creators.
When our team listened to the finished product on Sonos speakers, we felt like we were riding along with the basically tracks in there.
That is so weird because it's like, well, who did the audio engineering for this guy? It's like shit compared to the podcast. We use what we were selling in the podcast, but through advertising, we use our radio microphone.
Then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to Sonos.com to learn more.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data, no commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's
Are you thinking of getting an in-demand degree that will set you apart in this?
It's possible. Road ain't never killed no one before. Not so long as everyone follows
Everyone
the rules.
just wants to be
You
liked
said anything
and
else was
accepted.
dangerous.
Except for Tim.
Yeah, that's right.
Tim doesn't give a fuck.
But you
Be
didn't
like
feel like
Tim.
telling us that we would get killed out here? I mean, fuck. Don't you think that's a pretty important omission?
In 1928, John Evanroe killed 6 people and violated their bodies. Now, I've watched the Paranormal Cons videos. And you guys went to Evanroe's home in Virginia looking for the man's ghost. Now, Bonnie and Clyde, they once paid $500 to stay at the Iowa Murder House, a place that's supposed to possess the people living there and force them to kill each other. God damn it.
You know, as a kid, I expected this was based on watching 80s horror movies when my great-grandpa Clark would be babysitting me. And I had another grandparent, my grandma, who had my great-grandpa living with her at one point in time. It's the second to last place that he lived before he died. Anyway, she would leave HBO. She had the HBO TV channel. This is like back in the 80s. She would leave HBO playing with the TV on when she would go out to work or go out with her friends in the evening. And she went out with her friends in the evening multiple nights a week. Like the weekend, basically. She was working a job where she made 6 figures, even in the 80s. Anyway, she'd leave the TV on with HBO on because she had the VCR set up to record some stuff that was on HBO that she liked. And I would watch all the scary movies and scary shows that were on HBO as a kid. and just like lay back there and be the only person awake in the house. Tales from the Crypt, yes, yes, yes. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, check, check. The Shining, check. I had nightmares about that movie. Anyway, as a kid though, I honestly thought when I was like 4 to 5 that when I grew up there was going to be lots of opportunities to stay at haunted hotels. I just thought they were everywhere. Like, you could just choose from a street full of hotels. At least one of them was going to have ghosts, monsters, a serial killer, a garden full of dead people. And I have stayed in 0 haunted hotels. At least none that had like a plaque saying they were haunted. Never. And my boys and I have stayed at hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of hotels in their lives. Never stayed at a haunted one. This podcast is the left-right game. It was recommended by AI yesterday. I liked it. There's only 10 episodes to the whole story. The acting is not great. The story is why I am in. Is it a magical road? Or is it a highly orchestrated farce? That's basically the question within the plot. It's on Spotify and you can listen to it for free. This episode is like really close to the middle of the whole storyline, so you may want to go away.
Damn it, you're all supposed to be paranormal researchers, ghost hunters. But if you all honestly believed in what you were chasing, you should be accepting death as an outcome every time you step out. Now, what we're doing here has the scientific significance of the moon landing, the cultural significance of Columbus reaching the Americas, and a whole lot of people died doing both. So if you accepted the risk chasing down the ghost of the 2-bit serial killer, you should be willing to accept the risk for this. Or is this all just a joke to you?
So it's Ace's fault. He should have accepted the risk.
He did accept the risk. Ace made his decisions. He saw the dangers of the road firsthand. He kept going. Look, I told you this place could be dangerous. Maybe you didn't take that seriously, but you are not going to treat me like I lured any of you here under false pretenses.
So, what do we do now? Do we turn around?
Well, I ain't going to make that decision for you. You want to split off, head back? I suggest you wait till morning and stagger your leaving times an hour or so. I ain't never seen nothing like what happened back there before. And this is the most people I've ever played the game with. Maybe that's doing something.
What do you mean?
I don't know. That's the only thing that's changed. The truth is, this ain't our world. None of us are supposed to be here. Even when it's one car.
Oh, and just to expound for a minute on what I just said. When I say that as a little kid, I would stay in the back bedroom by myself and be the only one awake in the whole house watching HBO unfiltered as a little kid, I'm talking before kindergarten. And it was a result of my great-grandpa Clark. He'd go to sleep at like 7 p.m. And then he'd be up every morning at 4 in the morning. I have no idea what time he actually woke up. He might have even woken up at like 3. But at 4:30 in the morning, he was always up. And then he had raspberry toast and coffee. And even as a 3, 4, 5-year-old, he allowed me to drink coffee with him, which for me was, I shit you not, half a cup of sugar, 4 solid ounces of sugar, guys, and half a cup of coffee. That was how I had my coffee with my grandpa Clark. He was cool.
The road always tries to push you back. And it's like bacteria in a vein. One or two might slip by unnoticed, but once it hits a certain point, it's like
an immune response.
Yes.
You think the road's pushing back on foreign objects?
And the bigger the group,
the more violent the response.
Maybe. I mean, it's a theory. I don't know. Either way, you all have to wait till morning to decide if you want to keep on the road. Bristol, do you want to go home? You got to find someone to take you. Because I ain't ready to head back yet.
Hey, Bristol.
Hey,
Are you okay?
fine. Fine. You want to join me next time?
They're not mad at you. You know that, right? They're mad at everything. It's just scary.
Maybe. Lilith seems mad at me.
Yeah, okay. Lilith is a little mad at you. She's just shaking though. She's way more pissed at Rob.
What do you think? Do you think he had a point about the whole...
I don't know. Maybe. He didn't lie to us, and maybe we weren't taking it seriously. But how could we ever think that it was? What do you think? You trust him, right?
Apparently I do. I thought you had a wind-up portable charger, right, with the plug outlet.
Yeah.
Can I borrow it?
Sure. Wait, what for?
I don't think I can tell you.
Why?
Because if I do, I don't think you'll let me borrow it.
Oh my God, Bristol. No.
Someone has to. As much as I hate to say it, Blue Jay she was right. Somewhere between the tunnel and here, I started believing in all of this. I've just accepted it, but it doesn't mean I should stop digging. If anything, it's more important now than ever.
Well, I'll come with you.
No, you won't. It's too dangerous.
Well, I have to at least tell Lilith.
She'll insist on coming with me. Do you want that?
No. Okay, I get it. Jesus, you're scary persuasive. Just be careful, okay?
Thanks, Eve.
And though I'm super, super against this, if I bring you our camera, could you get us some footage?
Of course. Rule number 1, record everything.
Right.
Good night, Bristol.
Night, Apollo.
You okay?
I'm okay, thank you.
It's just... If I'd seen what you guys... You sure?
Really, I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, well, just make sure you get a good night's rest.
Yeah. I'm turning in soon. Night. Good evening. No, actually, good morning. With American Stories in association with Paranormicon, I'm Alice Sharman. It's almost 1 a.m. I'm currently charging up a phone which is attached to 230 grams of C4, plastic explosive. This item was recovered yesterday afternoon from an abandoned car and indicates that other people beside us have traveled this road before. I'm currently in a cornfield on the other side of the trees, which I hope is sufficiently far away from the convoy to, no point in anyone else potentially being. Okay, let's just get started. Okay, so far so good. I'm going to call myself from this phone so I have its number. Hopefully outgoing calls don't trigger anything. Okay, so we know the number for this phone. So next, the phone's logs. Interesting. It's already been called 3 times by a mobile number within Arizona area code. I don't see why you'd call this phone unless you were trying to test it or activate it. Either way, it's safe to assume this number belongs to whoever was driving that car. I'm
making a note to check the number when we get home. Let's see what else. No note section, no web browser. It does have Snake, but this isn't the time. At least there should be, This phone hasn't sent any text, but it's received one from a third unknown number, also with an Arizona area code. It just says, "Don't do this, Robert." That doesn't make any. Hello?
I see you.
I call such bullshit. Anybody on a magical road at nighttime isn't going to go wandering into the fucking cornfields.
Is anyone still up?
She's crazy. Now she's crying because the cornfield came through. It was probably a scarecrow that could have killed you, Ruby.
I thought everyone had. Oh, but I'm a light sleeper and Martin Clyde snores. Did you need someone to talk to? No, it's fine. It's just a long day. I think I just need to sleep. Thanks, Bonnie. My name's Linda, if you want to know. Alice. Oh, that's a beautiful name. Well, Alice, I know I don't talk much, but I know how to listen. If you ever want to. Thank you, Linda. I might take you up on that. Have a good night. Have a good night. And remember, everything will be all right once we get to Wintry Bay. To where? You said that before. What did it mean? Bonnie? Bonnie, what does that mean?
The Left-Right Game stars Tessa Thompson as Alice, Amel Amin as Tom, W. Earl Brown as Rob, Dio Kinney as Apollo, Colleen Camp as Blue Jay, Inanna Sarkis as Lilith, Jojo T. Gibbs as Eve, Robin Bartlett as Bonnie, John Billingsley as Clyde, Jane Wall as Mom,
It's so funny. If in the middle or end of this, it takes like a horrible turn, and all of a sudden, it's like an existential story. They're on the magical road, and then there's a magical flood, and the Mormons show up, and the Mormons are like, "This is our secret road. It's the Mormon road of enlightenment." It's 2:24 AM PST. You may be wondering, oh, has anyone come out
In
of
every
Unit
great true
207
crime
to
story.
stalk you on the exterior? Of course. As recently as the last 10 minutes.
Then, fine-tuned by
Back
Oscar
inside
and
now.
Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to Sonos.com to learn more.
Hello, listeners. Be advised, this show is an immersive audio experience. Please.
Of course. My name is Dr. Evelyn Moss, and I'm a therapist at the North London Wellbeing Foundation.
I'll edit that in at the start. Where were we?
The joke.
Oh, right. So you probably heard it before. An old woman is sitting in her house
and a news report comes on the radio. The announcer says that a car is driving the wrong way down the motorway, let's say the M1, causing people to swerve all over, multiple crashes, just absolute chaos. Suddenly, the old woman realizes, oh my God, that road is on her husband's commute. So she, fearing for his safety, she gives him a call. She says, Arthur, his name's Arthur.
Understood.
Arthur, please watch out. Some maniac is driving the wrong way down the M1. And her husband responds, one maniac? There's thousands of them.
I have heard it, yes.
No, I'm sure you have. I wasn't trying to make you laugh, but it's the point is I understand what it all looks like. I get that either I'm wrong or everyone is, and I know what's more probable of the two options. But what am I supposed to do? Do I just turn my car around, stop recording, stop making calls?
How many calls have you made so far?
17. That's too high, right? That's over the crazy line.
Well, that's not a term we use, and no, frankly, I think it sounds thorough.
Mm-hmm.
The fact you've gone to such lengths to verify your version of events is deeply rational.
A rational person would have given up by now.
But you haven't.
I still remember it, all of it. I mean, she taught me things like, how does that work? Do you know what the mixing deck does?
No.
Well, I mean, me neither really, but I know what the main buttons do. That's because of her. So what? Somehow I dreamt up real world knowledge. I mean, she was smarter than me. I mean, how can I invent someone who used to solo the independent crossword when I can hardly do a junior Sudoku?
Keep going. What other ways was she different?
From me? I mean, everything. She was smart. She was just more significant. She had ambition.
And you don't?
I mean, not really, no. I mean, I'm not in London for any reason. I'm just not going anywhere. I'm just on a really long road home. That wasn't an option for her. She was always looking for the next thing. She always found it. If our roles were reversed, she would have found me by now. I mean, she actually was rational.
You just said a rational person would have given up by now. Do you think she would have done?
No, I don't think so.
Well, maybe that's something to consider. There's some evidence that supports you and some evidence against. You're clearly unhappy with the standard of proof so far. Maybe you need to take some time and think about what you would be happy with. What sort of proof you feel you'd need before you can turn the car around?
I don't know. To be honest, I wouldn't even know where to start.
Okay. Would Alice?
Me and Dr. Moss spoke for about half an hour more. After I got back, I sent her my copies of the audio logs and spent a long evening thinking about what she said. What proof I need to feel confident either way. I realized pretty quickly that nothing could convince me. Nothing in London, anyway.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome aboard the East Midlands train service to Edinburgh. We'll be leaving King's Cross at 1 o'clock. Arriving. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome aboard the East Midlands train service to Edinburgh. We'll be leaving King's Cross at 1 o'clock, arriving just before 6 at Edinburgh Waverley. Please keep your belongings with you at all times. The bar car opens.
From American Stories, I'm Alice Sharman. Thank you for joining us. It's the morning after the night before. Everyone's the same, exactly the same. It's strange. A night's sleep is supposed to serve as a grand meridian, a threshold separating the past and future, bringing rest, reflection, closure. But, well, this time it's failed. It's like yesterday spilled into the next morning, and everything's colored with those same temperaments, fears, and divisions. There's no telling who will be going home after breakfast is finished, or who will be continuing on. No one's really talking about it, but it's I guess I'll need to think of a word there.
Hey, Bristol. Sorry I keep disturbing you.
Hey, it's fine. Just, it's personal notes.
Well, sounded about right. Not that I wasn't listening, but I brought you some breakfast.
Oh, thank you.
No problem.
Is anyone feeling any better?
No. Apollo's trying to cheer everyone up, but I don't know. Doesn't feel like it's something we're meant to just bounce back from. You okay?
Yeah. You?
Yeah. Thanks for asking.
Oh, Hunter. What's up?
I watched the footage from last night with the phone. It's crazy.
I know.
So Rob was driving that car? I mean, it has to be him, right? I know he said he's been on the road before, but I mean, what do we do? Do we confront him?
I don't know. We have to eventually. Right now, there's nothing we can say that he can't explain or deny in some way. There have been people on the road before him. Maybe it's just... I don't know. What did Lilith say about it?
Nothing. I haven't shown it to her yet.
No? I thought you would have watched it together.
No. I don't know. It's complicated. She's complicated. It's up in the air whether we keep going on this road, and I don't know. If she thinks there's something underhand going on...
Do you think it'll worry her? Make her want to turn back?
Hunter, it's not because you're not cute. It's because that's the kind of TV for you on the left. You have two
Yeah.
sides left of TV.
Yeah, maybe.
You don't like yours. But that's what you have.
Okay, well,
No matter how much you
it might be a good idea to bring her in on it, even if it doesn't lead to anything.
Yeah, I know. I will.
But you have left. I tried to make you ration it. I tried to switch it
putting
up
it
and
off,
you
you
did
know?
the same thing until you
Yeah,
ate all of the secrets and potions. And now,
In
you
fact,
only have the
doing the
tools
same
you
thing.
want.
Thanks, Eve. See you at the briefing?
Yeah. See you.
Clyde, can I talk to you?
I know, it's going to start. Yeah, sure. Sorry, I haven't didn't say good morning. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Good morning, by the way.
Sure, how can I help?
We never had an interview, one-on-one.
Me?
Yeah, it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all. You want to do it now? I'm actually not too hungry.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Would you mind if we just
Got it. Yeah. Either way, I'll just be gone a second, Bonnie. Be gone a second, okay? You have any crystal?
I'm getting there, I think. How about you?
Yeah, getting there. Why? Strange that yesterday feels a little like a rain. Well, so you have any questions?
Oh,
For the
yes. Why did you choose Bonnie and Clyde as your call sign?
Well, it came pretty easy. We used to play outlaws when we were kids, and one time Bonnie stuck up a bank.
Really?
No. No, it was an ice cream parlor one. Bonnie was pretending it was a bank, and then she ran in. She was holding her hand like a gun. She told Mrs. Guilford it was a stick-up.
Wow, that doesn't seem like her.
No, she was a wild child. A wild child. Always living in a story. And anyway, we got free Sundays and a new nickname in town after that. So when Rob told us about the call signs, that was the first thing we
I like that. Makes a lot of sense. So, Bonnie told me she talked to the hitchhiker.
When did he tell you that? She didn't tell you, did she?
No, you did just now. I'm sorry, that was a mean trick. I know, but I just can't.
No. I understand. I'm sorry.
No, I know you didn't.
It wasn't like he tricked her. He needed her.
I know. I understand. But I think it might be best if you called Bonnie over here. Now.
Crystal, I didn't want to cause any trouble. And Clyde's been looking forward to this trip for so long, I didn't want us to turn back. I'm sorry.
What happened, Bonnie?
I just said 2 words. I wasn't talking to him. I was just doing what Bob said, and I just said, bless you.
Is that all you said to him?
Well, he thanked me, and then he was just so easy to talk to, and I thought, well, I've already talked to him. What will a few more words do?
But she hardly said anything else. I mean, I promise.
What's the two of you talk about, Bonnie?
Nothing. Just he told me about this wonderful place. Wasn't it wonderful, Martin?
Bonnie.
Just a few houses by the sea. He made it sound so nice.
Bonnie, please.
You guys are talking about Wintry Bay?
You know about it too?
You mentioned it last night.
Oh, it sounds so beautiful, Bristol. He said there were houses there, and each one's on a hill, so you always see the ocean. There are market stalls and a church and a pier.
Linda.
What's wrong? You never let me talk about it.
Bonnie, you never stopped talking about it. Since we dropped him off, all through jubilation, you stayed up all last night. That's all you ever talked about.
That is not true. It's not.
Where is this place, Bonnie? Did he say where it was?
He said it's on our way. We're going to visit.
Rob must have passed through it before. It'll be fine.
Yeah, he passed through Jubilation too. Is that fine? Does Rob know about Bonnie?
I didn't.
You didn't want to trouble him? Or did you just not want him to turn you around? Which is it? You need to tell Rob before we hit the road. No. Too much has happened on this trip already. Aces. This place is dangerous. You cannot keep secrets anymore. Well, I hope Clyde doesn't see the irony. I've just admonished him for his lack of honesty after completely deceiving him less than 3 minutes prior. If he noticed my hypocrisy, he certainly didn't comment on it. Him and Bonnie are over at the truck now. I can't hear what they're saying, but Rob seems okay with it. Perhaps he just has other things on his mind, which I suppose makes 2 of us. After tricking Clyde, sending them over to tell Rob is the second thing I've done today that's inherently non-journalistic. I was supposed to be a fly on the wall for this story, a passenger recording events with objective detachment. In a lot of ways, I wish I still was. But the stakes are higher now. And though secrets make for good editorial, they're also potentially damaging to the safety of the group. Following the incident with Ace, I'm slightly less concerned with an unbiased story than I am with getting home to tell it.
Okay. All right, that's everything. Gather around, people. Alice.
Sure.
Where's Eve? Oh, there you are. Okay, first things first, I just want to say that Well, tempers got a little heated last night, and I am sorry for my part in that. What happened yesterday was, well, I never seen anything like it, and I hope I never have to again. I did not handle it well. So, I apologize. I want to thank you for coming with me this far, and if any of you want to turn back, that's fine. If you are heading back, now I'd say you should travel one by one. Be sure to stay on the radios, retrace the route, follow all the rules that apply getting here. Now, can I get an idea of who's wanting to keep going on the road?
There's something wrong.
Hey, come this far. I'm at you, Rob.
Yeah, me and Clyde are coming too.
Yeah, we're staying.
All right. Alice?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm coming too.
Blue Jay, you in or out? Well, okay, I will take that as a yes. We got a fair way to travel today, and there ain't much to see. Just follow the rules, and we'll take things as they come, I guess.
How long have we been on the road? I mean, just today.
About 3 hours. Why?
It's just the fuel gauge has hardly moved since we left this morning.
You noticed that, huh? I was wondering if you were gonna.
Why? What have you done to it?
Nothing. It's the road. Makes fuel burn slower.
Seriously?
Ain't just that either. Did you finish your food this morning?
No, why?
Hardly anybody did except Apollo. The further you go, the less you need to keep going.
So what, we don't need to eat?
Yep, pretty much.
Yesterday you said the road pushes against you.
Yep.
But now you're making it sound like it's helping us along.
Yep.
So it's hostile while also incentivizing us? That seems counterintuitive.
That sounds like life to me. Reasons to turn back, reasons to keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
We hope you've been enjoying the left-right game on Sonos.
Ryan Walsh here, lead audio engineer at Cupid. My job is to record and edit actors' performances into our shows. I'm constantly amazed how much a quality speaker like Sonos easily immerses you into the world. Prior to Qcode, I recorded music for TV, film, and video games. I've had the privilege to work on the musical scores for shows like Outlander and The Walking Dead, as well as films like Fantasy Island and video games like God. With that background, I've been trained to focus on performance. My motto when recording is, as clear as possible. We use the very best microphones, headphones, and speakers to make sure we capture every little nuance of our acting. I love listening back to the left-right game and Sonos speakers, hearing all that fidelity seamlessly translated onto a system that listeners can easily control.
Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for an incredibly detailed sound and rich bass. Then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to Sonos.com to learn more.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five!
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five!
He's sharing the excitement of big
partners,
powering possibilities.
Other restrictions apply.
One Medical and Amazon.
Build a routine with Ollie. Do wellness on
that
your
tells me? That tells me audio engineers are like,
I
"You'll be
suppose that
paying
makes
me
sense.
to equalize your
Despite
balance."
his well-documented as the fresh rural air, the road, Rob seems to have a strangely laissez-faire attitude to its internal logic. It's like the road doesn't need to make perfect sense to him, or at least he doesn't expect it to yet. As the fresh, rural air drifts in through the windows, I lose myself in the hypnotic endlessness of the passing fields. I wonder how many eyes have seen these vistas. I wonder where we are, not geographically, but in a grander sense. Are we still in the world as we know it, or are we beyond it, below it? Or have we just slipped through the cracks into some intermediate space? Rob slows the car down to a crawl, a precaution he takes before most corners. My eyes wander gently back into the truck, finally resting on the rearview mirror.
Rob, what is that? Behind us. There's something on the road. What is it?
Something new. Ferryman to all cars.
Hey, there's something behind us. Guys, something's coming after us. Bougie, can you see it? Bougie. Is it from Jubilation? Guys, oh God, there's something wrong with his face.
Stay calm, everyone. Just pick up the pace a little.
What was that, Rob?
I ain't sure. We got a turn coming up. Let's just get ourselves off the road, see if we follow.
Guys, speed up, please. Please. Calm down, Eve. It's coming for us.
Rob, can you speed up, please?
Damn it, this wasn't in the logs.
It's face. His face is open. Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys, please. Jesus, shut the fuck up.
Hey, that is not helping. Robert, we can finish this. We stayed the course. Now, it ain't caught up just yet.
No. You guys can't see it. It's just, oh God.
Eve, we're almost there. Eve, stay in formation. What the fuck is she doing?
She's panicking. Give me the radio. Bristol to Eve. Eve, stay with the convoy, okay? Just line up with me.
Eve, stop.
Eve, goddammit, you're going.
They stopped. They didn't even brake. They just...
I told him. Careful, I told him.
Why? What's happening?
Up ahead, on your left.
They missed the turn. Rob, what does that mean?
Ferryman to all cars. We're going left here. Get off this road, pull up behind the convoy. Eve, Lilith, stay in the car. We're coming back for you. It's still coming for me. 308 in the glove box. It's the
green container, sure. What are you going to do? Rob!
Don't file till it's safe.
Hey, Alice. Rob said don't go until... Alice.
Oh my God.
What the fuck is that? Rob,
stay back. Hey. Stop right now.
Rob, get out of its way.
Rob, move.
Rob!
God damn it. Stop.
Rob, you're not slowing it down. It's going to push you past the turn. Let it go.
Rob, what do we do?
Guys, stay in the car. Do not engage it. What does it want with them?
It doesn't want anything. I'm not sure it even knows we're here. Wait. No way.
What? Bristol?
Who could you possibly be calling?
That thing. The shirt it's wearing. I swear I've seen one like it before.
It's shirt? What the hell are you? What the fuck? Did you just... You have its number?
Look, Apollo, I need to put my truck back out. Use your car.
We can talk about it later.
You're damn right you will.
Eve! Guys, what's going on over there? You guys okay?
No, the car's stuck. I'm coming back to you. Bristol, I'm stuck. I can't.
Oh, fuck. They're sinking.
Bristol,
What the... What's happening?
I'm stuck. No.
Eve, calm down, okay?
I can't move. I can't.
Eve, look! Untie your boot. Leave it. Just get back in the car and don't touch the tarmac.
Rob, look at the tires.
Eve, look! Look, you gotta be quick! Hard reverse, come on! Tell him to get on top of the car.
What's happening, Rob?
Bristol, the tires are already half gone. Tell him to get on the fucking roof!
Okay, Eve, Lilith, I need you to get on top of the car, okay, guys?
Okay. We're sinking. What the fuck?
Eve, shh, I'm trying to help you. Okay, Rob is working on something, but I need you to climb onto the roof of the car. Don't think about anything else. Open the door, wind down your window, and use it as a foothold, okay? Just stay off the ground.
In.
Sarah, look at me. I'm okay. It was just the camera. Come on, help me up.
Okay, we're up there.
Damn, you're singing fast.
What's with the rope? You think we can pull the car back?
Look, I don't think anything that touches that stretch of road is going to move anywhere except down.
Okay, so what? Tie up a line? I can climb across?
Hand over hand. I don't know, Rob. That's at least 40 feet.
Guys, what's happening?
Okay, you two, listen. Now listen, we got one shot at this. Now I'm gonna throw you this carabiner. Right here. And you're gonna catch it, yank it taut. Then we're gonna hook it between your roof rack and my truck's sliding rig so you can climb your way over. All right, don't let any part of this touch the road. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Come on.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I almost had it.
It's all right, don't worry.
It's inside the car.
Okay, if I just got something else we can put down.
The empty jerry cans? They could step on?
No, too unstable. We have to throw them perfect. Okay. No, we ain't got one that'll stretch.
Well, what about...
I'm going out there.
I ain't got no more rope.
You got a winch, right? Unspool it. And I'll drive up with it bunched up on my lap so I can make sure it never goes slack. I get my car in jumping distance of theirs. They get over to mine. We hook the winch between the truck sliding rig and my roof bars. More than enough clearance to get out of it.
Think you can climb back?
I've done the CPAD. I can do this.
You get the best car for it. I really think I should drive out there.
You need to work the winch. Bonnie and Clyde can't climb. Blue Jay's just fucking Blue Jay.
What about me? I'm lighter. To climb back would be easier.
But you can't help them when they're jumping over. Look, we're wasting time. You know it's a good idea.
You better get back here, Apollo.
Don't plan on hanging around there, Rod.
Did you hear that, guys?
What's happening?
Apollo's coming out to you. You should jump into his car and climb back over, okay?
Okay.
All right, that'll hold. Line speed around the lighting rig so it'll have about 2 meters clearance. Well, just make sure you keep it tight, okay?
See you on the other side. I'm okay. I don't think my insurance covers this. Okay, I'm climbing out. Taking the slack, Rob.
Okay, ladies. Come on, I got you. Okay? Line set up. We have to move fast now. Okay, jump over here. I ain't gonna let you touch the ground.
Okay. Okay.
Good job. Great job. See, Eve? There's nothing to it. Come on. Now or never.
No.
It's okay. Oh my God. It's okay. Told you I wouldn't let you touch the ground.
No, I'm so sorry.
It was a hard jump. It's okay. Get up now, huh? Stand up on me. Don't touch the ground.
I'm sorry.
You gotta go. You guys, you gotta climb over. Okay? It's all right. Just get going, okay? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, really. Oh God, I can't hear. Rob! I can't.
Come on, we've got to go. Sarah, we've got to go.
I'm sorry.
Okay, guys, let yourself down until you're hanging from the rope. Okay?
Steve, you ready?
I don't think that I can say.
Just watch me, okay? Follow right behind me.
The more the car sinks, the steeper the angle. They gotta move.
I know, Rob. Come on, guys.
I can't. Sarah, we fucking have to, okay? Follow behind me. Is she following?
Eve! Sarah, it's not as bad as it looks. Please, come on.
I got you, Lilith. Come on. Let go. I got you.
Sarah, come on, please.
I can't.
Please, Sarah, I need you here.
I'm not gonna make it.
Yes, you are. Okay, keep going.
Come on.
No, please. Sarah.
I'm sorry. It was too hard.
Oh, no. Please. Don't be sorry.
I love you. I'm sorry.
I love you too. I'm so sorry. No.
I gotta disconnect the winch.
This isn't me. It's not me.
Lilith, I can take you back home if you want me to.
No. I'm still going. I'm going to get to the end and find out what the fuck this place is.
You know, I can't tell you what that'll be.
Bonnie, Clyde, you still going? Do you have a seat free?
Yes, of course. Got a place with us if you want.
Is the door unlocked?
Yes, it is.
What the fuck are we waiting around for?
Anyone else want to turn around? Crystal?
No, I'm okay. Let's go.
The Left-Right Game stars Tessa Thompson as Alice, Amel Amin as Tom, W. Earl Brown as Rob, Dio Kinney as Apollo, Colleen Camp as Blue Jay, Inanna Sarkis as Lilith, Jojo T. Gibbs as Eve, Robin Bartlett as Bonnie, John Billingsley as Clyde, and Louise Lombard as Dr. Moss. Created and written by Jack Anderson, directed by Emma Tammy, produced by Q Code, Automatic, and Tessa Thompson. Production executive, Tess Ryan. Recorded by Alvin Wee and Jorel Corpus. Edited by Ryan Walsh. Sound design and mixed by Matt Yocum. Sound effects editing by Ryan Sullivan. Sound design consulting by Will Files. Original score and composition by Darren Johnson. Script supervisor, Sam Beasley. Post coordinator, Rachel Yanover. Talent coordinator, Shay Donovan. Special thanks to Joaquin Archurch. The Left-Right Game is a Q Code production.
Experience brilliant room-filling sound with Sonos. Expand your audioverse at sonos.com. Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound in your space. Then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to sonos.com to learn more.
In every great true crime story,
Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound in your space. Then fine-tuned by Oscar and
Unit 207's fucking with the podcast.
Go to sonos.com to learn more.
Hello, listeners. Be advised, this show is an immersive audio experience. Please use caution if you're operating a motor vehicle, as it may seem like sounds are coming from the sides and behind you.
The Left-Right Game is brought to you in this dimension by Sonos. Experience brilliant otherworldly sound with Sonos.
Right, is this the media office for the student newspaper? I'm here to see the editor, Jasmine P. I am.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, Jasmine. Hey,
That's his friend, right? Yeah, you said you'd be along. You wanted to check out the archives?
That's all right.
Sure. Let's see what we can find. Some of them, the really old ones, are in the National Archive. We're actually the oldest running student newspaper in the world, so we can't keep every past issue in our back room, unfortunately, but we have at least one copy of every paper for the last 20 or so years back here. You're just going back 5, right?
Yeah, there was a protest when I was here. Some students were unfairly detained or something. But my friend wrote an article about it and it ended up on the front page.
Oh, our front page stories always go online. Did you check the web archive?
I did. No luck. I thought, print's a little bit more immutable, so maybe.
Are you okay to take this?
Sure.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
It's fine. I should have braced myself.
Okay, well, it should be in there somewhere. What did you see again, the 28th?
Yeah. So you never met her?
Oh, I thought she would have been before my time. I mean, we're going back a few years here.
No, not that many years.
Okay, well, here we go. Oh, I'm sorry, that's so annoying. You're sure it was the 28th?
Wait, where is it?
I don't know. I'm sorry, someone must have made a
No,
mistake.
I don't get it. Why would you have Why would you have a paper without front page feature?
Well, it would have had a feature when I went out. It's just.
Just what? I mean, these are archives. You're meant to have records of every publication.
Well, I don't know. Maybe someone archived an early draft or a misprint.
What the fuck is the point then?
Hey!
There's nothing fucking here. Where is it? Where the fuck did everything go? This is fucking ridiculous.
Okay, you need to calm down.
Ridiculous.
Calm down right now.
I'm sorry. Fuck, I'm really sorry. It's been a... That was uncalled for.
Yes, it was.
I am sorry. Do you need help with tidying?
It's fine. Here.
Thank you. I can...
It's fine. If you wouldn't mind.
Of course. Sorry. Okay, sorry.
Hi. How can I help?
Hi. This is the Alumni Records Office, right?
Yep, that's right.
Amazing. And I'm right in thinking you have physical records of every alumnus who registered to...
You're talking about the golden copy. Yeah, we do. Can I help you?
I hope you can. To be honest, this is kind of a last-ditch attempt. I'm looking to get in touch with someone, and...
I'm from uni.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, we get that a lot. I'm afraid that's not what we're here for.
Mm-hmm.
You should go online and you can read a privacy policy. But in the meantime, you can leave your name and we can try to get in touch with them if you have a valid reason.
Right. I've already tried to get in touch with her. Believe me. I just need to know if she still has a record here.
If she attended the university, she'll be in the system. But we can't hand out identifiable information to a third party. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. That's all right.
Great. Is that everything?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm done. Fuck it. Okay.
From American Stories, I'm Alice Sharman. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, well, that's because they're all nerds.
Even you.
Oh, especially me. Let's start over. Apollo.
Alice. Sharman. That's quite a name.
Mm-hmm. Like Apollo Creed. Prince of the Punch. King of the Sting. You never seen Rocky?
Afraid not. No.
Oh, then we're going to have some problems. Nah, I'm kidding.
We're making s'mores. Do you want some?
Yeah. That sounds great.
We're really happy to have you with us, by the way.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah. Certainly been interesting.
I was making my way down the road, and I was angry at how you'd been. And when I saw the hitchhiker, I thought, yeah, I should, do what I said and just drive by. But and a minute later, I look in the rearview mirror, and he's sitting in the back of my car. He's just talking about the weather. I mean, I swear I didn't pick him up, but then I think about it, all these memories that come back. Like, I start to remember pulling over and letting him in. It's like I did, but I didn't. I don't think I did. I don't know.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Not a word. Not a noise.
No, I promise. I didn't say a word.
Feels awful, don't it?
What?
Shocks you. I did the same to you some years back. The first time I saw him, I just drove right by. Wasn't gonna let some stranger in. I did the same to you some years back. The first time I saw him, I just drove right by.
Rob,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm just keeping busy, fixing some gaps in my notes. When did you first come across the Left Right Gang?
Would have been around June.
So that was 8 months ago.
That's right. Why'd you ask?
No reason. Just checking. Thanks.
All right. Ferryman to all cars. There's a clearing up ahead. We'll stop here for the night. Watch out for the edge. Long way down.
What do you mean the edge? We've not been going uphill. Rob, are you okay? All right.
Guys, please, stop it.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Lilith, let her go. Lilith.
You get back. Take it back.
Hey, come on, guys. Let's just talk about this.
Lilith, stop. It's not worth it. Jen. Jen!
God, Crystal, you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Get off me. Get the fuck off me.
Damn it, this is not time. Now you see what you've done, Lilith? Bristol was just trying to help. You see what happens?
Yeah, nice work, you fucking crazy.
Blue Jay!
Take it back. Deal with your people, Rob. Ugh.
You okay, Crystal? You're bleeding.
I'm fine. Thank you. What happened, Bonnie? What did she say?
I didn't hear it all.
What did she say, Bonnie?
I heard something about. She said Lilith was that we were complicit.
Oh, God fucking damn it, Denise. Bristol, can you talk to
Yeah, don't worry. I'll handle it.
Okay. That's your conference. Hey, Clyde, can you help me get the stove out? I think we all need to eat a little something.
It's a strange view. Where do you think the cornfields end?
Maybe they don't. I mean, there's no farmhouses or anything. Maybe they just. Oh my God, you're bleeding. I'm so sorry. I didn't.
No, that's fine. You should see the other girl.
Yeah, I bet she looks like shit right now.
I got you a blanket.
Thank you. Do you want some? It's chilly.
No, in the UK, this is basically summer.
Usually thinks I'm complicit.
Yeah.
to think we're morons. Now she thinks we're all in on it. Doesn't make sense.
She's not equipped for this, Lois. I mean, if I spent my life arguing against the concept of a flat Earth and someone brought me to the edge of the world to make me look over the side, I'd go absolutely. Maybe she needs it to be a hoax. Otherwise, her entire.
Are you seriously defending her?
No. Just. Sorry. She shouldn't have said what she said. She's just. I guess the word is troubled.
She's right though. I killed Sarah. I killed Apollo too.
You don't really mean that, do you?
No, it's true. It's true. Sarah wasn't cut out for this. And she knew it. She wanted us to turn back this morning. But I didn't want to.
That wasn't just your decision, Lilith.
Yes, it was. She followed my lead. Always. At school, on break, starting our channel. Through everything. And I knew why she was doing it. I knew, but I let it continue because it was convenient. Because it was easy. Because deep down, I liked having someone around who jumped the fucking hoops for me. God, it's so fucked.
No. Okay.
No, it's not okay. It shouldn't be. She was weak. She was anxious and shy, but that should be okay, right? You're allowed to be weak, but I made her come here. I dragged someone who couldn't swim into the fucking deep end and just watched her. The last thing I did was lie to her, and she fucking knew it.
What do you mean?
I'm not. I loved her as a friend, and it was always this fucking one-way street, and I don't think she minded, but when she was vanishing right in fucking front of me, and she said what she said, I mean, how else was I supposed to respond to that? I had to say it back, right?
I don't know what I would have done in that situation.
I could see it in her eyes that she didn't believe me. I wonder how many people have died not being told like comforting lies. How many of them knew?
I think you did the best that you could, Jen. Honestly, I think you did better than most.
You don't need to tell me that. Are you tired? You need to go to bed soon.
Oh, Nerd Squad sending an email to Russ at 3:18 in the morning. Subject line Unit 207's break-in accomplished by a disabled teens they have been abusing
Is it okay?
for a year, who are legally kidnapped.
As long as you
contacts. Russ, hope your WoW raid went well last night. Just wanted to give you a heads up about what went down here on the 29th. After 19 straight days of these clowns in Unit 207 plotting and scheming, and my reporting it, they finally had someone try to break in. It seems like they had my own kids do it, which is beyond messed up. My front door got busted open, but I followed FBI instructions and didn't go outside or interact with anything. This whole situation is still crazy, but I'm still under orders not to open my front door for any reason. But like last time, if you're up for it, you're welcome to come over through my son's bedroom window again. On a separate note, would you be willing to either let me hop on your Wi-Fi for a
We spend the
month,
next hour and a half
or maybe take out these $12? My Wi-Fi pass is up tomorrow, February 2nd.
Just say thank you to Apollo.
And I need to
Raising our
renew it.
hands to the
It's
open
only
air.
$10.50, but I
We talk
assume
about
Unit
his purpose
207
too.
are hacking
His
as they
attempts to
did
keep
last
us all
month.
up during our
Let me
first
know
time
what
on
you
the
think,
road.
and
How
thanks again
kindly
for all
you
your
spoke to
help with
everyone,
the
even at the
cigars,
edge of death.
food, and everything else
We
while these
talk
criminals
about Eve
continue
as
with
well,
their illegal
about the pair's
entertainment.
misadventures,
I really
awkward
appreciate it.
college parties, and the future.
Sending it at
paranormal
3:20 a.m.
Lilith
It
tells
is
me there's always a place
CC'd
for
to the
me
real
once radio
mystic Gwen at
dies out.
gmail.com for your
After everything
instructions.
that's
Nerd
happened
Squad.
on the road, the night can't help but feel bittersweet. But for once, on a solitary cliffside in the middle of nowhere, It's more sweet than bitter.
Hey, this is Rachel from the Q-Code production team. We hope you've been enjoying the Left Right Game on Sonos. We take pride in creating premium audio experiences, which is why we love listening on Sonos. Sonos creates technology that celebrates sound, like we do, continuously refining the listening experience so that we can connect listeners and creators. To hear a dynamic project like the Left Right Game with a vocal clarity and bass of a Sonos speaker is really exciting. The story has so much action and suspense that's just amplified when having a speaker system like Sonos. Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for an incredibly detailed sound experience, then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to Sonos.com to learn more.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data, no commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming, like floating on a cloud made of cotton candy. Now excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in with no commitments, all backed by the Xfinity network. Turn chill mode on at xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Prime. From streaming to shopping, Prime helps you get more out of your passions. So whether you're a fan of true crime or prefer a nail-biting novel from time to time, with services like Prime Video, Amazon Music, and fast free delivery, Prime makes it easy to get more out of whatever you're into or getting into. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to learn more.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Do you have a point of sale system you can trust, or is it a real POS? You need Shopify for retail. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify POS has everything you need to sell in person. Go to shopify.com/system, all lowercase, to take your retail business to the next level today. That's shopify.com/system.
Okay, rise and shine, guys. We're on the road in 30. You know the drill. Shouldn't be much to see today. So let's just take it as it comes. Go. How you doing?
Fine. Making notes. How long have we been on the road?
5 hours, 27 minutes. Not much to see today. Why, you bored?
A little. Actually feels great.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
So, how far away are we?
From where? Rest stop?
No, from... You haven't reached the end of this road, right? I mean, you're still charting it.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, how long until we get to, uncharted territory?
Be honest, not too long.
What's going to happen when we reach that point?
We're going to keep driving.
Until we get to the end?
That's the plan. I won't judge you if you want to turn around. I'm sure you can talk someone into it.
Could I talk you into it?
Afraid not. See, this trip ain't like the others. Road's kicking back like it ain't before. I think it knows I'm coming all the way this time.
What is this place, Rob? I mean, what do you think it is?
I think it's a stray thread. It's running off the spool. I mean, there's got to be.
Rob, you just took a wrong turn.
No, that can't be right. Can't be.
Wait, it isn't, Rob. No, it isn't. We took we took a right last time. This is a left. It's fine.
God damn it, Bonnie. You're right. I knew I'd been down this road before. You okay?
No, I think my heart just stopped.
Ferryman to all cars. Hey, thanks, Bonnie, for giving us the fright of our lives. We are on the right. We're on the correct road.
No, that can't be. That's wrong. We should have taken a right at that junction.
No, Bonnie, that was our mistake, Rob. Let's just keep going.
Bristol.
It's okay. It was our mistake.
No,
Yes, all right.
Ty, no.
What is going on with them?
I don't know. They're in our blind spot. Give me a second.
It ain't that important. My heart's still racing. I swear to God, that was...
There's a sign next to the right turn.
What?
An
You know
old
what I
sign,
think is
like
funny?
Bonnie said
When
we should
people
be
get
going.
offended
I can't read it from here.
when you say a fact about them and their
What does
activity.
it
And it's
say
like, well,
nothing.
it is you. It
Letters
is
are all
your
peeled
activity. That's why
Some
that's a
town,
fact.
something, somewhere 5 miles.
Why are you
Could it have
offended?
said Wintry Bay?
What?
Wintry Bay. Does it look like it might have
I
said?
heard you. What are you talking about?
Is it safe to pull over?
What? Why?
Is it safe, Rob?
Yeah, should be.
Then pull over. Bristol to all cars. We're stopping ahead.
Bristol.
You didn't tell him.
What's going on, Bristol?
Clyde?
Bonnie talked to the hitchhiker.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. What? You knew about this, Bristol?
I told them to tell you yesterday. I saw them. I thought they did.
Bonnie said you turn us around.
Well, she's damn right. I mean, you seen what happens when the rules get broken. You should have told me as soon as you saw me and headed straight back home.
Well, that was before Ace. That was before everything. I didn't know this place was...
It doesn't matter. I was more than... The rules are the rules, Clyde. Is anything even wrong with Bonnie? Said she gets confused.
Oh, Clyde.
Oh, it's a good lie. You didn't want anyone asking questions.
What does this mean? What happens when you talk to...
I don't know.
Well, what do the rules
The
say?
rules say not to.
Rob, we're sorry, okay? We're really sorry. You should have been told. We just wanted to be here. This is the first real thing we've seen. Sorry, we had one.
No,
Honey, it's okay.
no, it's not. Rob, this is my fault. The hitchhiker man, he was talking about a village that we just passed. I was looking forward to seeing it. That's all. I'm okay, really.
You've been talking about it a lot, Bonnie.
It just sounded like a lovely place. I was sad that we passed it by. I'm sorry for worrying everybody. Please don't guys turn around.
We'll be making camp soon. You come to the next stop with us, rest up, then tomorrow you both go home. Count yourselves lucky you get the chance to turn around.
No, please, Rob,
We're done. Lila, you're with us.
Oh, thank God.
Bristol, she's fine, really.
Is she fine? Or is she getting worse? You okay?
It was fucking weird, Bristol. As soon as she saw the sign, she was like reading it, and I swear she was basically like crying. She didn't understand how we could have gone the wrong way. But then, as soon as you pulled us over, she just stopped. Stopped.
That must have been disturbing.
Yeah, I have no idea. So, Rob, when are these fucking cornfields gonna end?
Soon. But we're gonna rest up for the night in a few turns. And tomorrow won't be long till we're on track through the woods.
The fucking woods? No, are you kidding me? Are we talking like sleepy, hollow, bleeding trees or what?
Wish I could tell you.
What do you mean?
I mean, it ain't been that far yet. New territory.
Oh. Maybe the cornfields outside.
Oh, what the hell was that?
Bristol, what's happening back there?
Oh my god.
It's Bonnie.
God damn it, what now?
What the fuck is she doing?
Hey, Bristol, hand me the gun.
You can't be serious.
We don't know what we're gonna find over there. Bristol, now. All right, both of you, stay in the car.
This is insane. Bristol, he told us that.
Cut the engine.
What? Stop.
No.
No.
Stop
it.
Right there.
Stop
You
it.
have to go back.
Bonnie,
Stop it, Bonnie.
Bonnie, stop.
No. Bonnie, you gotta let me go. Please. Please, let me go. They're waiting for me. They're waiting for me. Please.
Bonnie? Bonnie, calm down. Okay, let's talk this through.
He told me it was on our way. He said we would pass through.
He lied, Bonnie.
No. We are going the wrong way. We need to go back. You get off me.
Rob.
I've got yours.
Bristol, Green Med Kit, get me the zip ties.
What are you going to do?
Just bring them back here, Bristol. Clyde, open the back seat up.
Oh, dude, don't hog tie Bonnie. It's gonna hog tie her. Actually, that's what I do too.
Yeah,
She doesn't really need the hog tie though. She just needs the gags. She's all about this bay place. That's what she gets because she talks to the hitchhiker.
Bristol, are you with me? Because I can't ask Clyde to do this.
I would never want to go on this road because anybody you bring with you, you're like at double the risk that they're gonna fuck up and not follow the rules.
Get off me. Stop it. No, please, let me go. We need to go back. Get off me.
It's all right, baby. Just don't fight, Linda.
I'm sorry.
What the fuck's going on? Hey, what the fuck are you fucking doing? You're not gonna leave her like that, are you?
Get back in your car, BoJay. How you doing?
Fine. We put on new zip ties, made it more comfortable. BoJay thinks we're fucking monsters, but that's nothing new.
What do you think?
We all saw what she was like. She was fucking inconsolable. But since we stopped, she's smiling again, talking to you, so maybe she'll come around. And what about you? Has anyone asked how you're doing?
Oh, no. I'm fine. I'm just tired.
Well, then you should turn in. Seriously, I'm just taking her soup and I'm gonna do the same.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, you should get some rest. I'll carry that over.
You sure? I don't mind.
No, honestly, I should do my bit.
Okay. Night, Alice.
How are you doing, Alice?
I'm fine. How are you doing, Linda?
I'm okay. so sorry for giving you all such a fright earlier. I feel terrible.
It's fine, honestly. I'm sorry about all this.
It's okay. I wasn't myself.
I brought you some soup. I know you might not be hungry, but...
No, I'd love some, thank you. Everyone's been so lovely.
Well, you just want to make sure you're all right.
Oh, no, you don't have to. I'm happy to feed myself. I just need one hand for you.
No, I don't mind. I think it's...
What are you doing with her?
Nothing. Just a spill.
It's okay, Blue Jay. It's my mistake. Did she get any on you? No, it's okay. It was my fault. It's fine. I'm sorry for causing trouble. Look what you're doing to her. You're a fucking coward. I'll get you some more soup, Bonnie. Do you know what's wonderful is? He told me there's a house waiting for me. My home by the sea.
I'm sorry, Bonnie. I don't think there is.
It's going to be such a beautiful place. Such a beautiful place.
Please, Bonnie. Please just say something. Tell me that you understand it's not real. Please.
It's been so lovely knowing you.
Bristol, wake up. Bristol! What time is it? Rob, what's happening?
Bonnie got herself free. She's headed for the turn.
What? How did she get free? Is she with Clyde?
It looks like she hit him hard, dragged him out of the car. Look, I couldn't wait for him. He's catching up in Blue Jay's car.
Blue Jay's helping him? She probably wants to keep an eye on us. Rob, do you think we'll catch up?
Well, I'm working on it.
Crystal to Bonnie. Bonnie, you there? Linda, please don't do this.
Oh God, there she is. She stopped. It's okay, she stopped.
Oh, no. No.
All right, Bonnie?
I forgive you, Rob. I know you don't understand. Not yet. I can't tell it as well as he did.
Linda, step back over. You're only a little over the line, okay? Maybe it's okay.
No, Alice. It's okay, sweetie. This is the best way. This is the way we're meant to go.
Linda, please. Come on back, okay?
You can all come with me. There's a place for all of us. He told me there's a place for everyone.
Please, Linda. Please, you have to come back.
Oh my God. What is that? What's coming off her?
Linda, please, look, come back. It's destroying you.
Don't worry. Please don't worry. You can't die in wintry there. No one ever does.
He never said that, Bonnie. He never said anything like that.
I love you very much, Marty. You're always welcome.
No, please, no. No! Let her go. Let her go, Clyde.
What, dude? Did she turn into mist or something? I don't get it.
Isn't real, any of it. Fucking fools.
We need to get back. We need to.
Yeah, now you got a hog tie that guy, dude.
So we got back to the rest stop an hour ago. There's 5 of us now. 2 cars between us. Everyone's gone back to sleep pretty quickly. I think they're just exhausted by everything. I should be with them, but I'm out here talking to you. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm not. I mean, I'm not even sure if any of you will even hear this, so we're heading into uncharted territory, and I don't know what's going to happen. This was supposed to be a weekend. I told people I'd be done by now. People are waiting for me to... But I'm starting to think that... Where are you going? Clyde?
I know where I'm going, Kristen. Don't call Rob. Please, don't call anymore. I made a mistake. Coming back to the rest stop. I shouldn't have done that. So please, just let me go.
Clyde, just wait until tomorrow, okay? He'll understand. He'll turn us around. We'll take you home.
It won't be... Linda, he was a good man. She could never bring herself to go looking again, and I never found who I was looking for. We've been by each other's side for 60 years. 60 years. I gotta be honest, after all this, after all we've been through, everything you and I have seen, I never felt like I was in a new world until now.
I don't think I can let you do this, Clyde.
Well, I'm sorry, but it's not the deal. You know, I yelled at her to come back when she ran off to rob that ice cream parlor. I kept calling out. I spent so much energy trying to get her to come back to me. And after a while, I realized she wasn't coming back. I'd have to follow her. I should have realized it earlier. That's all I can do, follow where she goes.
Clyde. Do you want company? It takes roughly 2 hours for us to walk back to the junction. In the time we have, I'm treated to the story of Bonnie and Clyde. The warmest fragments of their life together. The moments that built them, the waves that rocked them, and the places they once called home. I don't think I'll ever agree with what Clyde is doing, but the more he talks, the more I understand. His stories span more than half a century, supported by a transient cast of acquaintances and friends, but at the core of each tale is a pair of siblings who meant the world to one another. The pair existed as 2 relative souls, quantifiable only in relation to each other. In the absence of one, the remnant is indefinable. It's a long story, and it ends just as we reach the junction. I really hope she's out there.
I hope so too. Thank you for coming with me. I know it's late.
No. It's never a bad time to see a friend off.
Thank you.
It's a long walk back to the convoy. My mind is numb to fear as I make my way through the dark, the corn rustling in the wind beside me. It's been 4 days since I arrived at Rob Guthard's house, sat down at his table, and listened to him speak about the new world he'd discovered. In that time, I've seen things I can't hope to comprehend, sights that exist beyond the spectrum of our reality, things I wouldn't have deemed possible. For all I know, there is a wintry bay, and Bonnie has already arrived at her house by the sea, standing at the door, waiting with quiet confidence for her brother's arrival. I may never know, but I do hope they find each other, wherever they are.
The Left-Right Game stars Tessa Thompson as Alice, Amel Amin as Tom, W. Earl Brown as Rob, Dio Kinney as Apollo, Colleen Camp as Blue Jay, Ilana Sarkis as Lilith, Jojo T. Gibbs as Eve, Ryan Greenberg as Ace, Robin Bartlett as Bonnie, and John Billingsley as Clyde, with additional performances by Amy Letcher and Connor McCrae. Created and written by Jack Anderson, directed by Emma Tammy, produced by Q Code, Automatic, and Tessa Thompson. Production executive, Tess Ryan. Recorded by Alvin Wee and Jorel Corpus. Edited by Ryan Walsh. Sound design and mixed by Matt Yoakum. Sound effects editing by Ryan Sullivan. Sound design consulting by Will Fyers. Original score and composition by Darren Johnson. Script supervisor, Sam Beasley. Post coordinator, Rachel Yanover. Talent coordinator, Shay Donovan. Special thanks to Joaquin Archridge. The Left-Right Game is a Q Code production.
Experience brilliant room-filling sound with Sonos. Expand your audioverse at sonos.com. Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound and rich bass. Then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to sonos.com to learn more.
In every great true crime story,
Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound and rich bass. Then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to sonos.com to learn more.
Hello, listeners. Be advised, this show is an immersive audio experience. Please use caution if you're operating a motor vehicle, as it may seem like sounds are coming from the sides and behind you.
The Left-Right Game is brought to you in this dimension by Sonos. Experience brilliant otherworldly sound with Sonos.
I'm not explaining well. It's like she was missing.
So there was no record of her at all?
No, not exactly there. How long do you have the full?
She's outside now, but we have time.
There are blank spaces in all the places Alice used to be, so she was there at some point. She's just been removed.
From the records office.
The records office, the website, I mean everywhere. She wasn't even in the student paper.
Which is ironic.
Why is it ironic?
Well, she might have been.
Fuck. They put me in the... What was the headline? Actually, no, don't tell me. Is it bad?
It's comprehensive. Troubled former student breaks into records office, tries to escape on crutches, gets caught.
Fuck. She can't see this. I mean, I only told her the broad. I didn't tell her it. Look, is there a chance we could just, just not mention it?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be
Please. I can bribe you in installments. You've already said the story to her, haven't you?
No, I didn't. She sent it to me.
Shit! So that's why she wanted to...
Yes. And I just wanted to let you know so you'd be prepared going in. So if you need a moment...
No. Let's just get it over with. only way is through.
Helen, why don't you?
I just don't understand it. This isn't like you. It's not like you. You're lucky you weren't arrested.
I know.
And you shouldn't be traveling in your condition. You can't just discharge yourself and go across to another country.
I went to Scotland. It's still, attached.
Don't be smart about it. You can't go that far away without at least telling us where you are.
You wouldn't have let me go.
Well, what if you've gotten hurt? Or...
I needed to go, Mum, right? I needed to know either way.
And?
I've one last thing to follow up.
Sweetheart, please, this has gone too far already. This Alice story is just...
If it turns out it's nothing, then I'll... Dr. Moss, we talked about standards of proof.
We did.
So that hasn't changed, right?
Do you have the audio logs from Alice on your phone or?
Yeah, why?
Could you play one for us, please?
Sure.
They say great stories happen to people who can tell them. Rob J. Cutler is an
What do you
exception
hear?
to them. As I said, it
I hear her. She's... What do you hear? Mum, what do you hear? You're joking.
We thought maybe he'd sent us the wrong file, or maybe it was broken. Look, you've been very reasonable, very cooperative, very open throughout all this. But you're still recovering from significant injuries that can affect a person in unintended ways. I think it's time we talked about running a few more tests just to determine what we're...
I don't understand. She was talking. I was playing it right in fucking front of you. They say great stories happen to those who can tell them. Robert J. Guthert is an exception to that rule. As I sit at his table in his small home in Phoenix, Arizona, sip his coffee and listen. You can't hear any of that.
Oh, please just come home. We can figure all this out. We can take our time just to make sure that you're all right, please.
You know what? Dr. Moss, what do you think?
Honestly, things as they are, I don't think it's out of the question. Do you? I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to ambush you.
It's fine.
You know, I just want what's...
I know.
I can drive you home. Home. And that's a long way to... You can put your music on if you want.
I've got a taxi waiting. Get my stuff and see you tomorrow.
All right. Call me when you get home.
Will do. Promise.
So sorry this has happened. I really think we can help you once you know we love you.
I love you too, Mum. Right, thank you.
No worries. Paddington Station, right?
That's right.
Right. Going anywhere nice?
Not really. Bristol. I didn't mean to lie in the session, by mission or otherwise, but it's pretty clear I'm the only one who still believes in Alice Sharman. If anyone else did to begin with. I know this has all gone too far, and I'm starting to hurt people by pursuing this further. But Alice needs me to find her, then I've got to follow every lead I can. And like I told my mother and Dr. Moss, there was one last thread to follow. In the records office, before I was forcibly removed from the building, there was a single piece of paper where hers should have been. A blank record almost entirely devoid of detail, except for 2 names and an address. Look, I think I understand the rules now, whatever's happening. Alice is gone, that's obvious, but it's not like she never existed. The article was blank, but no one had taken her place. Instead, Alice is doing what she always did, creating empty spaces wherever she left. Her stories, her life, the impressions she made are all gone, but everything surrounding them, everything around her is still here. And so is everyone. Andrew Sharman?
Can I help you?
I don't know. I think I'm here to talk to you about your daughter.
From American Stories, I'm Alice Sharman. Thank you for joining us. Kristen? Hey, Alice. Go back to sleep. It's still early. Are you outside? We'll talk in the morning. I feel like I could sleep for a week. I don't. Instead, I lie awake in the thin space between the night's events and the next morning's consequences. It's been a long and arduous night, but strangely enough, it's the impending sunrise that fills me with the most dread. A feeling that's only amplified when Lilith finally stirs once more. Hey.
Hey. Good morning.
How'd you sleep?
Yeah, not too bad. This place isn't so comfortable.
Yeah. Get used to it. Clyde's gone.
What do you mean? Rob. Rob!
What's going on?
Something took Clyde.
Nothing's taken.
Yes. Hot cocoa, everybody. Get yourself
he's
some
gone.
Swiss miss.
We don't know that. We just got
Rob.
The mood is
He's
right.
gone.
Saturday at
It's
4
already
a.m.
past the junction.
for hot cocoa.
And how do you know?
Actually, 3:50
I was with him when he crossed over.
Yummy, yummy,
What
yummy,
was this?
yummy.
Last night, like 3, 4 a.m. He said that. Rob?
Damn it, Bristol. Why in the hell did you let him?
You weren't there, Rob.
We were fucking yards away, Bristol. You didn't think to wake us up?
Of course I did. He told me not to.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just fine then, is it?
He made his decision, Lilith. None of us were going to stop him.
Well, I certainly wouldn't have just let him fucking kill himself. You tied Bonnie to the fucking headrest, but then you let Clyde waltz over the road without even telling us?
That's a false equivalency.
Are you serious?
Yes, of course it is. Bonnie wasn't herself. Clyde was capable of making an informed decision.
His sister had just died. Yeah, of course you wanted to join her. That doesn't mean you just fucking... You might as well have just let him fucking blow his brains out.
Lilith! Bristol, are you sure there's nothing we can do?
I'm sure.
Okay. Well, then there's nothing more to say. Lilith, come help me with breakfast.
I
I know what you did.
Can we not do this, Bojack?
I was having a night watching all of you. And what a big surprise when I saw you leave with Clyde and come back alone, calm as a fucking grave. I don't know if Clyde was in your little game, but he sure as fuck wasn't happy with how far you've taken it. He had to go, didn't he?
I'm not going to dignify any of that with an answer.
Don't be you. I just want you to know that I'm not falling for your fucking game. You will not turn me around. If you try anything like that with me, I will fucking kill you.
When did you switch to matches, Bojack?
I'm sorry?
With your cigarettes, you just used match. Bonnie freed herself from plastic zip ties alone in the middle of the night, and suddenly, you're down a lighter.
Krista, Rob told me to ask you if you wanted anything.
No, thank you. I'm hungry. Strange. Having just one car behind us. I guess we...
Rob, is that the turn?
Yeah. Yep, that's the one. You two ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ferryman to all. I just want to say that it's an honor to take this next corner with you all. Once we're in the force, the record stops. So from here on out, we move slow. Report anything unusual. Stay on the lookout for the next turn. Okay? All righty. Here we go. God, my. It's beautiful, ain't it?
It really is. Even after the stressful morning we've all had and the uncertainty that lies ahead, Rob's statement rings with a joyous sincerity that I can't help but appreciate. In its own eerie way, the forest is a beautiful place. The truck moves at a crawl for the rest of the day. The woods are vast and untamable. Thin, swooping branches hang lazily over the road, clattering against the lightning rig as we pass beneath them. On either side, the trees stand at strange, crooked angles, so close together it's impossible to see too far in either direction. Rob spends every moment scanning the sides of the road. His vigilance is appreciated but unnecessary. There are only 4 turns across the entire afternoon, each one identified far in advance and navigated perfectly. Before I know it, we've entered the early evening, with no discernible end to the woods in sight. We've been traveling uphill for a short while, plateauing onto a thin stretch of road, an endless expanse of forest to our left, and a dangerously steep bank to our right. With one less side of the road to look out for, Rob seems a little more comfortable holding a conversation. By the time the sun goes down, I seem to be creeping back into their good graces.
Hey, this is Rachel from the Q-Code production team. We hope you've been enjoying the left-right camp on Sonos. We take pride in creating premium audio experiences, which is why we love listening on Sonos. Sonos creates technology that celebrates sound, like we do, continuously refining the listening experience so that we can connect listeners and creators.
When our team listened to Pink Card and Sonic speakers, we felt they were adding water to the basically text engine, one of the closest human decision, none of them is along the way. We felt like we were there. None of the effort we put into sound engineers that walked us from the studio to the
Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound and rich mix, then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to Sonos.com to learn more.
You can save every day by shopping at Whole Foods Market. Seriously, don't just go for their big sales. Walk the store and see the savings for yourself. In the meat department, look for Yellow Loaf Foods Market.
Amazon One Medical and Amazon Pharmacy.
So what are you going to do if you get to the end of the road?
Document it, bring it home, hand it over to the world.
And after that?
I guess I might take a vacation. Hey, maybe I should visit London. You want to show me around?
You've never been to London?
Well, I just passed by carrying packages. I never like cities so much. Try to stay out of them if I can. But I'd go, though, if I had a tour guide.
Okay. Well, that's my next story then. Rob Guthard takes on London.
I don't think folks would want to listen to that.
I don't know. I think people would tune in. Or are you just worried you'll grow to like the place?
Junior would never let me hear the end of that.
Fair enough. Wait. Sorry. Junior?
Oh, my son, he wouldn't let me forget it. He's always been a city boy.
Wait. Is your son's name Robert as well?
Yeah.
Look out!
Goddamn deer went out straight in front of me.
Where was it going? Off the fucking cliffside? Is it trying to kill itself?
Well, it did a good job. I gotta move out of the road.
Doesn't sound like it, dude.
Why
Sounds
do you-
like you need to go slap a nap. Oh.
Damn shit. Okay. I'm gonna look away. Now's the time.
Wait.
But Lila, if we don't do it, it'll just suck.
No, I know, Dad. Start moving.
Where? Oh. God. Is it pregnant?
Ain't nothing we can do, Lila. We gotta move.
Oh. Stop it, Bob.
Get in the car, people. Monsters beer.
Oh my God.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Oh God.
The beer had a baby in it. Is it Bonnie?
What the fuck? Blue Jay? Blue Jay, go back to your car.
It's a child. It's a fucking. What did you do? What did you do?
Rob, what are we going to do?
I don't know. I don't know the rules here.
Fuck the rules. It's a fucking child. We need to.
Don't go near him. Don't go near him. I don't know what you've done. What you've done, but you.
Guys, I think there are more of them. Deer? Yeah. Listen.
Oh, fuck. Okay, all of you, get in your cars. I'll get the kid.
No. I'm not going.
Blue Jay, get in your fucking car. All right, damn it, go.
Good, come on. Go. Come on.
Bristol.
It's okay. It's okay.
Blue Jay's car is going over the edge.
She'll make it. It'll hold.
The engine's fucking crippled. When are they gonna stop? Where's Rob?
I don't know. Look, I don't know.
We're gonna die on this road. We're gonna fucking...
No. I won't let that happen.
Are there any more?
Blue Jay? Rob? You alright? Rob, are you alright?
I got them in the truck. Then we got pushed over the edge with the rest of them.
Where's he?
I don't know. I couldn't. I tried.
Well, let's save what we still have, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, Blue Jay, I'm coming. Can you get out? Blue Jay, can you get out? Okay, all right, get ready to climb out, quick, okay? All right, 1, 2. You're okay, look.
What the fuck is that?
Is it the child?
No, sounds older.
Is there torture in here?
Huh?
Flashlight.
Oh, yeah, sure. I knew that one.
I don't see it. Rob, get moving!
There it is. Oh my.
Look, the light. It's hurting it. Turn the light off.
What is that thing?
It's just a child.
Just a child? It's just aged half a fucking decade in seconds.
Rob, the light, it did something. Stay in Blue Jay's headlights, you'll be fine.
Come on, Blue Jay. Come on, just get back there. Yes. Just back up. Back up slowly.
Stay the fuck back!
See? Just stay in the headlights.
Okay. It's okay. It's all right. See, just stay in the beam. Okay? Just stay in the beam.
Oh my god, how the fuck can it move the car that...
Rob, it knows the car's lighting your way. Get moving! Rob!
Blue Jay, run! Run! Don't you dare! Bring her back! Blue Jay! Get it. Bristol, give me the flashlight!
Here.
Be careful.
God.
You guys all right?
Yeah, sure. Nothing to it. Okay. Denise, you okay? Denise. Okay, Alice. Denise, what do you... Put it down.
child, Rob. It was a child. What did you?
Crystal, what's happening?
I don't know.
Well, we need to
No. Stay in the car.
Denise, you saw what it did as much as me. You saw what it did.
Why are you doing this?
Denise, you know what you saw, okay? You know this is real. We ain't doing this to you. We're not trying to fool you. It's happening. It's happening to all of us. Okay. How about we turn the car around, all right? Right now. I'll turn this around and I'll take you back home. I'll drop you off. I'll drop you off outside the tunnel. Safe and sound. No more road. No more anything. I just want to get you home safe. What do you say to these?
I don't believe you.
Oh my God!
We need to go. Lilith, we need to go, okay?
What? No, why?
Get out of the car, both of you. I'll kill him.
Fuck that, dude. Leave Denise. Denise is
We need to
shooting
stay
people.
here. We should
Leave
stay
Denise
inside.
in the woods.
No. She's wounded him. She could have killed him. She's bargaining. What? She's trying to force us out. I think she wants to take the car.
If she leaves us here, we'll die anyway.
I know.
Well, we can't fight her. She doesn't need us all, so she could kill any of us.
Put your hands where I can see them.
So what do?
We need to buy ourselves some time. But Rob, we can't help him out like this. Look, it's a short sprint to the tree line. We need to stay out of sight, get round the hood of the car, and then we get into the woods as soon as there's an opening. Okay?
I can't do this.
I'm sorry, Lilith. You're going to have to. Okay? Okay. Move. Round the back. Come on.
She's coming. Crystal!
Lilith, get into the woods.
No.
Trust me. Take my radio. There's only 2 left. There's one in Blue Jay's car. I'll find it and call you, okay?
Crystal.
We're coming out!
Where's the... Don't you fucking move. I know you were all in this together, you fucking monsters.
You're not well, Blue Jay.
She's not well. Fuck
No.
Denise. Why does everyone keep talking to her?
No.
Somebody take the gun away from her.
I'm just not willing to fall for your fucking tricks.
How could this all be a trick, Blue Jay? Huh? How? Apollo, Eve, Bonnie, you saw what happened to them. It's beyond our understanding, mine and yours, but it is real.
There's no such thing as fucking magic. Only fools and fucking frauds.
It doesn't matter anymore. You can go home, okay? But just at least take Lilith with you. She isn't a part of this.
I'm not a fucking moron, Alice. Don't you think I've been watching? You're all complicit. And as far as I'm concerned, you can all fucking walk.
I'm sorry. I can't let you take the car.
I fail to see how you're in a position to make demands.
Well, that's always been your issue, hasn't it, Denise? You lack imagination.
Give me the keys, Crystal. Give them to me.
There's something to be said for inertia. I hope they still have it further down the road. It's perversely comforting, that simple rule, that promise that an object in motion will stay that way until it meets another force, until something else acts against it. There's always a moment between the jump and the landing where everything's decided and nothing matters. I leave Blue Jay behind on the road, slipping away too quickly for her to react. But it doesn't feel that way. The fall to the force feels slow, peaceful. As I stare at the sky and tilt passively towards the oncoming hill, I almost feel like it's going to last forever. It doesn't.
Denise fell out of the sky under their windshield. What the fuck was that sound?
The Left Right Game stars Tessa Thompson as Alice, Amel Amin as Tom, W. Earl Brown as
The thumbnail for this, by the way, sucks ass. All the episodes
In
have
every
shit
great true
thumbnails.
crime story,
But I like it. I like the podcast. Mostly because I want to know, how does it end? It's probably going to have a stupid ending.
Is that something you would? I think you may have the wrong house.
The Worldly Sound with Sonos.
Andrew Sharman? Can I help you? I don't know. I think I'm here to talk to you about your daughter. Is that something you would? I think you may have the wrong house. Right. Well, I hope not. I've come a bit of a way. Sorry you wasted your journey. Please, I don't have a daughter. I don't have to come in. Please. Please. Step back. I'm sorry. Sorry. Can we start over? My name is. I don't care who you are. Leave my home or I will call the police. No, please. I just need to just talk to you. Mr. Sharman. Fine. You don't have a daughter, but if you did, you would read to her, right? Non-fiction. And you'll say it's because you want to educate her, but actually you just don't want to do any voices. And the church, on Cason Road, you promised yourself you'd always invite her, but never force her to go, right? Because you never got the choice. You always wanted to see if you ever had kids, whether they... I have the right house. You know I do, please. Why have you come here? Honestly, I don't know. Take your shoes off. Thank you. Thank you. You have a lovely home, Mr. Sharman. Thank you. Just wait here a second. Sweetheart, I'm going upstairs. Do you need anything? She's tired. I hope you understand. Please. Where are we going? Have you do you ever walk into another room and you have no idea why you went in? All the time. See, it happens to me very rarely, but when it does, it's always the same room. This is her room, right? I mean, nothing that she made, presumably, but you can see this too, right? I mean, all this stuff, you bought this stuff for her, right? Oh my gosh. There are receipts in the desk drawer. The bed is 10 years old.
The picture frames 17. We put 20 years into this room. 20 years. Then one day, we look at the door, me and my wife, and we can't picture the room that was behind it. The more we try to remember, the worse it.
I'm sorry.
I've done what you're doing now. I've tried. I've been through this room more times than I can count. There are pictures of me in here. I had a reason to be in here. It's gone.
I'm sorry, sir.
Do you remember her? No one's come by asking for her before. Do you?
Yes.
Why you? I worked for 2 decades to pay for everything in this room. My wife spent every day for... Every day. What makes you special?
I don't know.
What was she to you?
We were friends. Mr. Sherman, I don't understand. At the door, if you've been looking for her as well, why were you going to turn me away? Why didn't you want to let me in?
It's all right. I'm here. Penny? Penny. I'm here.
I wasn't sure what to expect from the Sharman household. Maybe they'd remember their daughter. Maybe not. But it's clear I spent so much time thinking about what her absence meant to me, I never truly comprehended what it might mean to them. Mrs. Sharman's gone almost entirely. Her husband barely holding things together. Their personal histories, the last 2 decades of their lives, are all full of holes. All their sacrifice, all the choices they made for their own child, they were incomprehensible now. Bereft of the person who made it all make sense. Thank you for taking the time, Mr. Sharman.
Of course. Travel safe. What was her name?
Alice. It was Alice.
So I lost. Thank you for, I'm glad you came by. If you can't find her, please don't come back here again.
I returned to London that night. By the time I arrived back in my flat, I'm tired, about 100 pounds poorer from the trip. That should matter to me, but it was a small price to pay. Not only for the confirmation that Alice was once among us, but also the sense of resolution I received from meeting the Sharmans. In my darker moments, my periods of true self-doubt, I wondered if Alice even wanted to be found. If she'd simply left.
Oh, I'm hoping the 10 consecutive days of February starts today.
She'd never do that to us.
For those federal felons that get 10 consecutive days, like the FBI said, to play pretend that they're not going to prison.
Where have you been?
From American Stories, I'm Alice Sharman. Thank you for joining us. The fall to the force feels slow and peaceful. As I stare at the sky and tilt passively towards the oncoming hill, I almost feel like it's going to last forever. It doesn't.
sorry. Ah! Oh, God. Okay. Lilith needs you to find a radio. Where is your car, Blue Jay? Okay, it's not too far. Straight sprint. Lots of cover. Perpendicular to that. So it'll be fine. Almost there. Just need to distract her. Oh! Oh! Go! Come on! Sound check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Piece of cake. Where did she? Ah! 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 This is Bristol to Lilith. Bristol to Lilith. I got Blue Jay's radio out of her car. We should have the only 2 left. This is Bristol to Lilith. Lilith? Can you hear me? Jen? Are you there? Oh. Hello? Who are you? Can you help me? Please, can you just... Jen, are you okay? Are you safe?
Yeah, I'm okay. I thought you were... I ran into the woods. What happened to you?
I went the other way.
What? Down that cliff? Are you fucking crazy?
Maybe, but we wouldn't be talking right now if I hadn't, so I'm gonna call that a win.
No, it's so good to... Wait, if you left Blue Jay, did she take the truck?
Not unless she knows how to hotwire it.
Wait, you have the keys? Oh, she's gotta be so fucking angry right now.
Yeah, I got that impression.
Well, I made it to a clearing in the woods. It's straight on from the truck, or I at least hope it is. Still haven't seen that child thing anywhere.
Well, it's a big forest. Maybe it's gone. Can you stay near the clearing?
Yeah, I can keep hidden nearby. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to make my way to you, and then we're going to get Blue Jay out of the truck.
How?
Yeah, I'm still working on that. I'll follow the road back uphill, and then you're a straight line from the truck, right?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, I'll find you. Keep your volume down, but stay in touch.
Okay, will do. And I'm glad you're all right, Alice. Good luck.
Yeah, you too, Jen. Hey, Jen, I'm coming up to the truck. I'm not sure, but I don't think Blue Jay's around here anymore. If she's gone after me, then we might have an opening. Get ready to make your way back when you... No. No. Rob? Rob, are you okay? Hey, it's okay. I'm okay. Is Blue Jay here? No, he wouldn't have called me over. She was. Do you know where she went? We're getting Lilith back, okay? We'll take the truck home and we'll get you help. Radio? What, the CB fixture? In the... Crystal to all cars. She was listening through the truck's speakers. Rob, how much did she hear? Rob, please, no, don't. Lilith, you need to get back here. Blue Jay heard us. She knows about the clearing. She knows where you are. Get yourself back here, okay? Lilith, can you hear me?
Bring me the keys, Bristol.
Blue Jay, where's Lilith?
She's here.
Let me speak to her.
What? No, you don't get to plan, Alice. You don't get to confer. You get to bring me the key to Rob's car, and then you get to walk yourselves back home. You can talk to her then, plenty.
Blue Jay, this is... We are not your enemy, Denise. Okay? Please. You just have to...
Believe you? Are you? What are you going to say? You think they'll ever believe a word you say? Here's the truth, Bristol. You have one job, one choice. Save her or don't. And if you try to pull anything, I'll make that choice for you. Now, do you believe that?
Fine. I'm on my way.
Good. You need to remember, Alice, I didn't want any of this. You brought me here.
Rob, I need to borrow your knife, okay?
Was
Something we'll talk about later. I'm leaving you the med kit. Make a start if you can. I'll patch you up properly when I come back, okay?
Bristol.
You know, this is only meant to be a 15-minute segment. I don't know how I'm going to cut it down.
Hey, this is Rachel from the Q Code Production team. We hope you've been enjoying the Left Right on Sonos. We take pride in creating premium audio experiences, which is why we love listening on Sonos. Sonos creates technology that celebrates sound, like we do, continuously refining the listening experience so that we can connect listeners and creators. To hear a dynamic project like the Left Right game with the local prayer league and voice of a Sono speaker is really exciting. The story has so much action and suspense that's just amplified when having a speaker system like Sonos. Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound and rich bass, then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to Sonos.com to learn more.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Business. We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions, so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
At Arizona State University, we're bringing world-class education from our globally acclaimed faculty to you. Ranked #1 in innovation for 10 consecutive years, and #2 among public universities for employability. ASU isn't just ahead of the curve, it's creating new paths to success. Earn your degree from the nation's most innovative university. Online, that's a degree better. Explore more than 300 undergraduate, graduate, and certificate programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
You're late.
Can you point the torch down a bit? It's a little bright.
Oh no. No. I'm not giving you a fucking inch if you step out of the light for even a second. Hey! Stop walking! Stop walking!
Okay.
Back up!
Okay.
Back up! Stay.
Okay.
The torch stays on you. The gun stays on her. If you move in any way I don't like.
What? Okay.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
No, she's not. She's not okay, Bristol. She's gonna die unless you do exactly as I told you.
Blue Jay, she's unarmed. She's on her knees. She doesn't mean you any harm.
You're such a fucking liar.
Blue Jay.
No, you're a fucking liar! You both are. You both did this. You did all of this. You see where it kept you?
Jay, it wasn't us. It was.
Don't! You know what you're doing.
It's real, Blue Jay.
It's not real, and you know it. Admit it. Admit it.
Okay. Okay. Blue Jay. You're right. It's a lie. All of it. It was me and Rob, but it wasn't Lilith. She was as in the dark as you. She isn't part of any of it. Look, I'll give you the keys. I'll walk home. I'll take what I deserve. But I'm asking you to take her home. Take her to the police station as soon as you're back. Check her story. Whatever you want, but just take her home. Okay?
No. I'm going to put the flashlight down. You're going to throw me the keys. If you step out of the light, if you try anything at all, I will kill her first. And at this distance, I'll have her loaded well before you reach me. Understand?
Fine. I have them in my back, okay? Just let me.
Hey! Hands where I can see them.
Okay. Here. No, Jen! What have you done? What have you?
Almost got me. She distracts me. You.
No, she was scared. Oh my God, Blue Jay.
No, I told you, Bristol, no more tricks! You can't run from this anymore, Bristol. You brought this on yourself. You did this with your lies and your tricks and your goddamn fucking games, so I'm not playing any fucking
monster. I can put a bullet in your skull and I won't feel a fucking thing.
You know what, Blue Jay? I believe you. Hey, Jen. Hey, Alice. Was that the... Yeah, it was. Some of it. I cut it down a little. How did you know she'd take your bag? Well, she certainly wasn't going to let me open it. I guess she was right. You are pretty sneaky. Jen, I picked this up for you. A torch. Flashlight. You'll need it to find your way back. Thank you. Try to stay awake, yeah? Try to stay awake. You're going to be alright, okay? Just... we'll stop the bleeding, we'll get you patched up, back to the truck. We've got Roswell in the spring. There's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay. It's okay. I just... I wish we could have been friends for longer. No. Jen. Please. Please. What do you want? Blue Jay? You want... Okay. Okay. You can have her. It's okay. It's okay. She's just sleeping. She's... No, please don't cry. She's fine. She's sleeping. She's okay. She's okay. It's okay. Please. No. Stay back. Stay back. Please. Please don't make me use this. Please. No. Work. 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 If you're up, if you can, I'm at a clearing. I need you. I need you to come and get me, please. Please. Rob? Rob, please. My arm. Is anyone there? Okay. That's okay. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Stop the bleeding. That'll do. That'll do. It's all right. There's something to be said for inertia. But I suppose I would think that. I'm starting to think that's all I am. A stubborn mass of blind momentum pushed along by an increasingly weak collection of forces. Fear, pain, a desperate need to put everything as far behind me as possible. These are the things that prop me up, that press me forward on my impossible walk to the truck. As I place one foot painstakingly in front of the other, I can feel everything starting to fade. The ringing in my ears dulled, my vision blurring into nothingness. Soon, I can't even feel the pain. The fear grows dull. The things that keep me going are starting to fade away. Until they're almost gone. Until... Rob, is that you? Hello? What are you? Please. Please. No, wait. Please give me one. I'm not gonna No. No, please don't go. I need you. Oh my God. I know you. That's what you saw. What was I saying? That's right. The things that keep me going. Falling away, pain, fear, until eventually there's only one thing left. The only thing that really takes me anywhere. The figure I saw in the tree. It sounded like television static, looked like it too. I reached out for it, but it screamed. Left as quickly as it came. I think I know who it was. I think I know why it was so afraid of me. I have answers. And I have questions.
But that's all I have, with no strength left to fight with. And no amount of resolve can raise me back to my feet. All I can do is lie against the cold ground as my senses start to die away one by one. The last thing to die is that one solitary revelation, a single thought.
Remember,
I try to hold them off from
10
the all-consuming
consecutive
chocolates closing
days.
around me. A memory
Also, guys, just because I didn't
from my
include the
first interview
updates
with Rob J. Guthard.
at the start of this video,
The day he told me.
well,
about
more
his
fraudulent
long
orders to pretend like there's
Japan,
legitimacy to the other
Hiroji,
fraudulent orders, all
Aoki
carrying
Kahara,
additional
and the
minimum
strange
mandatory
phenomenon he saw,
sentences.
which sparked his obsession with the supernatural.
Child abusers and
Singular
stalkers
event
and
started him
kidnappers
down the road
going
to
to
the
talk
left
to the children they've
that
been
led
abusing for a
his
year.
excursion. The
You
moment
know,
that brought us
these
here.
are little things. Just
I think I
remember,
just witnessed that moment
what does the FBI have me tell you over and over again for weeks?
from the other side.
That's right. There will be 10 consecutive days in February for everyone going to prison to finish playing pretend. It's February 1st, 4:56 a.m. And let me tell you, there's not a
The Left
soul
Right
upstairs
Game stars Tessa Thompson
that
as
isn't
Alice,
playing pretend
Amel
right
Amin
now.
as Tom, W. Earl Brown as Rob, Colleen Kemp as Blue Jay, Inanna Sarkis as Lilith, Jane Wall as Mom, and Glenn
Then
Plummer
remember, you may
as
be wondering,
Mr.
what was
Sharp.
the latest FBI
Created
debrief?
and written by Jack Anderson.
Still the same as the one
Directed by
before.
Emma
I'm
Taylor.
not allowed to tell
Produced by
you.
Q Code, Automatic, and Tessa Thompson. Production executive, Tess Ryan. Recorded by Alvin Wee and Jorel Corpus. Edited by Ryan Walsh. Sound design and mixed by Matt Yoakum. Sound effects editing by Ryan Sullivan. Sound design consulting by Will Files. Original score and composition by Darren Johnson. Script supervisor, Sam Beasley. Post coordinator, Rachel Yanover. Talent coordinator, Shay Donovan. Special thanks to Joaquin Artrich. The Left Right Game is a Q Code production.
Experience brilliant room-filling sound with Sonos. Expand your audioverse at sonos.com. Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound in your space. Then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to sonos.com to learn more.
So 10 consecutive days. That would mean you guys would have until the 11th. Since you're all playing
In
pretend
every great
already
true
on
crime
the
story.
first
Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for
day of the week or the 11th day.
Then
Today is a
fine-tuned by Oscar and
Saturday.
Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to sonos.com to learn more.
Hello, listeners. Be advised, this show is an immersive audio experience. Please use caution if you're operating a motor vehicle, as it may seem like sounds are coming from the sides and behind you.
The Left Right Game is brought to you in this dimension by Sonos. Experience brilliant otherworldly sound with Sonos.
Where have you been? I was waiting for you at home. You didn't call. You didn't answer my messages. You said you were heading straight back here and...
I know, Mom, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Where were you?
I was out. I just had a few.
Don't lie to me.
I went to Bristol.
Bristol?
Mom,
You leave Dr. Moss's, you say you're coming home, and instead you take a 4-hour round trip to another city. That's not normal, sweetheart.
I know what it looks like, but it's not like
I
that.
don't care what it looks like.
Mom.
I don't care about that. I watched you almost. And 2 weeks after, I didn't know if you were going to wake up, if you were going to be able to speak or walk ever again. Every day you were under, they thought they were going to get less and less of you back. You're not well, you're not. And I just wanted to help.
I appreciate that, dude. So much. I'm sorry, you can't help. Not with this.
Can you not just let me try?
You want me to come home.
What's wrong with that?
I just can't. I can't.
But why?
I can't go back. I would any other circumstances, but you don't get it. I've missed so much ground. I feel like I have direction for the first time in ever, and I finally have an idea of what forward is. I can't go backwards.
I don't want you to think of us like...
I don't. I never have. I can't be in two places at once. And at the moment, I'm needed somewhere else.
Who needs you? Alice? Even Dr. Moss thinks...
I know.
And you're still going to look for her?
She needs to come home.
What makes you think she wants to come home?
She does.
You don't?
It's her. It's another one's... See, she sent me...
She's not coming back, sweetie. She can't. She's not even... You need to stop this now, please. Please, just...
It's a shame. You loved her. You really did. I've never gone far. Other people I know have gone everywhere. Everywhere. And I've always been in the same place. I've never been far from home, not really. And I never minded that. But now, just this once, I need you to let me go.
Come home when you're done?
Of course. Of course, man. I always come home just, a slightly longer road. So, actually, I'm aiming to borrow some money.
Next in line. Thank you. How long will you be in the United States?
Just a week.
All right. Okay. That's great. Well, welcome to Phoenix. Do you have anything to declare?
No, thank you. But where would I go to rent a car?
From American Stories, I'm Alice Sherman. Thank you for joining us. As the darkness closes in, I find myself leaving the forest behind, sinking down into the depths of my own subconscious, falling through the back of my mind into an indescribable place. I drift aimlessly for what seems like an age, through a featureless, directionless, timeless void. I can feel myself fading away, surrender to an almost imperceptible tide, carried slowly but steadily from the world. I'll never know how close I was, but I'll always remember the sound that brought me home. It sounded like an old friend reaching out, telling me that despite everything, we weren't quite done yet. Rob.
Miss Sharman, you wait. You just lay back, okay? You finish patching you up, but you gotta go easy on it.
What happened?
I took the med kit into the trees and did what I could. I was coming to help and I heard a lot of noise in the forest. I went to check it out. That's when I found you.
The engine's running.
Wanted to warm up the place for you. Using shock since the battery don't run down anymore.
No, I mean, how?
I handed the key to Blue Jay. God.
Do you think I'd risk getting out this far with only one copy of my car key?
No, I guess not. I'm sure Blue Jay would have appreciated that information.
Yeah. He didn't ask.
Glad you made it, Rob.
Glad you made it too. They sure build them tough down in London.
I'm from Bristol.
No, I know. I'm just sorry. Miss Sherman, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I would. It was too late. I just had to stop the bleeding. I hope you didn't. Never meant for any of this.
I know.
I'll take you home, okay? The wound's cauterized. I'll find somewhere to turn around. We'll get you to the hospital.
No. No, I'm still game if you are.
You know, Miss Sherman, I'm starting to think there might be a little crazy in us both.
Well, then I suppose we're in the right place.
You're not wrong. We both should have died out there. I shouldn't be walking. You sure healed up fast for someone who lost. It's called negative entropy. Order from chaos. The road, it's fixing us, keeping us alive for something.
Makes me feel like a lobster in a tank.
Yeah, well, at least we're in there together. Looks like rain. We should head out before it sets in. You okay for me to move you up to the passenger seat? Can you walk?
No, yeah. Yeah, some help would be great.
Okay. All right, come on. Careful. There we go. I got you.
You've done them great.
Yeah. First time we had anyone to bury.
Why are there three? That thing in the forest.
Kid. It didn't know what it was doing. I think it was just a child. I know it hurt people. Didn't deserve to be left out there.
Is that Blue Jays? Without the cross?
Didn't think she'd want one.
She wouldn't have done that for you, you know.
Good thing I ain't her then. I buried what I could find, but that was some state she was in. Did the child kill her?
No, it didn't. I did. I hid a small section of C4 charged in my satchel. When she took the bag,
Where did you find C4?
From your son's car. I think it's time we did a second interview.
The force is thinning out. Should be on the other side soon. wasn't military. It was commercial.
Commercial?
Yeah. Explosive charges for controlled demolition. Bobby was in construction. He had his own firm.
You must have been proud.
Yeah. Yeah, he built that place for nothing. Touring his offices. That's one of the best days of my life.
So how did he end up here? Here on the road?
Bobby was a smart kid. He was smarter than I ever was. But he could have run a farm at 15, but country life didn't take. Instead, my boy moved to Phoenix. He picked up a college degree, got himself a steady career.
Steady career? It's pretty rebellious for a Guthard.
Yeah. Well, we were pretty different people. Didn't always get along. See, I was still a courier in those days. I was always jetting off somewhere new. Of course, I went to Japan, stayed there a while.
You're a Gigahara.
Yeah, that's right. Changed everything. I come home after 5 years with a new, I knew everything. Bobby, he didn't care for the stories, but his mama died sudden while I was away. And we both wanted to start over, wanted to be in each other's lives more, so he came with me to the Pacific Northwest, tracking down Sasquatch. Creature didn't show, but, Bobby had a good time camping, so he kept joining me. Before long, he was doing research himself. He was organizing trips, picking up rumors, strange stuff all around the country.
Sounds like a nice time for you both.
Yeah, it was. It was.
So was it Bobby who discovered the left-right game?
He called me up one day out of the blue. About 3 years ago. He said that he'd found a set of rules. Said we should try them out. To be honest, I thought our tricker days were over. I was back in Alabama. He was starting up a family of his own. But suddenly he's telling me he wants to meet him in Phoenix. Well, of course, I've been along. Bobby knew it was real as soon as we reached the tunnel. See, he passed that way every day. And he knew that it wasn't supposed to be there. But there it was. He said it was the most amazing thing he'd ever saw. Amazing. So we charted it over the next 2 years. Whenever we could get the time together. But we moved slow. We mapped the place out. We turned back on the regular. It took us a while before we got the courage to stay on the road overnight. He was terrified that the tunnel would disappear or something.
Did Bobby's family know?
Oh, yeah. Marjorie knew. She was a real dog. She used to work in his office. Kindest girl I'd ever met. She's funny, too. I mean, there was a decade between them, but you could tell that they were good for each other. Yeah, from the start. I mean, he shared everything with her, including the road. In fact, once Bobby got a little more secure with the rules, they started to map it together, just exploring their own little world. A few months go by, and I'm hearing from Bobby a little less, but I expected that. I did. One evening, I got a call from the hospital telling me my boy he collapsed outside some ER in Phoenix.
Was he okay?
No. He was in a bad way. legs all busted up, delirious, asking for Marjorie. They found her bag in his car. She wasn't there.
Bobby lost her on the road.
Yeah, that's right.
On our second night here, after we lost Ace, you told me the road had never hurt anyone before.
That wasn't a lie. It wasn't the road that got him.
What do you mean?
They made it to the forest. None of us had ever got that far before. That time they pushed a little further than usual.
It's not exactly the gutted way.
Yeah. Well, they were going to have a kid. Yeah. Marjorie, she was almost due. She wasn't traveling so well. I think they knew that they wouldn't be hitting the road for a while. It was like, it was a last hurrah, I guess.
But only Bobby came back.
They explored the woods till nightfall. Bobby said they had to turn back. Marjorie didn't want to. He never told me why. He never told me what happened. Just something came over her. At the end of that trip, she was still out there, and he was in the hospital fighting for his life.
What were his injuries? You must have been able to tell how he... Sorry.
Bobby took a month or so to recover. Needless to say, first thing he did was head back on the road to find Marjorie.
She was gone.
No. Well, he found her. Just a little sooner than he thought.
She's the woman on the 34th turn.
Wasn't the woman he knew, of course. Standing there all day, just mumbling about the road. Didn't even recognize him. I remember he called me up right after he first saw her there. And the boy's heart was breaking all over again. He tried, oh God, he tried almost every day. He was always stopping at that turn. He'd yell, he'd plead. He brought souvenirs and gifts. And she just stared past him like she was looking for... Anyway, I don't know if it was really her, but whatever was on that corner, it belonged to the road. Bobby lost himself on that corner. After a while, his thoughts on the game turned sour, turned to hate. He thought the road was something evil, and it had no place linking into our world. One weekend, he said he was doing better. He even said he'd been into work. And I thought that maybe things were turning around. Then he went quiet. He didn't pick up his phone for 3 days. See, I had my place in Phoenix at that point. I had a spare key to his house. And that's where I found a note telling me that he had gone back through one last bid to find his wife. And if he couldn't bring her back, well...
He was going to destroy the tunnel.
He's going to cut off the road from the world. I played the game in Phoenix, Chicago, a few different places, but that one tunnel is what links you to the road. I looked around his garage. I found the box for a phone, a lot of electronics over the place. It was pretty clear what he'd done. So I jumped in my car. I went out there. I just wanted to talk.
Why did you find him?
He passed me on the way back, just before I hit Jubilation. Well, he's thundering down the road full speed, driving like crazy. That's when I knew that he had found her. That he was going to take out the tunnel. He was going to end the game once and for all. I mean, I tried to talk to him. I called his cell. I tried the radio frequencies. There was a number on a SIM card documentation for this new phone he bought. God help me, I even tried to message him on that one. Even though I knew what he was using it for. I knew. And in the end, it was just me and him racing back to Phoenix. Now, he was faster than me, but I was driving better. And after a few bad corners, I caught up.
And he ran him off the road.
Cell service don't work through the tunnel. Now, he knew that. He was either going to blow it up on this side or while he was in there.
So you were trying to save him or save yourself?
Neither. I was trying to save the road. Now, you can say what you want about this place, Miss Sharman, but it is a doorway out of everything we've ever known. It may be the most significant frontier we ever cross. And that's part of me knew that it was too important for one man to take away. He was more injured than I thought. He hurt himself bad before he reached me. That's why he was headed to the tunnel so quick. He wanted to destroy it while he still could. I mean, the road had taken almost everything from him, and then I took the rest. I denied him his hope. I took away his chance to leave the world on his own terms. In the end, he didn't even seem angry. He asked after Marjorie. Asked me why she did it, why she left. I laid him to rest there. Visited the place often. I never had a good answer for him. That's when I started prepping the next run.
Hey, this is Rachel from the Q-Code Connection team. We hope you've been enjoying the left-right on Sonos. We take pride in creating premium audio experiences, which is why we love listening on Sonos. Sonos creates technology that celebrates sound, like we do, continuously refining the listening experience so that we can connect listeners and creators. To hear a dynamic project like the left-right game with the vocal clarity and use of a Sonos speaker is really exciting. The story has so much action and suspense that's just amplified when heard on a speaker system like Sonos. Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound and rich bass, then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to Sonos.com to learn more.
This episode is brought to you by MeUndies. While MeUndies can't totally help your love life this Valentine's Day, they can offer you insanely comfy undies and loungewear to buy or gift. MeUndies has so many awesome Valentine's Day prints and styles. Plus, you can match with your partner, friends, or even your pets. This Valentine's Day, give the gift that'll keep them thinking of you and score huge site-wide savings at MeUndies.com/Spotify. That's MeUndies.com/Spotify. MeUndies. Comfort from the outside in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. And instead, simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone in any condition from one of their top brands for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI on Unlimited Ultimate and a watch or tab, also on them.
Service plan required for watch or tab. Trade-in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
So you posted blogs online and pretended to discover them.
people would ask less questions that way.
And where do we all fit into this? Why did you bring us here with you?
I guess, I thought it was time that the world knew. I didn't want all this to end up an old man's secret. Honest to God, if I knew that the road was gonna, I swear I never would have brought you here.
You didn't bring us here, Rob.
Look, you don't have to blink.
No. I met someone in the forest last night. Just like the one you saw in Japan. The static you see on a TV screen, except this one didn't reach out. I reached out. And it ran. Ran away fast as it could. I think it was you, Rob. I think I saw you last night. And I think that all those years ago... Rob? Rob! Rob,
Get back in the car! You shouldn't be out!
I'm fine. Are you? Rob, what's going on?
I don't know. I don't know, Miss Sharman. So it was you, huh?
Afraid so.
I had nightmares about that day for 2 years.
Is it too late to apologize?
Looks like the mountain's up ahead. Sun will set behind them. We should get moving.
We don't talk for the rest of the journey. It takes 2 hours and 6 turns to reach the mountains, and a further hour for us to break out onto the other side. We travel across a thin mountain road, a wall of crooked rock hemming us in on either side. When we finally pass onto the west face and the outcrop falls away, the landscape below us has changed completely. The track is traversing above a vast plain of salt flats, a tundra of pure white stretching as far as the eye can see. I can just make out the road, cutting a meandering path through the tundra below us. At the center of the open expanse, well, Rob articulates it best.
Well, I'll be. There's a whole goddamn city. There is a city on the road.
It looks empty.
Now, let's hope so. Seems like we're headed there.
Only way is through.
Yeah, only way is through.
Rob keeps his eyes forward. Despite the strange cityscape below us, I can tell that his mind is elsewhere, and that he's still digesting the contents of our interview. In the end, I think it best to leave him alone with his thoughts. We stay on the mountain for another 20 minutes before finally winding back down. The space ahead of us is two-tone, the white of the desert and a deep blue sky separated by a thin, even horizon. The only objects that cross this perfect boundary are the hulking gray towers of the city, which through into the heavens.
You ready, Miss Sharman?
No.
Yeah, me neither. Why?
Too quiet?
I'm serious. Listen.
Rob.
You listen to that. There's no footsteps, no birds, no traffic. It's like an anechoic chamber. What if the whole city's like this?
It's definitely something.
We might be the first people to see this place. This might be the furthest anybody's ever gone.
She kept moving.
Yeah. One second. Almost like this is the whole point of it.
I thought the point was making it to the end.
I guess you're right. Okay. Let's get moving.
Jubilation, the cornfields, this city, they're just a few degrees off somehow.
Yeah, I get you. No cars. Window washer platforms are down, no one's on them. Like somebody tried to build a city from memory.
If it even was built. I mean, maybe it's just always been here.
You're starting to sound like me.
Not a bad thing. What are you doing?
Heard something.
And shouldn't we be moving faster?
Can't avoid something if you don't know what it is.
Rob?
Listen.
Rob.
Yeah, that's what I need. You seen them yet? Where are they?
Not yet. They're catching up.
Well, then let's not stick around. Hold on!
Rob!
Get the gun! Miss Sherman, get the gun! Or just throw something! Was that my stove?
We weren't using it. Oh my God. Rob, they're here.
We can outrun them. We're close, I can feel it.
You can hear them, Rob. They're ahead of us. We're going to be surrounded.
Then what do we do?
We need to drop something behind us, something loud.
What? What do you think?
You just have to trust me, okay? We still have most of the C4. Could you use it?
Not if you took the plastic cap out, and I ain't got time to make a new one. But that's not the only explosive on board.
The jerry cans?
We ain't using them. Can you drive?
I think so.
You okay?
I'm fine. Just tell me when you're ready. Rob!
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Throw it when I say. Let's stop the car.
What?
They're coming for the sound. We need to be quiet.
Alice.
Do it now.
They're gonna.
Close the door.
What are they doing?
It's the sound. They want it for themselves, but they don't understand it. They'll walk into fire, pull everything apart, trying to figure it out, and they'll never get any closer. And they'll just be quiet again.
Where are you getting this from?
I don't know. Just a feeling.
Pretty sure they would have pulled us apart too. I'd say we're pretty lucky.
Oh, yeah. Pretty lucky.
Don't worry about it, okay?
I don't think they're going to leave, Rob.
They'll leave.
Okay, what then? They'll still be everywhere. We won't move 10 streets without.
Hey, we're a smart pair. We'll think of something.
My arm hurts. How's that possible?
Oh, don't worry, that's what's called phantom limb. You got some sensation, right? Like you still got something there. A lot of people get that after amputations. I got stuff for it to med kit. Here. You're gonna need these for the pain. You take 2 of them with water.
I have a lot of experience with amputations. Oh, yeah, sorry. God, you're attracted. We haven't talked about it.
I've been thinking about it a lot recently, though. Strangers brought together under false pretenses. Told that they were serving a grand purpose with some old liar. Guess it's interesting how time repeats itself.
Rob, I told you you didn't bring us here.
No, that don't change nothing. Don't change what it did. Not to you, Bobby, not any of them. Maybe you were there in the forest, but I was the one who started this. The one who kept asking what was at the end of the road.
What do you think's at the end?
Starting to think that ain't for me to know. I've been moving from place to place so long, seeing everyone else settle down. As far as I can see, at the end of the road is just wherever you decide to stop. You ever thought about where you'd settle down?
Yeah. Once or twice.
They'd be looking at you, you know.
Who?
Whoever. Wherever. I was thinking, I know the hitchhiker said that you didn't feel like you belonged anywhere. Now, I don't know if he was right or. Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way.
I'm not. I mean, he was right, but I prefer it. Sometimes I get scared how much.
I know how you feel.
I don't want this to be the end, Rob.
Yeah, I know, Miss Sherman, I know.
I don't feel good.
Don't worry, it'll be okay.
Rob, what did you? Rob.
It's okay, Miss Sherman. It'll be just like the other sleep.
Fairman to all cars. Fairman to all cars. Anyone there?
Rob?
I'm sorry, Miss Sharman.
Rob, where are you?
Down the road a little. Got myself to one of the rooftops. I know I've always hated cities, but once you're above it, the view's really something.
Come back, Rob. Come back, please.
I wish I could. I do. But we both know that you were right. Those things ain't leaving. And you need the car to get to wherever you gotta go. So, best I can do is make some ruckus, draw them out of your way. They still there?
My cat has finally eaten some meow mix, select tenders kitty food, after days of boycotting and yelling at me.
I can't do this without you.
I don't think that's true, Miss Sharman. I think whatever's on this road, they want you to make it all the way. That's why it brought us together all those years ago. All I was meant to do, well, I was meant to take you this far. Now, you don't gotta listen to me. You can turn around and head home. But either way, only one of us is driving out of here. So I guess,
Oh my god. I caught you. You eat some of the meow mix.
Which way you wanna go?
You gotta eat that or the other bag. It's all the kitty food you have. You've got that.
You're luring them towards you, right?
And
Are you ahead of me or behind me?
Well, I had an idea what you'd answer. I can get anywhere.
Oh, federal felons. I'll let you know a little surprise too. Your plans involving me.
Head home and keep going.
This whole month.
Stay where you are, Rob.
Well, they're gonna leave you going to prison, but you enjoy the less than 10 days you have to play pretend.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright then. Suppose it's about time this thing did some good.
According to the FBI, by the way, some of your higher ups are trying to postpone things to March now as a delaying tactic for some of you going to prison.
Yeah, they're on their way.
Okay then. What are you waiting for?
In the time is 5:44 AM PST, Saturday, February 1st.
Yeah. I'm gonna make it.
Good. That's good. Miss Sharman, if you find Marjorie, if you get a chance to let me know, well, that's more than I deserve.
Of course I will. Of course I will.
I appreciate that. Okay, they're gonna be here soon, so I'm gonna go radio silent for a while. If I call, you'll know I made it out. If I don't call, just assume that I made it out, okay?
Please. Tell me you're going to be all right, Rob.
It has been a real honor driving with you, Miss Sharman.
The echoes of the final shot travel with me, long after I leave the city behind. The way ahead is laden with immense, unending possibility, yet as I disappear into the vastness of the white desert, I can only think of what I've left behind. Rob J. Guthard had his flaws, marked by loss, driven by obsession, his good intentions often paving the way to tragedy and heartbreak. But traveling by his side all this time, I am choosing to think of him differently. To remember Rob J. Guthert as a valued friend, a good man, and above all else, a great story. No matter how you tell it.
The Left-Right Game stars Tessa Thompson as Alice.
Dude,
Amel Amin.
if the next episode doesn't wrap everything up, then this series went from being like a 4 out of 5 stars to a 2.
In every great true crime story,
Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound and rich visuals.
It's so good to finally meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Do you? Oh, sorry. Sorry. I mean
No, not at all. That was, we don't hug anyone, so I was just shocked.
no. Well, welcome to America. Cool. Shall we go inside?
Sure.
This place is quieter. Wait, so is it on?
Yeah. Sorry, it's been on the whole time.
Oh no, really?
So yeah, it's I record everything. Is that okay? Or
No, it's fine. It's when I listen to my voice play back, I'm always just like appalled.
yeah, I get that. Well, we can do it all together. All right, so it's 11:34 p.m. on my second night in Phoenix, Arizona. The woman I'm meeting with is, if you want to just...
Hi, I'm Myra Simmons. I'm a bartender here in Phoenix, and I also run a paranormal message board, usually UFOs. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's great. So I contacted Myra a while ago when I was first trying to track down Robert J. Guthert. Of course, we never managed to find him, but Myra was thankfully willing to keep in touch. We've been talking on and off for a few weeks now, and when she learned I was visiting the United States, she suggested we discuss my story in person, which I have to say, it makes for a nice change from being called crazy.
I'll bet. Though, maybe I'm crazy too.
Well, I wouldn't be able to judge. Anyway, let's get back to what you were saying.
Yes. So non-judgment would be a good rule right now, because so I had some time to kill yesterday, and I may have gone a little overboard. I made you something.
Okay. Oh, wow.
I know. It's extra.
No, it's great. What exactly am I looking at here?
So this is the map of Phoenix.
Uh-huh.
The whole city and a little bit outside as well. The red stickers, those are mirror stores or antique stores that might sell that sort of stuff. We don't know much, but we know there's a mirror store on the 34th turn from Rob's house. So yeah. And the lines are, I mapped the roads out from those stores, left, right, kept going in either direction until they hit a dead end.
It's a lot of dead ends.
I mean, yeah, they all hit dead ends. All the roads have to stop sometime, and all of them do, but this one.
Which one? This is amazing, by the way.
Here, this one. See, it's one of the longest unbroken lines, which makes sense. And look, one way leads through a residential neighborhood, and the other way ends in an alley just before an intersection.
Well, I mean, that's got to be it, right?
Right?
Yeah. Wow.
So, can I ask you something?
Sure.
I was wondering, What are you going to do now? I mean, Alice, you wanted to find her. You found her. You know where she is, where she'll be. What now? I mean, you must have thought about it before, right?
Honestly, I didn't think I'd make it this far.
Well, you did, so
Find a way to bring her home?
yeah.
Yeah.
But have you? You'd have to go out there,
Yeah, I know.
and you know how dangerous it is.
Yeah, I know.
And you're hardly in the condition to drive.
I know. Trust me, I know. I've thought about it, but I mean, even if I hadn't, it doesn't matter. It's just what I have to do. You know? Otherwise, what's the point?
And are you sure?
I'm sure.
Are you sure that she wants to come home?
What do you mean?
I mean, everything she's seen, everything she's gone through, it's horrifying. I'm getting anxious even thinking about you going out there. But she went through it all. Did she ever ask to go back? What happens if you reach her and she just keeps going?
No, that's not. She sent me these logs.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I'm just saying you're going to a whole lot of trouble risking your life for someone who never said they were.
She did say she was coming home. That was her plan. She said.
She hasn't said it to me. Did she say it in any of the logs so far?
Well, maybe she's not done.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe she isn't.
You don't know her.
I think I have.
No, you don't know her. You don't. No one else even thinks she existed. I've talked to everyone who knows. No one knows her. Literally no one. Just me. Don't you think that means something? She wants to come home. That's why she brought me here.
You seem pretty sure.
I'm sure. Look, I appreciate your concern, but I'm the one who remembers her. I'm the one who... I know my friend.
I was doing some work on the timings, putting the events in order.
Okay.
The first log Alice posted, the day she went on the road, was February 7th. But when she left London, it was the anniversary of your graduation, July 29th. The year before, right?
Right, so?
She stopped responding to you a month after leaving. Before I mapped it out, I thought it was because she went missing, went on the road, but she cut you out of her life. Cut all of your friends out of her life for half a year before she even arrived in Phoenix. Are you sure she was planning to come home?
Look, I appreciate the map, and I appreciate it.
No, come on, save one more drink. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. It's just, thank you for your help.
Where are you gonna go? Hey, what are you gonna do?
The traffic really thins out after midnight. It's about 1:30 a.m. Sorry for cutting out. I've been driving for a while, longer than I needed to, really. I'm following the map Myra gave me in a roundabout way. She really did her homework. I really hoped our meeting would have gone differently.
Hello, little house.
I know I shouldn't have. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I should have handled it better. I know it's a little, but still, I stand by what I said. She didn't. I should have to justify myself. Alice was planning to come back. She told all of us. I'm not going to waste time with theories, but we've seen what the road can do to people's minds. How it can carry them away against their better judgment. Or this just isn't the time for doubt.
The Meow Mix mascot. You could go kitty on the back.
Okay, I'm coming up to it now. I'm at the intersection, so that must be the alleyway.
that works. See? Just had to point out that he looks like the doppelganger to the captain.
No tunnel,
Now
but
he's eating it again. Phew.
they wouldn't be.
My cat's
Not
so
exactly
stubborn, I was
sticking to the
worried for a
walls.
minute there that it was going to be every day meowing at me. I hate these 2 bags of cat
If
food
this
that are
turns out
left.
to be a prank, I don't know if I'll be relieved or. No, I'll be relieved. I'll be really relieved. Well, if this is the place, that means I can trace the route back to the mirror shop. Then it's 34 turns until I'm at Rob Guthard Street. Okay. Back the way we came. It's about 3 a.m. I'm coming up to what should be Rob Guthard Street. Like I said, in Alice's record, there were 34 turns between Rob's house and the mirror shop. We passed the mirror shop 32 turns ago, so 33 turns ago. I looked for that woman, Marjorie, I guess I should call her now. I looked, but I couldn't find her anywhere. Maybe she was around and I just didn't see her. Maybe 34. It looks nice. It's kind of funny it took me this long just to get to the place where you started. I don't know, that just feels very us. You know, I only realized once I started driving, I took a right out of the alleyway and then a left, and then I've actually been playing the game. In fact, at this rate, the tunnel should be 1 street ahead, just around that corner. Or maybe not. I guess it isn't. It's not there until I look for it, right? Right, so there's this joke. An old woman sitting in a house when a news report comes on the radio. The announcer says that a car is driving the wrong way down the road. Suddenly, the old woman realizes my husband's on that road. Maybe he's in danger. So, fearing for his safety, she gives him a call and she says, I knew she wasn't there.
It might be hard to believe, but the left-right game was once nothing more than a 14-page document lying in a manila envelope on my desk. I remember reading it on my lunch break. I remember it made me laugh. Rob's submission arrived with the first post, slowly making its way around the office, treated by everyone as a short-lived novelty of little journalistic value. It was easy to dismiss, all too similar to the rambling ghost stories and blurred UFO sightings that filled our mailbox on a daily basis. I was given it to recycle. Instead, I took it with me to a coffee shop with a bunch of other rejects. I glanced over page 1, page 2, 3, 5, 10. I was almost laid back, but I returned in the knowledge that I'd found the story I wanted to tell. Later that day, I was in the editor's office making a case for it. They didn't quite see what I saw, but I managed to win them over. I told them the story would be characterful, colorful, thought-provoking, and at the very least, that I wouldn't be gone long. It's been 2 weeks since then. 14 days exactly since I entered the truck in Phoenix, Arizona. 9 since I commandeered it myself, leaving Rob behind in the silent city. I haven't updated much recently. There's no one to hear it, and the story I intended to tell, the story of my time with Rob J. Guthard, ended when I left the city behind. Despite this, there are some things I need to say. So please, consider this the prologue to the epilogue. Or perhaps that should be the other way around. This is the story of my 14th night on the road.
We're sorry, but
Rob J. Guthard?
can't come to this phone right now. Please leave a message after the tone.
But yeah, you were right about the car. It's growing on me. This almost works, you know. You never replied half the time anyway. I mean, I know it's not the same, but... So the moon started breaking. I can see it now. 3 huge unequal pieces cracking apart like... I don't know. Like old porcelain. I only noticed a few days ago it's too gradual to actually watch it happen, but every night they've drifted slightly further apart. Never to meet again. The constellations they're falling into are different too. I've been trying, but I can't find a single one I recognize. They don't even feel like stars anymore. I know that's a strange thing to say, that stars have a certain... But then I thought about it, and you know, how would we know? I can even feel it in the daytime, which makes sense, I suppose, that they're still out there somewhere. The worst thing is sometimes I swear I can hear them, but they don't sound like...
Your message has reached its limit. Please press 1 to delete and re-record a new message, or hang up to... Message deleted. Please leave a message after the tone.
The lake hasn't changed, though. It's been on both sides of the road for the past 3 days. No sign of an opposite shore in either direction. I don't know how far it goes on for. Even in the daytime, I can't tell where the water ends and the sky begins. And at night, it might as well be the same thing. I know what you would have said. You would have said, who knows? Maybe they are. You should be here. Before the city, everything looked not normal, but the landscapes at least imitated the world we left. Now it's not even trying. We're somewhere new. I wish you were around to...
Your message has reached its limit. Please... We're sorry, but...
Rob J. Guthard?
can't come to this phone right now. Please leave a message after the
Hello? Marjorie? What happened to you?
Help me. Help. Please.
Marjorie,
The water. I'm stuck.
how are you even alive?
Trapped. In the water. Alice. Help me.
Where?
I'm stuck. Please.
We never really met. Marjorie wouldn't know my name. She warned me not to trust you.
I'm stuck. Please.
Marjorie died a long time ago. You're done using her.
No, Alice. Please.
I'm sorry. You wouldn't have done this for me. You know. This is going to take a while.
Hey, this is Rachel from the Q-Code production team. We hope you've been enjoying the left-right on Sonos. We take pride in creating premium audio experiences, which is why we love listening on Sonos. Sonos creates technology that celebrates sound, like we do, continuously refining the listening experience so that we can connect listeners and creators.
When our team listened to finished product on Sonos speakers, we felt we were riding along with the bass contrast coming in, and then voices coming in and speaking, and other instruments along the way. We felt we were none of the effort was given to sound design, but rocket and extended
Sonos speakers are designed from the inside out for incredibly detailed sound and rich bass, then fine-tuned by Oscar and Grammy-winning producers, mixers, and artists. Go to Sonos.com to learn more.
You're the perfect blend of elegance and style, and your ride should be no different. The 2024 Hyundai Sonata Hybrid meets all your needs, from business to brunch and everywhere.
Marjorie? Oh, sure. Anytime.
It was you.
Why, I was chasing you.
Running to you.
I gave him up for you.
Marjorie, wait. What are you...
The things I saw. They were so beautiful. And I saw her walking alone through new worlds. But she gave up everything for you.
Marjorie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean you to. Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you did. And now you're here. I couldn't stop you. We can't stop anything. And now what? Death didn't end anything. Nowhere wanted me. No one came for me. There's nothing. Nowhere else. And what do I do?
What, Evie?
What do I do?
I thought you knew you were eating
Someone.
tenders.
Marjorie, there is. He's still looking for you, Marjorie. I saw him. What's left of him, walking on the road. He didn't stop. He was never going to stop. He was looking for you. He already found me. He found me. So many. I heard him every time. And I looked past him. Because I was looking for someone else. There's so many roads. It'll take such a long time. Maybe, yeah. But you're both looking for each other, so I guess you're headed to the same place. I see why you wanted to. I know you regret it. Leaving them behind. If you had to choose again, knowing what you know now, if you could get further, would you turn back? It's you, isn't it? You're the one I've been hearing. You're the one who brought me here. Yes, you're popular today. What do you want? Nothing. What do you want? Right now? An interview? We don't have much time. Okay, well, I'll only ask the important questions. Why did Marjorie Guthrie do what she did? The important questions. She saw an echo of the future, dreamed of the road, of the things that it passes through between, like whatever's through there, wherever you came from. She glimpsed a lone woman walking a path. Over time, the vision became everything to her. But it wasn't her. Was it? She thought she was seeing her own future, but it was you. She didn't see it unprompted, though, did she? You showed it to her. You let her see it. The same way you let Rob see me and Aoki Gahara. You pushed and you prodded wherever you needed. Why? So I'd end up here? Yes. But to what end? You played with people's lives across decades. Why me? Why does it matter that I travel the road? It doesn't matter. It simply is.
As long as the road exists, there's a chance people will travel it. As long as people travel it, it's inevitable that someone will travel it furthest. You made your way here, through skill and through tenacity and through luck. Those qualities brought you to this point, and they will carry you further along the road than any other. Across all humanity, across every conceivable permutation, no one travels further than you.
And everyone else? Ace? Apollo? Eve? Bonnie?
Events transpired as they needed to.
As they needed to? People died. Everyone, they're all gone. Do you not care about that at all?
You don't know what caring is. You don't know anything. My actions are guided by a higher standard of knowledge, just as your protests are predicated upon false and incomplete understanding.
You're saying everyone is dead to death?
You don't.
That doesn't make it right.
Regardless, it is. And that which is must be.
And what are you?
I can't answer that question in any way you'll understand.
Then what's the point? You won't tell me what you are, why you... At the very least, tell me why you're here.
As an observer.
An observer to what?
The end. The beginning. The moment you chose to travel the road.
Why here? And what if I don't? What if you brought me here and I just turned around? What if I don't want any part of it?
You've already noticed the effects. In those who settled the road, those who were lost to it, and you've seen it in yourself. Energy without consumption, knowledge without requisite experience. The laws you once considered universal are simply local, idiosyncratic. The further you travel, the less hold they'll have on you. You'll shed entropy and causality, and in time you will reach realms of understanding you cannot currently fathom. You'll witness dangers, whispering gold, ash. You'll face terrors and wonders that span beyond time. You will find answers to questions you never thought to ask. You will discover absolute truths. But beyond all this, beyond all of it, the road goes the one place that matters most to you.
Where?
Forward. That's the only reason. Do you need another?
People are waiting for me. I made promises.
Your promises don't matter. They matter to me, but not to those you made them to. Your existence, as you would define it, is a localized phenomenon. It travels with you, and it cannot span two worlds simultaneously. You'll choose one, and fade from the other.
And what does that entail? What will it do to them?
You'll become an unobservable element in their memory, one that will quickly be able to look past, a part of their existence that was retroactively ever there. Most will forget. Many have already started. They just don't know it.
What do you mean, most?
You can't exist in two places. Some individuals will span both, however briefly. They'll see you.
So that covers what, Rob? But not my parents, not my friends, not... This is what you came to tell me, isn't it? This is why I make the choice here.
Reasons to turn back.
Reasons to keep going. I mean, this is a story. I was always meant to go back. I can't just leave everyone behind. I just can't.
I've watched you on every turn, across every moment of your journey. I've watched you questioning.
Is it still up?
I've watched you struggle.
No, no, please don't go.
I've watched you fight to make your way here. I've watched you. Despite everything that's happened, everything that's behind you, you won't turn around.
You said this is where I make a choice, but you make it sound like I don't have one.
You do have a choice, Alice. You've just already made it.
Is that it? I don't trust you.
I remember. I don't know if anyone will ever hear this, but if you've been listening from the beginning, you've finally caught up with me. It's getting late. I've been working to put this all into some kind of structure. I hope you'll allow me a few personal messages. Rob, I'm sending you everything I have. Hopefully it'll serve as the proof you need. I hope you're able to listen to it, and I am so sorry for everything I've done, for everything I may do. I hope you understand that I didn't know, and that none of this was your fault. It wasn't her fault either. You did the best you could. And the days I spent with you were some of the most significant of my life. It was an honor to know you, and I hope that among these pages you find the answers, the peace you deserve. I'm sorry I can't tell you what's at the end of the road, or if there even is one, but if I can let you know, if I can save you, I will. Whatever that thing was, it knows me well enough. It knows I'm not turning back. And I
don't get what. Ah! Ah! Why did you? You brought me here. You made me come. You made me be the only person. What am I meant to do now? What was I meant to fucking do in the first place? Why did you just let me get you? Hello? Wait. If that's the hitchhiker, don't try to talk. Oh, fuck, I'm not. I take it back. I take it. Oh my God. Rob. What is it? What is it, mate? She said it to you.
Okay, so something like, they say great stories happen to people who get jealous.
Oh, she said that to me too. Take them back together, okay? Come on. Come on. Come on. I can help you. Come on. Come on. Look, I'll just be a moment, right? I promise. could save him, you would. That's what this has all been about. You brought me here just for him. Jesus! I don't understand. Why are you showing me this? Why are you... I didn't remember you, did I? I forgot. You ever existed before I received that first message. And the message meant I'd come here. And coming here meant I'd remember. You didn't bring me here, did you? You're giving me the choice. So I could bring myself. So I could bring myself. So what happens if I don't send it? If I don't bring myself there, fuck. I didn't need to do any of this. If I'd never got that message, I wouldn't even know you'd left. I wouldn't have trekked halfway around the world. I wouldn't have gotten hit by a fucking car. That's a big plus. I wouldn't miss you at all, Alice. I would have just gone home. And I never would have left. This is going to hurt.
I'm sorry I can't tell you what's at the end of the road, or if there even is one. But if I can let you know, if I can save you, I will. Whatever that thing was, it knows me well enough. It knows I'm not turning back. And I know exactly what that means, as awful as it is. To my mom and dad, I'm sorry I won't be sending this to you. In the end, I was carried along this road by a profound selfishness, and knowing what I'm about to do, I just can't bring myself to face you. I can't imagine the pain I'll be putting you through, and I won't try to justify my actions. All I can say is that I love you, and I'm sorry that my last act towards you was one of cowardice. Last of all, to you, Tom. How's your mom? Though you may not remember my name, I'm sorry. I know we made plans. I made promises. I convinced myself the roads I took would eventually lead me home, but that doesn't look so likely now. I could say a lot to you. I'm not going to, but I wish we could have been friends for longer. Feels like a lifetime since I first arrived at Rob J. Guthard's house. I remember the uncertainty as I waited for him to open his door, with no idea what was about to transpire. Like so many other things, that's changed now. Despite being in an entirely new world, further from home than anyone's ever been, I know exactly what's going to happen next. I'm going to take a drive. Take a left, then the next possible road on the right, and then the next possible left. And I'll keep going. I'll keep driving beyond worlds, beyond time, beyond everything, to a place where the lake runs dry, where the broken moon drifts away, and the stars disappear in the rearview mirror. A place where everything else has fallen away. And the road is all there is. From American Stories, I'm Alice Sharman. Thank you for joining us.
Stupid. 1 out of 5 stars, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? I waited all that time just to hear what the fucking deal was with the weapon. Dumb. I hate it when stories start out good and then there is no ending, or the ending is just like, you wonder, was the ending written by the original author? Probably not. Some sort of writer's room fuck up. Just like that Archive 81 or whatever it's called. The first season, excellent. The second season, what the fuck is going on? They're turned into geometric shapes or some shit. It's Saturday, 6:32 a.m. Keep locked, Spotify. Yeah, baby. It's one.
My name is Christina Glass. I'm an investigative reporter in Lake City, Colorado, and I've been working at KINH for about 4 years. You may remember my reports on the Black Forest haunting and subsequent follow-up interview and investigations of the Lee family. Now, today we have a new story on our hands that started as an investigation on the mind's effect on memories. It's turned into, well, a story about a town. One town. Cape Lock. It's a small valley community in Colorado, just off the I-80 heading east. There's one come-and-go gas station, 2 small motels just off the side, and 7 or 8 townhouses that are all gray with white picket fencing, luscious green lawns, and pristine cars from another time. They're all spread wide apart, hidden in the valley and surrounded by the mountains that are constantly covered in snow. That's the main image of what the town looks like, according to all of our interviews. We don't have any pictures or records of the town, only memories. That's what makes this town worth reporting on. Cape Lock exists as a string of testimonies and recounted stories of those who were fortunate or unfortunate enough to visit it. It's been popping in and out of existence all around the United States in many different areas that at first seem to have nothing in common, and that's what we're here to find out. Throughout my investigation, I am joined by Andy Richter, a colleague from Regis University. He is a neuropsychologist and neurologist working at Regis. Now that the campus is closed for the winter, he decided to join me in this story. The first person we talked to was Eddie Myers.
Glad you come to talk to me.
There's no problem. We thank you for contacting us. Eddie lives in a rather small house by Slaughterhouse Gulch. There's nothing around there but sand that stretches for acres. All of it is his land. He owns the off-highway vehicle dunes. And recently we've had a huge storm cover everything in a blanket of snow. Many businesses had to close because of this, including his.
You know, a lot of this land was mining land. The whole place was booming in the mining industry. The only thing we never had were brothels. You know, whorehouses. As much as we were a boomtown, we never really dipped into that for business. It was mainly popular for boomtowns to flourish in that sense. Lake City never has.
He gave us a bit of a history lesson before we went inside to protect us from the cold. He handed us cookies and he occasionally sipped from his cup of coffee. Did you want to tell us about the memory problems you've been having?
Right. Well, I was 18. I suppose so. It was maybe 25 years ago. We had some problems, my mother and I. You see, I was with my girlfriend. No, wait. She was my wife. Adriana. She rest in peace. Anyway, we lived in western Nevada, a small desert type deal just outside Reno. After a fight with my mother, I ran away from home. Adriana came with me because she was the main driver of our car.
In which direction were you traveling?
Well, we drove east towards Colorado, but we had to stop in Salt Lake City in Utah.
For those unfamiliar with the United States geography, Utah sits in between Nevada and Colorado.
While we were there, I went to the payphone and called my buddy Reese from the mill. He said Mom was all right, just worried sick. He reassured me by telling me that she would be relieved to hear that I even called. I told him I would come back home, just didn't know when. I needed to clear my head a bit.
Does your colleague Reese have any information on the town?
No, this is the first time I've talked about it to anyone that wasn't my family.
Just tell us if there's anything you need. Take your time. Sometimes it takes time for memories to form.
Thank you. Well, I guess I'll just get right into the meat and potatoes. There was no real fanfare that we were arriving at the town. We were just running low on gas, starving for some burgers. Next thing you know, we found a small town off the I-80 East.
And what was in that town? Any specific landmarks?
No, nothing out of the ordinary. Just a little small town. It was hidden by the mountainside. I'm surprised we even found it. To be frank, it reminds me a lot of Lake City.
Lake City, Colorado is a very empty town. However, thanks to Eddie's OHV business, it's become a pretty great place for tourists. Even so, the sandy dunes outside remain ghost quiet. We had a few restaurants, a city hall, a library, and a local park, most of which are trapped in the snow.
There was only one gas station, the Come and Go. Someone helped pump the gas there.
Did you get his name?
No, I only met one person there. One I actually talked to anyway. Don't worry, I'll get there. It's not good to rush everything. Anyway, after the nice gentleman helped pump the gas, we went down to get a burger at a local diner. Not like the Denny's here, just a regular old American mom and pop diner.
And what time was it when you arrived there?
Oh, around dinner time. So the sun was beginning to set. We had them burgers for dinner. I think the place was named after the town, Cape Lock Diner. That much I remember. Oh, their blue cheeseburger was amazing.
best goddamn burger I've ever had, to be quite honest.
So you said you've been having memory troubles. That's correct?
Oh, right. Well, this is just how I see it, right? I get to this town, and I called Reese again from the payphone by the diner. The waitress, by the way, was the only person I met and talked to. I didn't quite get her name, however.
At this point, Andy and I were confused. We had thought this interview was going to consist of common things, like forgetting what you had for breakfast or calling the same person twice. To be honest, we thought that this whole story would quickly turn into a discussion of dementia or Alzheimer's or some other medical issue. Instead, we were introduced to this man's story of a town he visited once. And what did you tell Reese? What did he say about the whole situation?
Right. The whole thing is strange. Let me preface this by saying I was probably in no harm, but I felt threatened the whole time, as though someone was holding a gun to my head. I tried to call Reese, but the phone didn't have a slot for coins. What was even stranger was that when I picked up the receiver, it had no weight to it and no dial tone or anything. It was like a movie prop or a toy or something. I know what you must be thinking. How strange of a thing to be threatened by. But when I went back to the car, I talked to Adriana. She said we needed to go home as soon as we could. She also felt as though she wasn't safe in that town. It took us a few hours, but we made it back home. Look, I know you two are scientists, and you won't believe a possibly senile man.
We never brought that up.
But you wanted an honest answer. So here's what I saw and here's what I felt. That's just what I remember.
He had told himself the story over and over again in his head. He couldn't share it with anyone else, so years and years of repeating the memory like a broken record probably formed his understanding of it now. It became his reality. Thank you for your time. Seriously.
Thank you for talking with me. I hope you find Cape Block. I sure haven't.
What do you mean?
Well, it doesn't exist. I've looked at maps and searched the internet to the best of my abilities. I've also once talked to a few cowboys coming in from Utah, but still no word of Cape Block. I asked for different spellings, maybe different words that sounded the same, but nothing. All I had from there were a few memories and the best burger I've ever had.
So it was all just in your mind?
No. I went to Cape Block, but Cape Block left after I did. It was there only for a split second. And every time we tried to visit, we would find nothing. Not even the frame of a house or any paved roads by the diner. None of it. The whole town was gone.
A disappearing town. It was odd, but maybe he took a few wrong turns. Perhaps the town looked different now. The story was set in the early 2000s. What did the town look like today? It was best that we continue the investigation as though the town was still standing. We talked to one more person that day about their experiences with memories and dreams.
This is Andy Richter with Michael Andrews. I'm with Christina Glass. We're investigating Michael's reports of a recurring nightmare.
Thank you for coming, by the way. This does mean a lot.
No problem. So before we get into the dream, do you mind telling us your nightly routine?
Sure. I'm usually watching a live stream on Twitch, either browsing around or just watching an older VOD. I don't really watch them. I'm usually just scrolling through Instagram or something with the noise in the background.
This is almost every night?
Yeah, pretty much. I did the same thing when I had a nightmare too.
Did you eat anything strange?
Chrissy, you don't get nightmares from the food you eat. That's been debunked.
Still, might be important.
I didn't eat anything out of the ordinary, just some cereal.
Then you went to bed?
Yeah. Then I slept, and I woke up in a town.
Woke up? You mean in the dream you woke up?
Well, it didn't feel too much like a dream. It felt like I was actually waking up.
Where were you when you woke up?
In the middle of the street, just there. It was around noon, and I just got up and started looking around.
Was there anyone else in the town?
Interestingly enough, I saw a whole plethora of people, but I didn't know any of them. They were mainly Asian women, very few men. Some children were there as well. The men were white, and a few of the kids were as well.
You didn't know any of them?
Well, I think I saw old lady Susan, but she was working in the diner, I think, and Officer Marsh, he was there, just kind of walking around with one of the women. There was also my friend Jeremy from my math class. He was working in the gas pump. He used to work alone before moving here.
Well, your mind only records faces it seen. It can't create new faces in a dream.
Yeah, I guess so, but everyone else? I know that wasn't just a dream.
What do you mean by that?
I've been to this town before. It's where Jeremy grew up. I don't even remember seeing Officer Marsh there when I visited the town.
And what town is this?
Cape Lock. Jeremy and I went together one week, but the whole time I was there is what I wanted to talk to you about.
What is it?
I don't remember anything about the town, but every now and then I get dreams. They're more like nightmares about the town. I'm not sure if these are actually memories or just dreams.
How long ago did you visit this town?
It must have been less than a year ago. Maybe the beginning of summer? I'm not sure. It was super hot and all, but we were in Arizona.
Cape Lock was in Arizona, you said?
Yeah, pretty far away, and I haven't really thought about it since.
At first, we didn't see any connection to these two interviews, besides the fact that the two people we interviewed were having problems with their memories. But the more we talked to them, the better of an understanding we had. These two towns, the one Eddie visited 20 years ago and the town that Michael visited less than a year ago, they were one and the same. The only difference was the state it was in. We knew that one of the two stories told that they had to be wrong. Andy and I talked privately on our car ride back home.
So, Cape Lock. It could just be a coincidence, right?
I mean, at first I thought it was just that, but now the more I think about it, I mean, who knows? Maybe there's some kind of shared delusion or something. You're the brains here.
Has Eddie talked to Michael at all?
I doubt it. Michael's 20 years younger than him. They wouldn't have much to talk about either.
Still, they could have talked about it before we even asked them about it. And even then, a shared delusion wouldn't be that plausible. To be honest, it's all a bit theatrical. But knowing you, that's not very out of your character.
I'm sure it's something. It can be explained somehow, right? He said he hadn't told anyone else about it before us, so I doubt he talked about it to Michael, of all people. What can I say? This is all just too strange.
You're right. Besides, we have a list of people in this dream. If we find out that somehow they've been to that town too, then maybe, I'll believe that this is more than just a coincidence.
Maybe. So you haven't really changed since college, huh?
I'm still working there. I don't think many things do change.
Well, if you want, once we're done working, maybe we can get something to...
What the fuck was...
Damn it! Oh, we're snowed in. Fuck. Help me shovel some snow out of the way. The tire was covered in snow, filling the gap between the frame and the rubber. Andy called emergency services, but they said that the snow was too dangerous. An alert had gone out on the radio, but we'd missed it. However, the accident didn't stop the investigation. As Andy and I walked back to our hotel room just off the highway, we did some research online to see if anyone else had heard of this town. It turned out many other people had the same idea. On a few subreddits, specifically Glitch in the Matrix, Paranormal, and Unexplained, a few people recounted their stories of the town. Here is Reddit user Floppyhouse's story that he posted on the Paranormal subreddit.
Has anyone heard of Cape Lock? Just stopped from a road trip after passing by a weird, almost empty town. There's almost no one there. Just a few people. They were all crazy, to be honest, and looked at us like they've never seen a human before. After we left, we tried to look for it online, but nothing came up. Anyone else found this weird?
Reddit user Razmataz.
When we stopped for the night, we had to find a new place to stay. The hotels were all booked. I don't think that's even allowed. I'm sure there are laws against that or something. We tried leaving a negative review on Yelp, but we couldn't find it.
Reddit user Tactical40K.
There was no money. None of it. I tried to pay for my breakfast, but they didn't let me.
Reddit user Columbarium.
I checked everywhere in California. There's nothing.
The paranormal subreddit.
They're not human. They can be.
Ask Reddit.
I think my grandma lives there.
The Unsolved Mysteries subreddit. No one came to a consensus on where this town was, but we do know a few things from all of these accounts. This is all that we know of Cape Lock currently. First, we know the size of this town. On many posts, people claim to see large houses with larger lawns, no matter where they were in the town. All of the houses were painted gray, with white outlines along the windows. This is where many people lived, yet no one has been seen entering or exiting the town. The downtown area was empty, save for a few workers. A lot of tourists and people in cars driving through, but no one seemed to live there in the town, despite the large houses not too far away from the bustling commerce at the base of the mountains. There were 2 motels, one named the Cape Lock Inn and the other named the Blue Jay Motel. Both were small, but the rooms were always booked on every occasion. The gas station, a come and go, was not a self-serve gas station as many places are. The only states that allow any assisted workers in gas stations are Oregon, New Jersey, and New York, which brings us to what we don't know, the setting of the town. Many posts have Utah, Oregon, North Dakota, and North Carolina to be the main contenders for this town. However, the comment section of each post shows a strange, almost nonsensical array across all 50 states, including Alaska, yet excluding New York and California. Andy and I began to rest as the sun outside turned the sky into a deep purple. We collected what we knew and began to speculate on why so many people remember a town that seems to not even exist. We had our list of people Michael gave us. We had old lady Susan, who lived just around the corner from the Denny's that she works in. She was the first person we talked to that morning.
Hello? Susan Neal.
Well, hello there. How may I help you two?
I'm Andy Richter. This is my partner, Christy Glass.
Christina Glass. Nice to meet you, ma'am.
Well, hi there. I was just about to get ready for work. Is something the matter here? You've got a whole recording studio set up here.
We wanted to ask you a few questions regarding some strange occurrences in the town.
Oh, I haven't done anything strange in the town, have I?
That's why we're here. We just want to ask a few questions.
Oh, don't worry, you're not in any legal trouble. This is just a scientific investigation.
Sure, I can answer some questions. They'll have to be quick, though.
Well, I guess I should ask this rather bluntly. Have you ever visited Cape Lock? It's a small town here in Colorado.
Cape Lock? Here? Oh, no. I've been to Cape Lock, dear, but it wasn't in Colorado.
The stories online were beginning to match up with our personal interviews in Lake City, solidifying what we knew, yet still growing a weight of unknowingness to the whole investigation.
It was in Ohio. I used to live in Ohio, and I grew up just north of Cape Lock.
Can you tell us why you visited the town?
Oh, it was just a wrong turn. We drove through it, but there was just no one there. Not one person.
No one? As in abandoned?
Yes, an absolute ghost of a town. But it looked oh so brand new.
What about it seemed new to you?
The houses. There were these nice houses, all with nice picket fences and farm-like fields. It was odd to see such nice houses so empty.
Do you remember any other landmarks?
Oh, well, no, not really. What is this all for again?
We're investigating some leads on people having trouble with memories.
You're saying I'm having problems with memories?
No, not at all. You were just brought up and...
Listening to rumors now? I thought you were a reliable source. I don't know what any of this is about, but you really struck a nasty chord in my heart. I've got to go to work now.
But ma'am,
I don't want to be a part of any of this.
We thought that maybe she had also been dealing with memory problems, but was insecure or defensive. Realistically, if she had been having problems with memory or cognition, she probably wouldn't have been working as a waitress. Still, we saw her get into her car and make her way just 2 blocks down and mosey over to the practically empty Denny's, the sign barely legible from the falling ice. As we walked around Lake City, snow crunching beneath our feet, Andy decided that we should knock out the rest of the list. We talked a bit on our way to find Fred, the police officer.
I really do miss the car.
We'll be getting it soon. Maybe we can ask Fred for a few shovels and we can dig it out of there.
I'm sorry, who's Fred?
Oh, Officer Marsh. I'm sorry, we're all kind of on a first name basis.
Do you think that old lady's dealing with memory problems?
No, I think she's just not in the mood to be questioned. I think we were kind of in her face about it.
Come on. You can't think this is just a little weird.
Are you suggesting a weird conspiracy about this town? The towns have the same names all the time. Maybe she did see a Cape Walk, you know?
She didn't say exactly when she visited the town, did she?
No, I don't think so.
For all we know, the town looks completely different now, you know? That's the thing that's been bothering me. Even if we find it, how do we know we did?
Well, that's the whole gamble with this investigation. I mean, wasn't this supposed to be a whole special about trying to find out more about the human mind and its capabilities?
To be honest, that was just an excuse I gave the college so I could come record this with you.
Well, I enjoyed the company, especially in this god-awful snow. We made our way to Officer Fred Marsh's home. He often hosted a 4th of July barbecue and other community events. There was a child playing in the yard. His frightened mother, grasping at her cardigan by the doorway, called him to come back inside. Hi there. Sorry to bother you. Is Fred Marsh home?
Oh, hello there. On whose behalf?
I'm Andy Richter from the College of Neuropsychology. We were wondering if we could talk to Fred.
Oh, he's at work. Can I ask what it is you're asking for?
We're investigating some claims that a few of the community members made. We have reason to believe he has some information for us.
Okay. I'll just let him know before you head over there. And that's with all the recording stuff?
Christina hosts a podcast with KINH.
Oh, you're the radio host. It's a pleasure to meet you. You came to a few of the get-togethers we've had here, right?
Yeah, it's been forever.
That's wonderful. You've grown so much. It's been, 2 years?
4, actually. We'd better get going.
Did you move here recently? What brings you to town?
We're working on an investigation. I hope you don't mind, but we really should be getting back to work.
Of course. Oh, I'm so sorry. Good luck, and please stay safe out in this awful weather.
Will do. Thanks for your time. You take care now. We walked to the police department to try and contact Fred.
He's currently out in the field. You could wait for him later today, but I can't assure an interview.
But it was difficult to get in, so we decided to come back later and instead go to our next person on the list, a certain Jeremy that was in Michael's math class.
Michael's not answering his phone. Oh my God, Christina, look!
But when we arrived at his house, there were first responders and police officers scattered all around the front yard.
Hey, there's Fred!
Excuse me? Officer Marsh. Hey, what's going on?
Christina, I need you to please leave.
Was it Jeremy?
I can't release that information.
We need to talk to you about something. Can we ask you some questions?
We have reason to believe he has something to do with an investigation we're having. Is he perhaps wounded? It could have been on purpose.
Look, I'll come to the radio station after all of this. Understood? We're still investigating.
He was in a rush, but it looked like he had some understanding of what we were talking about, but I couldn't quite tell. It wasn't until I saw them taking out the body on a small gurney. The drops of blood began to fall down the boy's fingers and onto the snow, scattering a deep red across the plain of white.
He was so young. Do you really think this might have something to do with the investigation?
I was hoping it would interest him enough to talk to us about it.
It's kind of odd, don't you think? just seems a little extreme.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. I mean, a kid lost his life today. Fuck. Once we got back to the radio station, we began to edit this episode of KINH off the map. Andy decided to try and contact Susan for further questioning, but she postponed any meeting until further notice.
I called Michael.
How's he holding up?
He's not taking it too well. Here, I got some Subway for lunch.
Thanks. And it was stupid of me to even connect the two. Surprisingly, Officer Marsh met up with us just half an hour after we saw him out in the field.
Let's sit down. My wife told me about what you wanted to ask me about, but before we do, I want you to take a look at this.
It was a plastic bag with the word evidence printed on it in white lettering. Inside was a slip of paper with 2 words written on it in pencil.
Block. We're going to need to talk. You two know more about these 2 words than the whole police force. And this death was no accident or suicide.
How could you know?
It's an unknown number.
Don't pick it up. Pick it up, Christina.
Hello? Who is this?
Is this Christina Glass?
Who is this?
Is this Christina Glass?
I'm sorry, I won't continue this conversation if you don't tell me who you are.
I'm from Cape Walk.
He's calling from Cape Walk.
I'll answer any questions you have. Meet me 24 hours. City Park. Right away. Just you, Christina.
Nighthawks presents Cape Lock, an audio podcast. Stay tuned for the next installment releasing next week. And hey, thanks for listening.
My name is Christina Glass, and welcome to the second installment of our story on Cape Lock. I've been working at KINH for about 4 years as an investigative reporter. So far, we have uncovered some information about our town, Lake City, Colorado, and the residents that reside here, my neighbors, my community. It's a story that has shown to have deeper layers than we ever thought possible, and that may sadly be connected to the death of an innocent young man, Jeremy Rogers. Jeremy was just 17 years old. He had sandy blonde hair and loved to play sports and had a great interest in baseball. I remember him, actually talking with him and interacting with him. He was sensitive and kind. Jeremy had been a shining star at many school and town events, playing for a band that he started in his garage. He will be deeply missed, and Lake City mourns his death. To summarize our latest installment, we've interviewed a few residents here about their experiences with Cape Lock, the town that may or may not exist. It's an unknown number.
Don't pick it up. Pick it up, Christina.
We ended our 2 days of investigation with an unknown caller.
I'll answer any questions you have. Meet me 24 hours. City Park. Right away. Just you, Christina.
With me is Andy Richter, a neuropsychologist working in Regis University, and Fred Marsh, the lead investigative detective at the Lake City Police Department. Stay with us. Tomorrow. We have someone that can meet tomorrow that's lived there?
I'm sorry if I'm being rude, but we should hurry up and talk before I have to go back to the station.
Right. Sorry. Andy, we should talk about the call later. We can answer any questions you might have about the tragedy.
All right. First, tell me what Cape Lock is.
It's a town we're investigating. Apparently people here in Lake City have memories of this town, but there's no proof that it exists.
Yet. There's also the man that just called. He could have proof that the place is real.
Who have you interviewed? How long has this investigation been going on for?
Here's a list of people who've reported memories of the town. The highlighted names are people we've already talked to. But we also have corresponding audio interviews if you want to take a listen to them.
Sure. Let's see them.
We showed him all of the interviews of the town that we had. The whole time his brows furrowed. He listened to Eddie, and then old lady Susan. He stopped when he heard his wife's voice.
You came to a few of the get-togethers we've had here, right?
I've heard enough.
It's
Thank
been
you.
forever.
Can I see that list? How did you make this?
People called in. Christina made an announcement on the radio to contact her.
Can you make a copy of this for me? Is this a list of everyone you plan on contacting?
Yeah, it's pretty much everyone in town here.
Everyone on this list is a suspect of this crime.
What? Why is that? I mean, I doubt that old lady Susan did this. He was just a boy.
A boy who is somehow connected to your investigation. I intend to find out who did this and why.
How is he connected to our investigation? In what way?
You went to his house. He reported to town. Kate Locke. Someone else must have known about it. And, thanks to you guys, I have a list of people who do.
The call proves that more people know about it. That guy, whoever he was, he might not even be from here. This town has been reported everywhere from Ohio to Utah.
This Jeremy kid was murdered about an hour ago. For all I know, the culprit is sleeping in a motel off the highway by Denver. Until further notice, your investigation on Kate Locke is closed. I don't want you snooping around where your nose is open.
As much as it was a possible danger, the two of us decided to continue our investigation. I didn't want to disregard Detective Fred's change of plans, but Andy insisted that we did.
This isn't a murder case. I'm sorry for what happened to Jeremy. I really am. But this investigation is to rationalize why people are remembering this town and whether it does or doesn't exist. Not about why Jeremy's dead. I'm sorry. Call me insensitive, but I don't like how you two are trying to connect these two together.
Andy, the best case scenario is that these cases aren't connected. The worst case scenario is that somebody killed a kid to keep his mouth shut. And at the end of the day, he's dead. Jeremy is dead. What scares you more, that we might have a lead to this town or that we might be next?
Don't talk in absolutes. You're always first to jump the gun like this.
I'm just saying what's on my mind. Look, let's just eat and prepare for the interview tomorrow. That night, after digging out our car and driving back to our hotel room, we tiredly began to make specific plans on how we would talk to the stranger and started to plan in case he was somehow lying or a danger in any way. Andy would be in constant surveillance in the car while the interview took place. We received a call from the man once more, advising us to meet at noon, but plans changed. I woke up at 6 a.m. Andy was still sound asleep in the bed adjacent to mine. I called the mysterious Cape Locke resident. Sure enough, whoever they were awake.
Hello?
He reluctantly agreed to wait for me in the park as I hastily drove downtown. I nervously gripped the wheel. All I could do was hope that the man was telling the truth and that Andy wouldn't mind that I took the car back into the snowstorm. Okay, there is a man standing by the park bench. He's wearing a parka. His hands are out of his pockets. It seems like no one's around. I think this might be my guy. I'll have to be cautious, but he doesn't seem dangerous. It wasn't until I walked up to the mysterious figure and actually saw his familiar face that I began to feel safe. Mr. Bennett?
Hey, Christina, I'm glad you came.
Mr. Arnold Bennett is Lake City High's math teacher. He's a relatively quiet man, but he has a robust interest in robotics and electronics. As you'll probably tell, I was quite anxious, so I do apologize for some of my behavior in the following interview. I may seem a bit paranoid.
I know you have many questions, but I only have some answers. Some. I'm gonna have to keep some things to myself.
Of course. Do you mind if we walk around?
Yeah, that's fine, as long as we remain in the park.
Sure.
So, start your questioning. I don't have too much time to waste.
Well, I guess we can start this off with a simple one. How do you know about Cape Block?
I lived there not too long ago, just before I got a job here.
Were you a teacher there as well?
No, I was an engineer.
An engineer for what exactly?
That I can't answer.
Where is Cape Block?
Miss Glass, you're asking the wrong questions.
What do you mean?
I can only give you a certain amount of information. You're a reporter. I'm sure you know how to word your questions.
All right then. Which state is Cape Block in?
That's a little better. To protect the identity of those who live there, I can only say that it's everywhere, but you can't find it with regular maps and whatnot.
And who lives there? What are their roles in the town?
Great questions. I never talked to the people there, but I do know what they were there for. It was work, a very specific kind of work.
Work like yours?
No, not at all.
So the town is real, correct? Do you have any proof?
Yeah, it's in my house. I'm not sure if you feel comfortable coming with me, but everything you need for proof is there.
Could you possibly pick them up and bring them here?
I don't have a lot of time left in town, Christina.
Why? Where are you going?
That's something I also can't say.
And why is that?
They're listening. I'm sure they are, so I won't be in this town anymore.
And who are they?
Sorry, I can't answer that.
It's fine. It's your safety you're looking out for. These people, whoever they are, they don't want you talking about the town, do they?
Let's keep moving on. I want to talk about Jeremy.
Sure. Did you?
I was their teacher, his and Michael's. The two were inseparable. If you want to find out more about Jeremy, you should talk to Michael.
Jeremy used to live in Cape Block, correct?
He used to work there as well.
I was the gas pump assistant. Did you ever talk to him while you were in the town?
No, I'd seen him, but no, we were never in immediate contact.
Is there anyone else from the town we can talk to?
No. I'm sorry.
That man. Does he look like he's watching us?
That's Red. He's just opening the post office.
Sorry, I was just making sure.
Oh, you're fine. You're staying safe. That's good.
You're leaving today because you fear for your safety? Because of what happened to Jeremy? Thank you for your time. Do you think you can pick up your proof of Cape Block?
No, I'll be entrusting that with the next person you should talk to, a researcher.
A researcher?
Yeah, we've wasted far too much time.
But I still have many more questions.
And he will have the answers, my answers, and the proof. Find him. He's not here in Lake City, but somewhere else.
Where?
Tennessee. He's a researcher in Tennessee.
What does he research?
That's for you to find out, but I'll leave you with this. He has no connection to Cape Block, but he does have a connection to Lake City.
I don't understand how I'm going to find him.
Don't worry. Once you find him, you'll be safe. They won't go looking for him. He's not in danger like I am. Have you ever seen that docu-series on international mysteries, the one hosted by Amelia Haddock?
No, it's not really my type of show. Why do you ask?
Just one of the episodes I think you'll get a good kick out of. Something about underground tunnels.
Those were the last words he said to me. What was once a dark and cold forest soon enveloped us in a warm sunrise. He walked me to my car, and he kissed me on the cheek. He seemed disappointed. I'm not sure about what exactly. Arnold Bennett walked back to his car, and he made his way back home to pack his things and leave Lake City, probably for good. As I sat in my car, I felt alone while the cold seeped through the windows. That feeling of being watched, studied, invaded, it was gone. I think that the warmth of his kiss was reassurance that I wasn't alone, but in the car, sitting in an empty parking lot, it was difficult to remember that.
I was going to get you breakfast, but it looks like you took the car with you.
Look, I know how it seems, and I have to show you something.
What were you thinking? I don't even know what I would have done if you'd gotten hurt or worse. You would have to talk with someone who could have been armed, dangerous, deranged.
Please, don't act like I'm someone who needs to be protected. I slept without a tent in the woods when I investigated the Lee family, and you didn't even worry about me then. And then when I went to investigate Area 51 and almost got shot in the head by a guard, you didn't do anything that time. So now you're worried about some guy on the phone?
Who's to say I didn't worry all those times? Who's to say you're not always on my mind?
Why would I be on your mind?
You're a close friend is all, and this is dangerous work. I just wanted you to know that I'm worried.
I appreciate it. But if I hadn't gone out earlier, we wouldn't have what we have now.